Hey, hey, hey. Welcome back, everybody. It is May 13th, 2024, and we are back in here looking into uh, the Sebastian Rogers scenario. There's some new stuff going around. We're going to check that out. And there's a few documents from Idaho we're going to take a look at that dropped over the past few days. For those of you that may not have seen it, because there is a hearing coming up tomorrow. So just to keep everybody up to date on that one. That one is going to be blocked. We can't watch it, but we'll follow it up from whatever comes off of Twitter. So thank you all for joining me today. So we're going to take a look at that stuff, both those things today, and I can't wait to do it with you all. So thank you guys for joining me. And again, as always, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Hello. How are ya? Thank you all for joining me today again. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, as always. I hope everybody had an amazing day yesterday and an amazing night last night. And it's great to be back with you guys. Thank you all again for joining me today. Like I said, we are going to be looking at the oh my goodness gracious. I just had it on my tip of my tongue. The updates and the new stuff that's going on around the Sebastian Rogers case, just to keep everybody in tune. I know a lot of you guys already know some new stuff that's happening. And then on top of that, there's some new documents that dropped in the Idaho case, and I'm just going to review quickly because there is a hearing tomorrow that is blacked out. We can't get into that. But I'm going to try to follow it up via Twitter or however else I can with what's going on tomorrow for you guys. So just give everybody the newer documents so everybody knows what's going to be happening. If it's anything new and surprising, which I doubt that it's really too much different from what we've already talked about, but we're going to hit on that real quick, and then we're going to hit on so stay tuned if you're in here for one thing or the other. Stay tuned because we're going to touch on both of them. We're not going to spend a lot of time in Idaho. We're just going to go over the documents, explain them quickly to you guys, show you what's there, and then we're moving on to what's going on with Sebastian, because there's a lot going on with Sebastian and a lot of crap, crazy stuff, and things that don't need to be out there. So I'm going to ask everybody in here to please be respectful and try to stay reserved and not come in here and blast either one of the parents, Steph or Katie and Chris. If you can help yourself, I appreciate that very much, because again, guys, this is about Sebastian. But I will show you guys everything going on around the case. There's some new stuff coming that I'm curious about, as well as everybody else is, I'm sure. So let's just try to be adults, folks, as everybody in here does. And the biggest thing out of all of it is respect each other. Just respect each other's opinions, because there's people that are on both sides of the fence that come in here on how they believe. Please respect each other's opinions and feelings on how this goes. That's all I'm asking, guys. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay? And I thank you all so much for joining me today. Very much. And for being here with us. I saw a lot of you guys over at Cluminati's. Thank you guys for supporting that channel as well. So on and so forth. So very, very much appreciated. Starting off with, let's see who we have in here. Okay, Miss Paula. Thank you for joining us. It looks to me like so far we've got Don F in the house. Welcome back to you, Don. Mind of Monsters. Thank you so much for being here. Mods that are in here, if we can, as I'm calling these channels out, these awesome creators that are in here, please drop their links if you're already on top of it. And again, Doodlebug in the house. Thank you, Doodle, for everything you do. Take care, Miss Paula. Appreciate you very much. Kaylee, great to see you back in here. I hope you have a great day. You're having a great day. I mean, a Straight Talker 76. Welcome back to you. Great to see you. Mocha, hello, hello. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see here. Miss Leslie and Billy's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. James Vaughn, my friend. Welcome back to you, brother. Good to see you today. Great to have you here. Willow's mama is in the house. Thank you for being here with us once again. Rocky Go-Bouts, thank you for jumping in, and I appreciate you very much. Appreciate having you here. Miss Andy Rose, welcome back to you, dear. Good to have you. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. Newman, 25, True Crime. Thank you for joining us today. You are appreciated. Elba Requa, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Deborah Clark, same for you. Really appreciate you. And guys, please, as you're coming through that door, leave a little DNA on that like button, if you will. It is so greatly appreciated. Holly Ramsey, thank you for joining us. If I didn't say that one already, I'm sorry if I did. Great to see you today. Paladin 2004, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Great to have you here. Excuse me. Tomboy Charms in the house. Welcome back, Tomboy. Great to see you. Niles Buckman, how are you, sir? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Chemistry Queen, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Kaylee, always a pleasure. Let's see here. Noni McPoppins, thank you so much for being with us today. Appreciate you very much. Ro, and back in the house. Thanks for joining us, Ro. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us today. T2014, welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate seeing you. Let me see. Thank you very much, Doodle. Louise Myers, thank you for joining us today. You are appreciated. Mama Bear's in the chat. Thank you for joining us, Mama Bear. Hope you're doing great today. Maybe we'll see her here a little later. Andy Rose, always happy to have you here, darling. Thank you for joining us today, as always. Low Pekka, hey, thank you for joining us. Love Handle, same to you. I love seeing the new faces. Trash Panda, thank you for joining us. Stephanie Knows, thank you for being here today. Stubby Sam, you as well. I appreciate you guys very much. QRPB in the house, thank you for joining us. Corrito MVP, thank you for being here today. Miss Tracy again, thank you for jumping in. I appreciate you. Alicia J, welcome back to you. Let's see here, let's see, Kate Pruitt, or is that CJ in the house? One of the Pruitts are here, and thank you guys for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. SK216 in the house. Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate you. Tina B, great to see you today. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us. On down the road, Ashley 421, California. Good to see you today. Miss Pebbles is in the house, guys. Thank you for joining us, both of you ladies. Thank you for being here. Welcome at 84 is in the house. Welcome back, 84. Good to see you today. At Carl Ferguson, always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Callie, hi to you, and thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. It's always good to see you too, Paladin. Thank you, my friend. Ponder Pains. Jesus. Trolls. All the trolls in the house. All the trolls in the house. Bye. Let's see here. Guys, please ignore the trolling. There's people out there that not everybody likes me, so they're gonna pop in and say their things and be ignorant. So please excuse it. We will deal with it. I'm doing wonderful, Mr. Stevens Adventure. Thank you for joining us today. Carolyn Miller, great to see you as well. Just ignore them. Don't feed them. That's right. Rocky Go Abouts. Just with Dago. What is underneath the G.I. Joe? What are you talking about there, Rocky? Underneath G.I. Joe. I don't know what you're talking about, but there's a lot of G.I. Joe stuff, so. A Fred? I don't see where you're at there, but okay. Oh, I do have a Flintstone towel, Fred Flintstone towel. Welcome, Cammy Q. Hola to you. Whack-a-troll. Yes. I thought I saw Brandy in here. Maybe I'm wrong. Anonymous. Hello. Thank you for joining us today. Oh, manam. Do. Manam. Do. You do a box on the shelf by your chair. There? I don't see it. I don't see the Flintstone. I have a Flintstone towel, but I don't see it. This? It's just a skull thing because I like skulls too. And it's the speak no evil or see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil thing. It is something bigger. This here? This is something that Tomboy Charm made for me. Maybe that's what you were looking at. Pretty cool though. Dago's True Crime with donuts and coffee. Yeah, Tomboy did a great job on that. She's very talented with all her stuff. She made me Scooby-Doo pen and some other stuff too. No, that's not it, but sorry, we'll figure it out eventually. Yeah, Tomboy Charm is very talented. She made some pretty cool stuff. She made this bag. On the book, I think it's on the bookshelf 3 down. Those are just GI Joes. Everything over there is GI Joe. Everything right here is GI Joe, except for this. But there's no way you'd have seen this. This is I collect horror stuff too, so that's just the Wolfman. That's the only other thing that I could imagine. Everything else is GI Joe stuff, though. You have Rock'em Sock'em, but no, I don't. Those are cool though. I used to when I was a kid. I don't have them now. Thank you, War Eagle. Yes, that's a Wolfman. Like from the movie. I have the Wolfman, I have Frankenstein, I have the Mummy, I have the Creature from the Black Lagoon, I have Dracula. I love the old fashioned horror stuff. That could be it, maybe. Oh yeah, definitely. The classics are the best. I have some GI Joes this weekend. Cool, cool thing, Steven. Very cool. Evil Dead. That's my next step. Is I'd love to get some Evil Dead action figures and stuff. Pebbles, honestly, yes. Kiss. I used to have a Kiss collection. I got rid of that a long time ago. His name is Hector. He was bullied in school. Honest. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, you can't get me, Leslie. I'm here. Brandy B's in the house. Good to see you, Brandy. Golf Inspector, welcome back to you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Excuse me. Like I said, we're gonna quickly go over those documents that were dropped for Idaho since there's a hearing tomorrow. And then we're gonna jump into all the new crap that's floating around in the Sebastian Rogers case and talk about that for sure. Too many commercials. I have that turned down to the lowest setting it can be. Bariqua, I'm so sorry. I really wish I could control it more. It is down at the lowest setting. I did that the last time somebody said something, and it just stays there. I don't mess with it daily. Miss Cassie's in the house. Hello. I hope you're feeling better, Cass. I hope that the child is too. I hope he's doing okay. That stomach stuff is no fun. Meatballs. How old is your grandson, Anonymous? Those meatballs were those movies were a little touchy, I think. They were great though. The old one. Oh, the newer ones aren't so bad. I think Meatballs 5, they're nothing like the originals with Bill Murray and stuff were. That's funny though. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat, if you will. Please hit the like button. Miss Kimber's in the house. Welcome back, Miss Kimber. Thank you, Mind of Monsters. I appreciate you. I tried best I can to have it on lowest setting. She says YouTube controls them commercials, but hey, guys, it helps Dago, so it's not a bad thing. And I do appreciate that very much. Let's see. Sasha Buerge, I think. Maybe Buerge. Thank you for joining us. It doesn't look like that. Pebbles, come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Get everybody in here. As many as we can in here before I get rolling on that stuff. Thank you, Miss Doodles. There is the link for Mind of Monsters. Appreciate you very much. Fergie. Ferg, thank you. I appreciate that because I always slaughter people's names and I don't like doing that. So Sasha Burgie. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Miss Victoria, always happy to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us, Sasha Burgee. Cool. Doodlebug is a rock star. That's no lie. Yes, the Ryan Larson case is still unsolved. It's very sad. Very sad. There was so little attention given to that case. It bugs me. It really does. Yes, I will be, Carl. I will be covering that for sure. Absolutely. So hang loose, everybody. No, I do. Oh yeah, I always have them on, boss. These, I always have these on. I take them off when I sleep. Otherwise, I'd probably beat the hell out of myself. And it's great to see you here, Al. Thank you for joining us, bro. Appreciate you very much. Let me see. Is he feeling better, Cassie? I hope. Come on in, everybody. Grab a chair. Oh, that's awesome, Cass. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you're feeling okay too. Very much so. It's awesome. Move that just in case. Miss Kells, welcome to you. Oh yeah, they're buddies. They became friends quickly. Oh yes, I get that, Cassie. I get that. Don't scratch. You'll ruin them. Thank you though, Rocky. Yeah, they're little friends now. They definitely chase each other around the house and play all day. Yes, Doodle is amazing, guys. Absolutely amazing. She does an amazing job, as do all the rest of these amazing moderators. Miss Brandy, Miss Sherry, Molly, SRB, um, good Lord, Cassie, of course. There's War Eagle. They all do wonderful in here. They all do, and there's more. There's more. They're just not all Miss Cammy. Um, they're just a lot of them aren't in here all the time, but they do when they're here. They do a hell of a job, and I am very, very grateful for them all because I would not, could not, and definitely never should not try to do this without them because they're amazing. Robin Buondono, Bu. There's another one. I'm going to butcher it. Buondono, Buon Buonadono. I think I said that right. If I didn't, I'm so sorry. But welcome to you. Where's Clue? I didn't see Clue come in here yet. If either way, she's gonna get me. I got her back. She got me 100 times on that, but either way, welcome, Clue. Good to see you, dear. So, and thank you for jumping in here. There she is. Just came in. I didn't see her come in. Alicia J. Good to see you. That's awesome. Phenomena. Phenomena. Thank you, Doodle. There's a link for Clue's channel, guys. I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, have already gone over subscribe. But if you haven't, please do. Get a look. See is in the house. And again, hello. Thank you for the coverage of Justice for Timmy D's. Thank you and God bless. And guys, again, yes, we will be going back to that again. And there's a few other cases I'm going to be looking into that are kind of linked in a way with that one from around the same area, and some things that I'm not comfortable with. So we're looking into those too. We definitely are looking into those too. Not often, Albariqua, but we do. We both sleep. Interesting. Welcome, Heather, and thank you for that input. Appreciate you very much. Again, for those of you that didn't remember or didn't know, there is a hearing tomorrow in the Idaho case, and it's blacked out. We're not gonna be able to see it, but I will be trying to um, cover what I can with it. So I'm going to show those documents real fast and go from there and move forward. So for those of you that aren't here for that, just be patient with us. Hang out, please, and we'll get to the most of what the show is going to be in regards to Sebastian's case. But I figured because that hearing is tomorrow, I would hurry up and show you guys those documents so that you know what's going on. Hopefully, Twiz doesn't get arrested tomorrow. Yes, I agree. I agree. I do agree. I hope he's safe. Okay. It's always good to hear something. There's a lot of things that channels and stuff that I won't listen to, that I don't care for, but I'll still listen to it because we do learn some things here and there. So it's at least worth that in some senses to me. Do you know what I mean? Let me see if where these at. Where did I leave these at? Here it is. Right there. I left it right there. Right there, right there. Not really, Mom, but he lives very close to the Idaho, to Idaho, so he goes to that one. Oh yeah, we're gonna be covering that too, War Eagle. I'm doing a little bit of both. Um, that way, when we get these documents out of the way, those will be ready for the hearing for tomorrow, and then the rest of it will be the other stuff about Sebastian. So yes. So, hold on a minute here. Did I go past it? I must have. Because there's so much to look at and so many documents. It is crazy. So I covered all the documents that dropped on the 6th. Yes, I agree, Mom, I do agree, Mom. Sorry. Um, Great to see you, Miss Sherry. Thank you for joining us, Miss Wisdom Speaks. Appreciate you. Annie Ruler, hola to you and welcome. We got 115 peeps in here, guys. Please make sure you're hitting that like button and let's get this out there so we can. In that algorithm, I appreciate you very much. All right, guys. So, like I said, I covered everything that dropped on the 6th. Then we had a document that dropped on the 7th and two documents that dropped as of the 9th. Welcome, Barb Barb Daly. Barb Daly, welcome. And thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very, very much. I hope you enjoy your time here and want to come back time and time again. So thank you for popping in here. You are very much appreciated. Please welcome all the new people, guys. You people with open arms, as we do with everybody. Please, please, please. So there is one on the 7th. I'm gonna show you that first, and then two from the 9th. And I think some of these are just you guys are gonna. That's why there's just gonna be a quick rollover, and then if need be, at the very end, if we need to go back, if anybody has questions, we can go back and talk about them. So this one here is stipulated motion to seal. defendant's witness and exhibit list. Comes now Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorneys of record and with a no objection from the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, and hereby moves this court for an order to seal the defendant's witness and exhibit list in support of fourth and fifth motions to compel pursuant to ICAR 32. Thank you so very much, Holly Ramsey. I appreciate that very much. Thanks. It's just Barb. Okay, I will call you just Barb then. Stipulated. So this motion is made pursuant to ICAR 32 I2D and E and IC 741241B and C because the documents contain facts or statements that might threaten or endanger the life or safety of individuals. 2, it's necessary to preserve the right to a fair trial, and disclosure would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. So there is why. And these are just like the other documents that we see. This is the stipulated motion to seal defendant's witness and exhibit list. Okay. So they're trying to seal, they're motioning to the stipulation. Sorry. It's a stipulated motion to seal the defendant's witness and exhibit list. Okay. They don't want the names of the witnesses and the exhibit out there, evidence exhibits out there for that. Well, that too, Pebbles. Good point. So there is that. Now that's the first one that dropped on the 7th, the day after the last stuff did. Show. And then next, the first one from the 9th. Excuse me. This is State of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Order sealing the defendant's witness and exhibit list. Okay. So this is where the order was put in. The court having before it the stipulated motion to seal defendant's witness and exhibit list and good cause appearing now. Therefore, it is hereby ordered that the defendant's witness and exhibit list in support of fourth and fifth motions to compel shall be sealed pursuant to ICAR 32, which I had no doubt, folks. So this is all of the defendant's info. They want this sealed and locked away, which I knew that was going to happen, you guys. I mean, we had to know that, so don't worry about it. That was dropped as of the 9th. So anything that is talked about in relation to that tomorrow, we would have known about it anyway. Just saying, excuse me. So there is that one. And then the secondary one that was dropped on the 9th. Well, hello, LA. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today, dear. This one again. This is the order permitting Zoom participation at hearing for the defense witnesses. Okay. The court having before it the stipulated motion for order permitting Zoom participation at hearing for the defense witnesses and good cause appearing now. Therefore, it is hereby ordered that defense witnesses Leah Larkin and Becca Barlow shall be allowed to participate via Zoom at the hearing currently scheduled for May 16th. Okay, so this document is for the hearing on Thursday. Sorry. At 3 p.m. The court shall provide Zoom information for both experts to appear at the hearing. So ordered, 5/9/234 p.m. Signed by Judge. So this is in regards to IGG stuff, I gotta venture to say. And I think that's it. So we do know that Leah, of course, you already knew that Leah Larkin and Becca Barlow were going to be doing their thing. So I think there should be another one too. I'm surprised there wasn't a document for that, but that's okay. And that's it, guys, as far as documents go. And this is stipulated, obviously, or not stipulated, but yeah, stipulated for the May 16th hearing. And I have on my calendar there's a hearing tomorrow, 1:30. So I think I remember that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll just have to follow Twitter and report to you the best I can. There is our lovely Miss Molly. There's her channel. She's so very talented, guys. Please check that one out if you haven't yet. Yeah, I thought there was Pebbles. There's one tomorrow and the 16th, so we'll see. I don't know what the deal is with the 16th. I'm guessing that it's going to be broadcast. If it is, we'll be watching it, so don't worry about it. I'm hoping that it is, Carolyn. I definitely am hoping if it's public, because there hasn't been any kind of document stated that it's not public. If it is public, then we're watching it. End of story. We'll see what it's about, and maybe there'll be things spoken about on Thursday that are talked about tomorrow that we didn't get to hear. Who knows? I doubt it, but we'll see. Joanne says they're both closed. They're both closed. Okay. Well, there we go then. My apologies, folks. Again, I'll be following both of them via Twitter then. That sucks. Welcome, Becky Strider. Interesting. Well, I missed the document where that one was closed, but that's okay. Welcome, Joanne. Good to see you today. My apologies, folks. Not trying to put out misinformation, but I just didn't realize that one was closed as well. And I hope that doesn't mean that the rest of them are going to be closed from here on out, because that's not cool. And I'm sure that we'll get secondhand information after the fact somehow, and we'll have to see. If they're closed, though, that means nobody's allowed in there. So I'm curious to see how we're going to learn anything about what's going on in there. That's going to be the problem. I just don't know. So I'm sure there'll be some kind of formal documents that will be dropped eventually about something. So we'll see. Interesting. So sorry, folks. Sorry. And when they're closed, they're closed. Nothing we can do about that. War Eagle says the one on the 16th was pre-closed long ago. It's the tomorrow that was just, I knew that. So maybe that's why I must have forgot about the one from the 16th. I get these dates so screwed up in my head. Yeah, that's a good point, Pebbles. Or Mr. Bob. No, Jay. I'm thinking of the other case. And that's sad because the defense wanted them both open, that I remember. Yeah, it's okay, Carolyn. No big deal. There's so many dates and so many things that they guys with all these crazy hearings one after another, and it's hard to keep up with some of it. So my apologies, everyone. I kind of feel like that's the case too, LA. Since they are completely blacked out from us, I have a feeling there's going to be stuff talked about that we probably really want to hear. So I'll be honest with you. You know what I mean? It is. It is very confusing at times. So that's it with the documents, guys. We now know that they're going to have Zoom for that for those two witnesses per se. I believe the witness list and listings had to be turned in by the 10th. So there's that. Thank you, Miss Doodle, again. Grab life by the meatballs, become a member. And that's how you do it. If you would like to become a member, guys, just click that link and here you go. Judge said may have been open at one point during the hearing and then reversed. Of course, yeah. That's what I thought too, but it is what it is. $5 months ago. Yeah, I can agree with you on that. Probably 2014. I agree with you on that too, Pebbles. You got to have that sheet, and it's the only way it works. Yeah, I gotta say that the judicial side of it does owe the public a little bit of an explanation to some things. Maybe not all of it. Maybe not all of it, but I do believe that they do. The judicial system there themselves does owe a little bit of an explanation to some things to the public. I'm not saying everything, and I'm not saying all the pieces of info and evidence and stuff like that. I'm just saying that some of the stuff does need to be should be put out there to the public to keep things straight, also to avoid all the speculative craziness. So that's my opinion. Um, Thank you very much, Miss Doodle. Appreciate you very much for that. And I appreciate anybody that does donate to support the channel in that way. We do not ever expect it, you guys, but we most definitely do appreciate it. It does help in a lot of ways. So thank you for that very, very much. And thank you, Miss Zelda, as well. Word on the street is that Bill handed over cast discovery for the 14th. Who knows if it's true or complete? It's a great point, LA. We don't know. Thank you, Pebbles. I appreciate that. Part of the hearing is the TUI letter, which is related to IGG and FBI process. We will not get to hear any of that. Probably, I agree with you on that. It'll be if we do Eagle, it's going to be from leaks or word of mouth or something. So therefore, we'll never know what's true and what's not. Unfortunately, so well, unless it does make it to trial, and at the trial and it comes out, we'll hear it then. Right? They are hiding behind that. Yes, ma'am. In some ways, I agree with that too. We will see in court documents. Most likely, yes. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe trial, hopefully. FBI covering for the state. I don't know what the deal is, Eagle. Who knows, honestly? I don't think the FBI does not have to hand anything over if they don't. Well, I'm not saying they don't have to, but they do what they want to do regardless. It's just their thing. So why all of a sudden did this woman show up being a roommate that was shared to me? Well, she's been around the whole time, Betty. We've known from the beginning. Some of us have very beginning that she existed at some point as a roommate. Why now did she come out? I'm not honestly. I can't give an answer to that. It's interesting to me as well, but I just don't know. I'm gonna call 2027, Steven. I'm just gonna be safe and say that the trial will be in 2027. I could be way off. Who knows? Yeah, they're talking about Ashland Couch Pebbles. I go back and forth, wonder if the FBI is covering for the state or the state thought they could blame the FBI and not have the answer. Who knows? Those are great questions. They really are. And it makes you wonder. Definitely makes you wonder. Thank you, Miss Zelda. And thank you to anybody that does purchase anything via the wish list there. All of the stuff on there is for what I do here. It's all equipment that I use here and will need to use here, microphones, things like that. And of course, the coffee. So anything that's ever purchased off there and sent this direction, guys, God, please know how much I really appreciate that. You have no idea. I could not do this without all that stuff and everybody that does that. So thank you again. Um, a lot of people will, Pebbles. That's the sad thing because everybody wants to know everything. That's the problem. That's what makes it so hard. Again, thank you for that, Zelda. Miss Salty, True Crime in the house. What's up, ma'am? Thank you for joining us today. And I got two of my producers in here. Salty, True Crime, and Doodlebug definitely help me to produce the things that I do in here. I couldn't do it without these ladies because they really, really keep me and keep my head above water. Of course, we got Miss Molly that does it as well. She's just not here right now. So no worries. But I thank you all for joining me in that sense too. It definitely can throw your blood pressure up. That's no lie, Victoria. Let's see here. I don't think 127 people in here. Please, guys, hit the like button when you come through the door. Mega match how many people we have in here so we can get this in the algorithm, guys, because that's what YouTube wants. Thank you for that. Amen to that one, Ro. We just want the truth for the 4 victims. Absolutely 1,000,000%. Sounds great, Alicia. And thank you for being here with us again. True justice. Amen to that, Pebbles. Not just answers, but we want true justice and closure to some extent for these families. And the truth and all the answers that should be put out there for the families to have to what happened, I gotta say that's what is expected and what is wanted, and nothing more, nothing less. And that's a sad truth, you guys. That's a sad, sad truth, to be honest with you. I have to agree with Miss Sherry at that point. We may never know the full and actual truth, you guys. That's fact. That's absolute fact. Depending on what it is, we just may never know, and that's sad. But and I hope that if we don't out here, that at least the families will know. That's what bugs me so much. I pray that they do know and end up knowing what the real truth is to what happened to their loved ones, because that's only fact. That's only fair. By then, the damage is done. I think they may always question if they truly. I think I think everybody will always question or even wonder, Pebbles, if that's what I mean, what the truth is. To be honest with you, that's just my opinion. Just saying. And how are we to know? Honestly, how are we to know the actual truth as to what's real and what's not? Do you know what I'm saying? How is that even going to be possible? Because we don't. Let me see here. My poor son. Having experiences with girls already. It's just not fair. Oh, whoa.
What's up?
Nothing. Are you mad at me?
What?
Are you mad at me
For what?
for dropping off the thing like I did?
No.
I'm messing with you. I know you're not. We do it to each other. That was a good one though. You got to say that was good.
That was really good. I did not see it coming.
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, listen. If I only get one, that's all that matters to me. You got me how many times with that?
Enough.
So we're even. I won't keep doing it to you. Oh, Annie, I don't know. This my poor kid. This he was dating this crazy girl for prom, which I showed you guys the picture. Pictures came in, this and that, and everything else. And he broke up with her because of stories he heard. I don't blame him. I would too. And she wouldn't leave him alone. She confronted him in the halls and like attacked him, and like they had to separate. They had to yank him into another room and this and that. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, it's the first time already, and he's just not even 18 yet, so it's insane. But
Dear
he's
Lord.
he's okay. He's okay.
All I'm
He's a,
going to say, if she's crazy that young, good
oh
riddance.
yeah, I know. That's exactly what me and his mom said. And then she sent a book, and I mean, my wife had to scroll 4 times to get through the whole thing to my wife about all these things on Messenger, and then to his brother. And I warned her early on. I said, if something happens between my son and you, do not contact us. This is just, we don't do that. This is his business, his thing. If he makes choices, then those are his choices. First thing she did. You know what? But anyway, I'm glad that I had my worries. Like I said, she had asked him, ask your dad if you can spend the night prom.
Mm.
No. And she was talking to him about that's why she wanted him to. Because then we can, yeah. No, you're not trapping my child, you idiot. Sorry.
Wait, then they can what?
You want me to say it?
No, but I mean, you're talking about
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, huh. That.
oh no, she'd
That
be
came
one
out
of
after.
them.
That came
She'd
out
be
after
one.
the. Yes.
She'd be one to be like, "Don't worry, I'm on birth control." You
100%.
liar.
And he doesn't, he's never done anything. So it would be a new experience. And I'm like, brakes, pump them brakes hard. Sorry, no. Nope. And I stopped that quick. And then this happens shortly thereafter. I'm like,
Oh, but how cute would grandbabies be though?
I have 6 of them. I don't need any more right now. Not this one. He don't need them right now for sure. Yeah. No, 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 no. And I know he doesn't need to fall into that trap, is what it is, because he doesn't understand all that at this point because of his issues. Kaden, I'm trying to talk. Can you stay in there and stay out of the conversation? I don't care if I'm talking about you. Um, yeah, it's definitely a no-no. So, I mean, the fact that she even brought that up told me a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? In itself. Excuse me. And he told me the truth about it. He was like, he even told her, I ain't ready for that. So, and come to find out, which I didn't know ahead of time, or that would have been stopped a long time ago, because he still is under the age of 18. Her ex-boyfriend was 28 years old, is 28 years old. She's 15. You don't think something was wrong with that? Nope.
What are you doing?
The hell is wrong with these people? Too much. Anyway, so moving on. Moving on. So, yeah, those are the things we've been dealing with, but he's good now. He's good. So, anyway, so moving along, we did the documents, this and that. Everybody has seen all the new drama, and I don't mean drama, but drama. Welcome, Miss Marian Tate. Wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us today. That is out and about surrounding, yeah, Holly, 28. Welcome, Faith. Good to see you. And Andy. Miss Kim, welcome. I see you this time for sure. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us. What did you say, Brandy, up here? Kaden, your noodle will come off if you do that before marriage. Yeah. Well,
Oh,
hey. Hey, Allison, good to see you
Wait,
today, hon.
what?
Your trip.
This case is, well, it's again, situation.
Of course. Of
It's
course.
like, it's crazy. Like, I can't even.
Every day. Every
I'm
day. Every day there's something new. Every day.
trying to tell you, these people up here in Tennessee are off the chain, Bo. Like, Bo, I've never seen
Mm-hmm.
stuff like this. Like, I
I
got a headache. My head hurts. Like, I was sitting there on my birthday and my Discord was just ping, 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 ping. And I'm like, what is
mhm.
going on? Then I'm seeing stuff about these dog handlers and oh my gosh, like it's just it's insanity. Like
I have
it's
I listen,
crazy.
it is. It is beyond crazy. I have a feeling that after tonight, I'm gonna give 48 hours. Something is gonna happen. I'm not saying it's gonna be dealt with and it's over and all. No, but something's gonna happen. Something big's gonna happen, I think. I'm gonna
Yeah, it's
give it
gonna
two
happen
days.
tonight at 7 o'clock.
Well,
Sep's
we're
gonna be
after
on there
today.
running his mouth.
After all this stuff comes out, I think tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, something else is going to come big. That's why I'm saying I don't know, but and the thing I'm confused about is if he's got a lawyer now, why is his lawyer letting him talk?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand that. I just don't understand that. I want to know. I do want to know these things. Okay, I want to know certain things, but yeah, you're right. Salty's coming in hot. I agree. It's enough. Like I think enough of us have been. I know Salty has. She voiced her opinion the other day. Like enough is enough. This needs to change. Something needs to stop. Whatever it is what it is. Things need to change. So all I can say, and I agree. I do agree. I agree. I think so too. Not sure what, but something is. Yeah, I just have that feeling. It's weird. Um, wait, what was the other one? I think so. Nope, that's not it either. The lawyer was so he could obtain this. Oh, okay. I got you. I don't understand why he would need that though. If they were related to him or his child, like I guess. I don't know. I
Well,
don't
it's
know. Josh.
crazy. Just thinking about that in general. Like Seth has a lawyer. He is lawyered up. This child went missing from Chris and Katie's house, and they have not lawyered up.
Right. I agree. Welcome, Heather Dawn. Salty says, I stand with Katie and Sebastian. I could care less about this damn man. I can hear her voice saying that too. You're a trip, Salty. I get it. I do. I feel so bad for Katie at this point. Bill Cosby. Wow. You guys, you trolls are a trip. Um, what was I gonna say? I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, I feel so bad um for Katie at this point. And I can't believe people made a big deal because you wanted to send flowers for Mother's Day because of everything she's gone through. I think
Oh
it's
my
a
gosh, she
very
was
a
so.
very sweet thing to do. And why is that a problem? Why are people angry about that? Explain that to me.
I don't know, but it was so bad. Like Chris had given me the heads up and told
Uh-huh.
me that she had gotten them, and he was like, "You can call her now." And like she couldn't. I mean, like the girl could not talk.
Because of
Like I'm not kidding. And
because
she
she was
was
so
like,
moved.
"Yes," like she
Hmm.
was bawling, dude.
Good. I mean, not good that she was crying, but I
No, I
mean,
know.
it shows her that there's people that do care. You know what I mean? That's what it
Yeah.
means.
And then she proceeded to tell me about. She was like, "I really needed this today." She's like, "I've been just like getting so much hate online. Like it's crazy.
Yes.
Like the stuff that people were sending her and things like that. It's just like, are you freaking kidding me, dude? Like, I don't know what. Even like I swear, even in the beginning, like I too was very suspect of the two of them,
Listen,
especially after meeting Seth and hearing what he had to say. But even if I were still there, I would not be harassing her online. Like, I'm not going to seek you out, send you a dirty message or
right,
anything like
right.
that. It's just, it's crazy.
And I think Chris even stated that in one of his earlier interviews that he could, and I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I'm sorry. But I think he even said that they understood why people would look at them in a certain type of way because Katie was the last person seen with Sebastian and that knew that
Yeah.
Sebastian, what was going on. And which is understandable. Every one of us were kind of like, I said it. I said, I have questions. I do. That's questionable to me. What's the deal? As things moved forward and things moved on and things changed and things happened and things didn't happen, I put myself into perspective with it and said, you know what? This is not the parents, and this is just me, guys. That doesn't mean it stands for everybody, okay? But I'm not gonna go after these people. They're going through enough with their child being missing. And I've blown up a couple times already about how everything else has been thrown at these people, all of these people. And I don't believe in any of that stuff. So I'm just, ugh, I don't get it. But then who am I to say? I'm just a stepdad. I don't know anything. You know what I mean? So hey, it is what it is. Um, but I do have questions. I've always had questions. Um, and like I said earlier on, I said, there's a lot going on, but I've come to a conclusion in my mind. And it's my own personal theory that I said that, truly believe that whole situation that I was talking about earlier in Clue Stream, for anybody that didn't hear me, was that the basis of this very possibly could be that he was supposed to be going to stay with his father and he was not happy about that. And all it takes is one little thing like that to trigger a child that has things in their mind like this, and they will obsess over it to the point where they have to deal with it. Okay. It's time to leave because I'm not going there. I don't want to go there. I have to go. I have to get away from here before they take me there. That's my thought on this. And I feel really strong about that. I'll be honest with you guys. I do. So, um, I can't fathom anything else at this point. And I just feel like there was another piece of that could have opportune that somebody did something else after he did walk out of that house. That's all I'm saying. And he did, like I said, after when I made the decision is when it was stated that he did not no longer want to go there. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
But it is though. See, that's the thing, Carolyn, is that it was, I think almost everybody in the United States, the school year ends right around the end of May, beginning of June. Maybe some early. I think Indiana, their kids are or not Indiana, or maybe it is Indiana. Mama Bear, you're in here. When your kids get out, it like within a week or so, don't they, or something like that? Middle of June, middle of May, and I think it goes from middle of May to the beginning of June is when everybody in the United States is done with school. So it was coming up, saying, okay. Now, understand why I said that I think that. It doesn't have to do with the fact that it was May 31st. Okay, that's right. Same time as mine. But anyway, somebody I talked to said their kids were getting out like the 15th of June or May or something. But anyway, what I explained earlier in Clue's stream was that if he heard a conversation possibly about that, it could have been talked to that, talked about where Seth said that he was accepted. That conversation could have been heard. These kids, I'm telling you, they hear a lot, okay? Because they listen very well to those things. Welcome, Doc. Good to see you, Draw. And that could have been a trigger. And in his mind, it was happening right now, is what I'm trying to say, you guys. And it's something that he couldn't let go of. So he had to leave to get away from it. Does that make any sense to anybody? Excuse me. Because he definitely did not want to go to school online. And the reason why he all of a sudden did not want that, we were even told by family member, this isn't speculation, okay? He didn't want to go there because he didn't want to do online schooling. He had, and somebody else made a great point earlier. He did not want to leave something he just got. They just moved there 2 years prior to that. He just got into the school. He probably started making friends because he's getting older and he's changing and is dealing with things differently. And he probably did make some friends. It's something he didn't have for a long time, you guys. So understand that. We heard from his parents that he stated one time that all he wanted was to have friends. So if he finally got them, and you're going to take him away from that at this point and put him in homeschooling, what is that going to do psychologically? It's bad, folks. It's very bad. And I think he ran from that situation because draws in here, guys. We can ask her. Children that are like this will take something, a scenario that is, it could be 3 months from now, 6 months from now, when they hear it at that point. If he heard it, it's happening right now in his mind, guys. Right now, it's in his mind. It's stuck in his mind. He's got to deal with it right now. That's just how they are. That's how this child is. Okay. I've dealt with this a lot. And I'm telling you, that could be what sparked him, triggered him, and he bolted because of that, because he felt like he had to get away from that situation before it happened. Okay. And I'm just saying, it's something that I'm pretty strongly feeling at this moment. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I'll be wrong. Okay. Any single solitary thing, anything, you could drop a cup on the floor that was his favorite cup and it's a trigger. So understand that there's a lot to that, but I have a very strong feeling about this. Okay. If I'm wrong, then I'll be wrong. I'll be absolutely wrong. I'm okay with that.
I mean, it could even be a situation where he felt like if he did that, like maybe he just wanted to run. So maybe, I don't know, maybe when he came back or whatever, they would miss him so much and they wouldn't make him go or something. And he went
I
out
mean,
there and got
yeah,
lost.
yeah, it could be. It could be. And Carolyn, I'm not disagreeing that could have happened about packing things, but if it was an instantaneous, there's a link in chat for you, Draw. If it was an instant thought because of the feeling that he had, you're gonna go. If you have to get away now, they're gonna go. Okay, I'm just saying, just saying. And that's why I feel like that was the initial phase. I have a horrible feeling that when that happened, that somebody grabbed him. That's what is the part of it that really bothers me, because there was no sign of him after that. So I could be completely wrong, you guys. This is just my own personal feeling. Welcome, Doc. Thank you for joining us today. How are you?
Oh, thanks for having me up. Hi, Miss Clue. Hi,
Hello.
Dagon. Um,
Always. I hope you had a wonderful Mother's Day, first and foremost.
well, I have to be honest with you. It was the worst Mother's Day of my life. We won't go into that. Only
Oh,
it's very
Lord.
selfish of me, very selfish because I've launched my kids successfully as of this year, right, into the
Yes.
world. And
Yes.
so, and I, as you may have gleaned by now, I've been a single mother my whole life. So here
Yes.
I am, like I'm sitting here, oops, excuse me. I'm
You're
sitting
okay.
here knitting and, with taking care of two freaking dogs who are chi-chiing and poping on, in my house. So it was kind of a little depressing. But then I had to say to myself, you know what? I did successfully launch my children and I'm being selfish.
I understand. I get it.
But okay, let's go back to what you had to say. I mean, this kind of goes back to what Clue said last week, which
Mm,
is, basically from what we know, unless the police are totally lying, all three have been cleared. They don't, the police are claiming that there's no foul play that they can,
Draw. Draw. I'm sorry to interrupt. Keep talking. I have to run to the front of the house. There's 3 fire trucks in front of my house. I'll be right back.
uh-oh. Are you there, Miss Clue?
I'm here.
Yeah. So I agree with what you said last week, which is, you know, these parents have been freaking cleared as far as we know. I mean, of course the police could lie, right? But I just think at this point, when I earlier I thought, well, if he'd had a meltdown, a kid with a meltdown is not going to run away in the midst of an autistic meltdown. But if he was not having an autistic meltdown and he were just having his normal life, and he's
Mhm.
15 and an adolescent, and he overhears that he's going to freaking online school, I mean, I'm not kidding, man. I mean, I've had this very similar experience with My older child, we had to move right at the first day of her, or she knew that she was going to move after her first year of high school. And the night before her first year of high school, I mean, it was just like she wanted to run away. I mean, this is very normal. So for that adolescent development age, regardless of whether you're on the spectrum or not. So I don't know where you are right now, Clue, but I'm kind of with Dago at this point. Maybe that he decided he wanted to leave, and maybe that his parents would miss him, or that he was going to get away from this concept of having to go into homeschool because he was desperate. And this is the age where the friend group, the peer group, does replace the parental unit. It's very normal from 15 to 20. That's what happens. So maybe so my thinking, I know I'm driveling on here. My thinking is, let's say he did say, I'm out of here, man. And he decides to go run away or whatever. And then he meets with foul play.
Well,
What do you think?
so they gonna be trying to take credit for everything. I'm just saying,
I'm sure this was your idea.
not all the way, but I told him the time works out because when we met Seth for the first time,
Right.
Sebastian had been missing for a week.
Okay.
And Seth told us the day we met him that he just got the email last week where Sebastian had been accepted to the online school.
There you go.
So if Chris and Katie were on the phone and maybe talking about that, it definitely could have been something where he runs.
Yep.
Agreed.
Yeah. I mean, to me, did you hear what I had to say to Miss Clue while you were
A
gone?
little bit, but there
Just
were like I
basically, from initially, like I went on some other channel weeks ago and said, I went over the whole concept of autism spectrum and basically said if a child's in the middle of a quote quote meltdown, an autistic meltdown, they're not going
yes,
to run away. Usually they go and they try to, 25 feet away, 50 yards, whatever,
go
and they
go
they try to
hide.
settle
Yeah,
themselves down, right?
right.
But if he was just having a normal teenage moment,
Mm-hmm.
as I was just telling to Clue, it is totally that developmentally, regardless of whether somebody's on the spectrum or not, from age 15 to 20 is the age where a child's friend group, and it's good and it's normal. The friend
Mm-hmm.
group replaces the intense need for the parental unit. So if he felt that he was at risk of losing a friend group, that could be enough motive for him to want to Splitsville. Do you know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And then perhaps after splitting, he met with foul play. So that's, because what I was telling Clue is, and, parenthetically, and I'm sure Clue knows, I don't like Chris's, he's got a dirty mouth. I don't like his attitude, but that does not a foul play person make. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yes, ma'am.
And they've been cleared. I mean, the parents, from what we can understand, have been cleared. So
Absolutely.
how can you say, for sure they did something? I think right now that I think they, but then where do you begin to look, guys? That's my question.
Well, and that's something I've said for a while now. We noticed that law enforcement, and I don't want to say cleared. Nobody's cleared,
All
but
right,
law
sorry, I
enforcement has.
shouldn't have used that. My
No.
bad.
You're fine. You're fine. But they've come out themselves and stated that all of the parents have been completely cooperative. That there's
Wait, say that
absolutely
again. I missed what you said.
that the parents have all been absolutely cooperative with law enforcement. Is what they
Cooperative.
said.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
and then have also said that there is no reason to believe that there is foul play involved in that sense either. Seth is not
Right.
in jail. Katie and Chris are not in jail. I'm sorry to say, but I believe after 70 some odd days, they would have been arrested at this point if there was some involvement. That's just my opinion. So I can't understand getting on board with people that think that they're involved in this somehow. I just can't. Okay. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Okay.
Well, I mean, it makes sense to me, but then I think, because I definitely waffle. I have to be honest, but then I have to be honest with myself and say, step back, take a breath, Amy, and look beyond people's profanity or whatever, and stop it. And I'm talking to myself when I say stop it.
I get it. I get it.
And and I say, let's be a little bit more critical thinking here, and I'm with Clue and with you. Now, here's the thing. Miss Clue just told. Can you say that again, Miss Clue? What about the email thing?
Oh, so Sebastian had been missing a week when we met Seth, and he told us the day we met him last week he had gotten the email saying that Sebastian had been accepted into the school
Yep.
near him, but it was going to be online school, right?
Right.
And again, Chris had stated, because somebody asked him in one of his interviews, was Sebastian excited about going to live with his dad? And Chris said, he said, well, it depended on the day, but not more recently. No, because he didn't want to do homeschooling. Here's my question. Let me back that up for a minute too, since that's been brought up. Why did he need to go into homeschooling? He was doing fine in public schools at Chris and Katie's. So if he was going to Seth's, why did he need to go to homeschooling? I don't
That's what
understand
I
that.
want to know because he was mainstreamed in the
Yes.
mainstream
Yes.
classroom. So
Absolutely.
evidently there was
Seth,
no cognitive issue or special ed per se issue. There may have
Well,
been,
Seth,
but
Seth answered that question on the last. I think it was the
oh hi.
the hey, Dry. I think it was the last panel that he and Tony did together. Maybe it was something real recent. He addressed that and said something to the effect of so that Sebastian could get the counseling he needed and
Bull.
Yeah,
should
but
have
that's not
should
the
have been
first
That's
getting.
reason he gave.
totally nonsensical.
it doesn't make
Right,
sense.
because I'm telling y'all, that's not the first reason he gave. The first reason he said it was something to do with behavior.
Yeah,
Okay.
but guess
But
what, guys? Guess what? If you have a behavioral issue, you don't solve a child's behavioral issue by isolating them.
no, it makes it worse. It absolutely will make
It's
it
like
worse.
solitary confinement.
Yes. And here's the thing. And again, I know that every child's different. I keep seeing people saying that, but in a lot of ways, they're the same in some ways. Okay. They're different in a lot of ways, but there are some similarities. And I know this for a fact because I've experienced it. Okay. Um, i- if I don't, he has an IEP. Okay. He has an IEP. That's what the IEP helps with, and all of those things. If he's having behavioral issues, okay, all you're going to do by taking him away from his friends that he has made, that he struggled for so long to have, is make him lash out even more. Okay. So that had to have been communicated to somebody when they were told. I mean, there's got to be counseling. Is there not? And if there's
Yeah,
not, then I mean,
there is.
right.
And let me tell you, just as a practitioner, when I have children who have significant, I'm talking like really significant behavioral issues, they're on the spectrum and they're in school and they become a danger, let's say. I'm not kidding, man. The
Oh, yeah.
goal
Yeah.
is not to put them into solitary confinement and put them, so to speak, and put them on video, whatever it's called. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Right.
Homeschooling. The goal, what I do anyway, is I do an emergency evaluation, figure out what is triggering the kid, and if they need more medicine or more intervention, and then we
Yeah.
work with the school and we get them back into their
And
normal routine.
And it does work, you guys, because when Caden received his IEP, he automatically received a counselor. He's been
Yep.
going to a counselor from the moment he had it for second grade, I think is when he finally got it. Excuse me. We had him not analyzed. Oh my God. Evaluated.
Evaluated.
Thank you. Sorry. At first grade, they wouldn't do anything until he was 6. And it took us well over a year and a half to get the IEP put in place. From that IEP will follow him through college should he choose to go to college, by the
Yep.
way. Okay.
Yep.
And he gets counseling any way he wants it in home. We had people coming to our house over the summers, taking walks with him, talking to him, doing this. They put him back because he did have those behavioral issues with the "Hi, I'm Caden. I want to be your friend" in your face thing. Okay. People were weirded out by that and him touching. He's always very, very like he has to touch you and he wants to hug people and things like that. People were not comfortable with that. They figured out how to make him understand that that is uncomfortable to people and he doesn't do it anymore. He will do it to me and people that he's close to, but no longer does he do that stuff. And that's because he stayed in school, because we thought about the homeschooling too, because we didn't know what was going to happen. I'm telling you, it would be the worst mistake to take him out of a school, and unless he is completely not functional, okay, if he's very, very low functioning. So at that point, I don't understand that thought process. One second.
I agree.
Who's the person? I can't, me, I'm on my phone, I'm knitting right now, and I see a purple circle with
Oh,
some.
Mama Bear.
Oh, hi, Mama Bear. What do
Hi,
you
honey.
think?
I don't know. From somebody who has a child who is doing homeschooling online,
Uh huh.
um, I can say that it's a lot harder than what people.
Oh
What
yeah.
did I scare you again and not even mean to? Did
No, somebody got hit.
oh
We just had 3
oh
squads and a fire truck go down our road, like balls to the wall. And Randy walked down, and kid got hit on his bike, and he's
oh
Oh dear.
screaming as they were loading him into the squad. So
Oh dear.
oh, that's not good. Um, a lot of people think, online school is, super easy. They just log on their computer, do their work. And maybe that is for some kids, but it's just as much work for the parent
Oh
as
yeah.
it is the child. And a lot of people don't
Absolutely.
realize that. And that was like an eye opener for me as well.
Well, and that's kind of where I was like, if I were Katie, that I think that's where my concern would be. Are you gonna help him? Because at that point, you're not just getting him full time to be the dad. You're also getting him full time to be the teacher.
Exactly.
So
And
what I
if
don't
they
get. Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
No, no. Go ahead.
I mean, if they don't log in to their computer every day, um, it's considered an absence. They have to go to lives that are required. If they're not required, then it's not a big deal. But I mean, there's a lot to it. Um, so it's not, you
it
got
needs a
to
lot of
really,
it needs a lot of parental guidance with it, I believe.
yes, yes, a lot.
Okay, so
And you
here's
need to
my.
really think it through before you do that.
And here's the
my
thing I have to say though, not every child, like, okay, because I've seen some people say some things that were opposite of what I said. There are children, yes, that are autistic, I'm sorry, that don't like to be touched, that don't want to be around people. I understand that, okay? I'm saying my situation, and from what I've gathered from Sebastian's, that would have probably been the opposite of what he needed or wanted, because he wants to be around people and he wants to be out there, is what I'm saying. So that's why I said what I said the way I did, not because I'm saying every child's the same. So go ahead, draw. I'm
No, and
sorry.
that's why they call it an autism spectrum, because
Right.
it's like a rainbow. It goes from one end to the other. Everybody's unique and different, although there are some patterns. But here's my question for you folks. Anybody in chat, which I can't read because I'm half
It's
blind
okay.
here.
It's
But anyway,
okay.
here's my question, guys. Whether folks on panel or folks in chat, what I let's say what I don't understand is then why would he have to move households? That's what I don't get.
Mm.
Well, that's another thing. The way we understood it in the beginning, and if I'm wrong, I know Clue is really good with this. She knows a lot about this part of it. We heard it, and I had to agree with her when we talked about this 2 months ago. After hearing interviews, we heard it as in Seth was going to take him, but he gave him, these were his words, he gave him time to correct his behavior before he took him. So in
100%.
turn, yeah, in turn, Cluminati, does that or does that not sound like a punishment that he's going to his house?
100%. He
Okay.
made Seth himself made it sound like his house. And I'm just gonna say this. I said it earlier. It could be that Chris was like, listen, if you don't want me to give him discipline, he's acting out in school. He cannot get it together. So you do it.
I mean, and that's it right there. So how do I agree with you. Why did it need to be done in a different household? So what my understanding with this part of it is that he was going there, and then because again, it almost sounds like a punishment to me because
I
of
agree.
what has happened, that he's going to be homeschooled. The whole thing would be punishment to him. So think about that. Would that or would that not be a good reason for a child that does not want that to take off? all of that.
It also
Yeah.
makes it sound like it to me. It makes it sound like Seth is the one who, as much stuff as Chris is taking, Seth might be the one who beats him. To be fair, because and I don't mean like out of control.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
But obviously, Seth is looked at as the disciplinarian, right?
From
Or
from the protocol that Seth himself has explained. You're right, because basically
Mhm.
it's like, if you don't, change up your behavior, then you're gonna come here. So you're right. So that
Right.
in the paradigm that he
that effort
Yeah.
ends up leading you to your son, because I know no one
cares
cares
more
more
on this platform or in the world.
Sorry, go ahead.
than
There's a lot of people out there that have been helping me try to find my son. And I appreciate everybody's efforts. And some of the things that Chris and Katie said will come true. I find my son, he's got a lot of people that want to meet him. These people that are out here searching for countless hours and days, that are helping with tips, spreading out flyers, passing information along on Facebook. They all want to meet him, and none of them have.
Mm.
I'm giving them as much information as I can without giving away everything about my son.
Well, you talk about meeting him, and even though people can't meet him, that's what I want this session here to be about. I've seen so many other streams and live shows and so on and so forth, and anything that anybody's doing to get the message out is good. I'm so glad to see sort of a lot of that drama be stripped away, and I want to strip it away a layer even more. And
for
I
Miss Coffin drama.
want to meet
Right.
him right now.
Serious right now?
It's going to come up. It's not up yet, but it's been finished. It's beautiful.
Thank you, Dara.
Beautiful pictures that you provided. So I first want to talk about Katie in a different light. I want to talk about Katie in terms of when you all got married. I just want the audience to understand there was a time when things were
Good
good.
grief.
There was a time when you wanted to join in matrimony
Oh,
and
no.
have a family. So can you bring us back sort of to that day when it happened and so on, and just bring us up
We
until the
got
time?
married the day after my birthday. We got married June 21st, 2008. It was a very hot summer day. I remember our vehicle didn't have air conditioning. I didn't get to spend the night at my house, so I was over sleeping on a couch at a friend's house because you can't be in the house with the bride the night before the wedding. Kind of take the risk. So yeah, and literally the stress of it all. I actually had a migraine the whole night, so it's not like I got to do anything fun or exciting. I was sitting there like, I need water, I need ibuprofen, and I need my head smashed in with a hammer.
What did you wear? Traditional tuxedo, or was it a cowboy wedding? What did you wear?
I wore it was a tuxedo. Well, no, it was a suit, brown suit. She was in a dress, beautiful dress. She was beautiful. I mean, I still remember some of the comments that she made. That she was like, you never.
Big breath. Let's move on, Jen.
No, you ain't caught up on her still.
So that this night occurs. This is, you love her. She loves you.
So we go through. We end up getting married. Walk down the aisle. My dad actually is the one that walked her down the aisle. Afterwards, we had a little country boil at the back of my parents' house. Sat there. There are pictures in my wedding album that I still have. where I'm walking around with a huge bottle of champagne. And that's what I was drinking on all night while other people were drinking beer. I'm carrying a bottle of champagne around, and my mom and dad got us a hotel room and everything. And we got there. There was some expensive cheese and grapes and stuff like that. And she started watching TV, and I was like, I'm drunk. I'm going to bed. And I don't think she ever really forgave me for it or let me forget it either. But, you know, that was years ago. I mean, and it was shortly after that
Jennifer brought it up.
my family got bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about that moment, the moment when Katie told you we are going to have a baby.
She told me, and she told me pretty much on my mom's birthday on April 15th. She was like, hey, I'm pregnant. And I was like, oh, I'm going to be a horrible dad. I mean, just it's something I've never been part of. So it's just like, here's another challenge in my life. And I'm probably going to fail at it miserably. So I let my mom know, you're going to have another grandchild. And from there, it, came along. December came around, and my son didn't want to come out. My son was, I want to say, 5 days late. He literally held on so that he could be born on my dad's birthday.
When it's 7?
So it not only was that, but it was also Pearl Harbor Day. And it was just, I remember him coming, being in the hospital, dealing with all the complications, because it was a complicated pregnancy for her. She had a lot of difficulties. Midwife wasn't that best, so.
How was the pregnancy difficult?
It was her first pregnancy that went all the way. She probably doesn't want me discussing certain things, but woman things that
Excuse me, since when is Jennifer Coffendorfer a therapist?
That's a good question. And none of these questions that she's
Right?
asking him are going to find Sebastian tell anything about Sebastian. This has nothing to do with Sebastian, in my opinion. So
This
it
is
makes
so
no sense.
inappropriate. Totally
100%.
inappropriate.
100%. I agree.
No, but
you remember at one point.
Go ahead, bud.
It sure creates a deficit in the pity for Seth bank, because I'm sorry, I'm over the nonsense with this. He is literally sitting here on another panel giving a sad sap story about himself, and people want to question why anybody would question his genuineness in his efforts. Every time he gets on a panel, this is what it becomes: poor pitiful me, and I'm over it. Talk about your son, not your past relationship.
That's it. Because I had no idea what her script was, Victoria. I'm curious to see if they're going to talk about Sebastian. That's why we're watching it, not because I knew she was going to ask a ridiculous question.
And I don't know. Go ahead.
What
Go
were
ahead,
you going to say?
I want to know. Oh,
There's probably a lot of us in here who have like past relationships, right? I would never, and I mean never, have it in me to cry talking about my ex.
no,
Well,
this is definitely what I call a woe is me moment.
Mm-hmm.
I got to agree. I want to hear about Sebastian. I don't want to hear about their marriage that didn't work. We know it didn't work. That's why they're not married anymore. I want to hear about Sebastian.
Well, can I just say something? Oh,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm curious. Well, here's Miss Coffendorfer or whatever her name is, whom I don't care for, just quite frankly, for many a reason. I'm curious to see, since she's getting so very personal here, is
Mhm.
she going to bring up the large age gap between the two of them? And what was exactly the age of each of them when they began dating? And I'm curious, I don't know the answer to this, but was she legally the age of consent?
Yeah.
when
Good point.
when they got together.
Correcto.
Oh yeah. Mm.
You see, none of that has ever been brought up, but go ahead. I'm curious to see if she goes there. Because
And
to me,
this is an FBI. She worked for the FBI and she knows how to do questioning.
mhm.
So she should, of all people, know these questions are not going to find Sebastian. They're not going to tell us anything about what could have happened to Sebastian. They're talking about something that nobody wants to know nor hear. Period. So
Well,
Wait,
and let me tell you something.
Tony's
Oh,
friends. Tony's
but
friends with Coffin Dapper.
yes,
probably
he loves her. Don't you weren't there the other night when
Right.
he
what
when he
happened.
first
Oh, that's right. That's right.
he said
Mm.
I one of the most people I trust most in the world. This is the way I see this thing. This what's happening right now. This is just my opinion. Obviously, is that Coffindoffer is very she's haughty. She's a very haughty person who believes that it's only FBI and other law enforcement folk that have sort of a corner on the market of understanding human behavior, etc. Um, but she's also very committed to the almighty dollar and to legacy media. So she, at every turn, tries to put down social media,
Yep.
folks like you guys, gonzo type of journalists. And this is a, uh, how I said for Seth, this is a woe is me moment.
Yeah.
For Coffindoffer, I would say this is what I would call a do re mi moment with emphasis on do, if you know what I
Mm.
mean.
Well, she's got 1,010 people in there watching right now. Of course it is. Of course it is.
Wow.
And she's not. I'm just gonna leave it be and let it go. Here we go.
In time, she was like, I'm going to have a natural birth. And after having contractions for days on end, and the nurse going, well, you're not ready to deliver the baby. And it's like my mom having to sit there and be like, these are not Braxton Hicks. These are actual contractions, and she's been having them for days. And finally, they turned around and gave her something so she would dilate because she was not dilating. And then the epidural. So there was that, and then my son was here.
And were you in the room when he was born?
I sure was.
Oh my God.
That's great. And what was it like when you first held him? How much did he weigh? Was he teeny?
He's still tiny to me. I mean, it was the weight, the physical weight compared to the weight that was now on my shoulders as being a dad. Two different things. Now I'm responsible for another life. I need to make sure that this life grows up and that he's taken care of. I do remember them taking him away, and it's like, where are you taking my kid? Well, we got to go clean him up and everything. And as soon as they got him all cleaned up and they went to go put his diaper on and everything, he peed all over the nurse. I was just like, okay, he's mine. One of the first things he did when he came out is I have a half smile that when I smirk at people, and it's the first thing he did when he came out. He just looked at me and just smirked, and I'm like, "Yep, chip off the old block there."
That's funny. Do you remember the first words he spoke?
I remember the first word he spoke. Yeah.
What was it?
Not a word that should be issued.
Oh, he said a cuss word?
Of course.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Oh,
All
that's
right.
hilarious.
Second word was dad. Third word was bottle. But you
No,
know,
this is just.
That's funny.
It
What
kind of
about
tells.
walking? Was he a quick walker or
he was a quick crawler. He crawled everywhere. He was delayed in the walking. A lot of the pictures I have when he was an infant, most infants sleep for 16 to 18 hours a day. Not Sebastian. Sebastian was awake for 16 to 18 plus hours a day. Like when he fell asleep, it's because he ran out of energy. Like the batteries died as he was crawling across the floor.
This is just my opinion, real quick, you guys. What I see, okay. Now that I know, especially that Tony is friends with her, or whatever they are, acquaintances. This is we're gonna make Seth look like the best dad in the world. We're gonna show everybody how great of a person he is. Bring him on the panel, and I'll pump him up for you. That's what this looks like. And they're
Yeah,
both.
but it's actually having the opposite effect on myself because I'm
No, I
like,
get it. I
you
get it.
didn't go to work. You were the stay-at-home dad, and your son's first word was a cuss word.
Right. I mean,
Cool.
and I don't believe any of that because we all know that universally the only freaking thing a baby can say is ma 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 ma. So the first word isn't going to be "fuck you" or whatever. Are you freaking kidding me? I'm sorry, guys.
I
That
love
was
you.
awesome.
I love you, Draw. I love you. That was. Oh my god, that was great.
I'm
No, it's
sorry,
not.
guys.
It's not.
This whole thing is so freaking contrived. It's
It
just,
is. This is very scripted to me. I'm sorry.
yeah, it's
It really
contrived.
is.
It's
Well,
just,
I hate to be so negative, but I'm just that's just where I'm at with this whole
go
situation.
for it. Go for it. Go for it.
I find it funny. You got to be careful who you surround yourself with at all times, but
Yeah, oh yeah.
especially in a situation where you're in the spotlight. And he's sitting on a panel with the lady to his left who was just caught on camera trespassing to get a photo for clicks and views. And is sitting
Yes.
right above somebody who has been blasted out in the open as a known felon for something. I don't know what he did, but it's like,
Checks, I think.
and I'm just
Yeah.
thinking, like, Seth, when are you going to wake up? Or are you awake and this is exactly what you want? Because none of this is helping find your son, and none of this is going to help you get closer to law enforcement. You
Not
can't
at all.
surround yourself with shitty people and expect law enforcement to want to give you everything they've got.
Amen.
I don't
And
understand
I
this
do
game.
find it crazy too, the difference in time, because just the other day, if I'm not mistaken, I saw that video of Robin at the vigil, and I could swear on everything she said that he was 7 days late. Seth was standing right beside of her.
I mean,
I think I heard that too from somewhere. Honestly.
I'm telling you, I think it was because people couldn't hear when I was playing it, and I was having to like mimic back what they were saying, and I swear that lady said 7 days late.
Yeah. I didn't hear that, but I heard somebody else had put that out in a chat. So yeah. I don't know, guys. This is just so scripted to me. And like I said, all this seems to be is we're gonna make Seth look good again to everybody in the world. And again, absolutely not one piece of what she has said to him thus far that I've heard has anything to do with finding this child. Period. None of it. So once again, just saying, good job, PR guy.
That was the first thing that led me to think that maybe something was special about my son. So that started the trips into the hospital. For the first 6 to 8 months of his life, we were in and out of the hospitals all the time. He was sick. Couldn't do much to keep him not from being sick. But after about 8 months, he stopped being sick. His immune system finally took over, and hardy little boy.
So basically you're talking just colds and coughs and just could never feel like he was healthy.
The flu, pneumonia. And if he got sick, I ended up getting sick. I mean, had to wait for certain things to take over. And so.
Loud.
And so at this time, Seth, you're working full time and Katie's a full-time homemaker?
No, I was going to school full time. I was working full time and taking care of Sebastian. And Katie was working full time.
Ah, okay. So you guys just tried to swap your hours out so somebody was with him, or he
Yes.
had nannies, or no?
No, he without getting into too many issues,
Nannies?
he oscillated shifts, going to school full time and working full time. Was trying to also have somebody that, you know, babysitter.
Who the hell in here ever had a damn nanny?
Not I.
Babysitters? Yes. No nanny? No. Sorry.
Wait,
But
hold on. Is that what he said?
Yeah. No, she said. Jen did. But
I actually had
didn't we hear a different story? Like, read a different story though, Clue?
I had a nanny for a little while.
Of course you did. Of course.
I'm just
I
saying.
had a feeling you were going to say that. It's okay. But I thought we heard a different
Wait,
story.
I have to confess, I did too because I was on call. So for a little while, when my first child was born, I had to take her to the labor and delivery while I was delivering babies.
Well,
Because
no. I meant as children who had nannies in here.
that's
When
what
we
I'm.
were-
s-
That's
Oh
me.
no,
I
no.
had a nanny. She
Oh
was more
my,
like a live-in babysitter, but
gotcha. No, I did not. I did have an overnight babysitter. Okay, I was
That's
just.
all. And
I
I just,
wanted to make my confession.
no, I get you. I get it. I just was understanding that I thought we had heard a different story on
we
this
did.
here. I thought so. Okay, going forward. Anyway,
For them to come and take care of him. And that was a lovely lady that lived right down the road. She loved Sebastian. So she was watching him for a little bit until things just wasn't working out anymore with her circumstances. And then Katie turned around and joined the Navy.
Oh, you.
And when she joined the Navy, I went
Whew.
being pretty much stay at home because I didn't have anybody else to watch Sebastian. And we were noticing that he was having difficulty speaking, delay in speech, gross motor skills, fine motor skills. There was a lot of stuff that things had to be changed. We kind of knew he was special. He wasn't going to be a normal child. So things had to.
That makes me mad.
Yeah. Being a parent for the first time, you really don't know what to expect. And then when you find out that your child needs certain things, you just got to do it. You know, you make sacrifices. And she joined the Navy to make sure that he had insurance and stuff like that would cover the issues. And I became a stay-at-home parent.
So you were very close then. I mean, when you're the stay-at-home parent, you are 24/7. After that, did his sleep improve once his health improved, or is he like me, an insomniac, just up all the time?
He's still in this, his sleep improved once his health improved, but boy, don't sleep 8 hours a day. He could be awake for 14, 16 hours a day and be like, there's times that he's come over here for like a week on like spring break or whatnot. And he's like, Dad, I'm not tired. And I'm like, well, you don't have school tomorrow. If you want to stay up and watch TV and play toys and all that sort of stuff, have at it. But just remember, tomorrow we got stuff to do and you're going to have to get up and do it. Yeah. The next day he realizes why he should go to sleep. Day late, dollar short.
And I see these pictures of him that you've been kind enough to show, and he has this big blonde head of hair. Was he blonde for a long time?
He still actually has his blonde hair. I had blonde hair when I was a kid. I was what they call a towhead. And so was he. He pretty much, but now it's starting to get brown and darker brown. And by the next couple of years, his hair will probably be as dark as mine.
And so we've talked a little bit about him, his early years, some struggles in terms of health, and then he got better, still a little insomniac. When did he start walking? Is he 3, 4?
He started walking, and I want to say that he was like 2.5. He started walking before we left Georgia and headed to California. He was definitely walking beforehand. Once he started walking, it wasn't really walking. He ran. I mean, he ran. I mean, the worst thing in the world is my buddy was at the house watching him while I was at work, and I got the text message that he took his first steps. I was heated. I was like, I missed the best part of, the first thing. I wanted to be there when he took his first steps when I was at work. So it sucks. But as soon as I got home, he was running by then, and he's never really stopped. He's a kid in motion, and I hope he's still in motion now.
Well, I think that speaks a lot, though, for his resilience and to show the kind of, person he is. He was a night owl, right? He was a night owl. He was a day owl. He didn't require a lot of sleep. And I think that might lend itself for somebody who could have left and who could still possibly be on the move. I mean, I think we all have to keep hope because we have absolutely no evidence right now that he isn't here.
We have no evidence that he's not here, and we have no evidence that he is here. I just do know that he's right here. And he's always on here.
And so, Seth, tell me now, once he started school, did he start kindergarten at 5, or did you have him go later? How did all that work once it was time for school?
He started, we were in Georgia when he was supposed to start, and they were giving us too many issues. So Katie was in Chicago at boot camp, and I actually moved back home, and I got him enrolled in school for half the day, and I had him enrolled in an educational center for another half. And we weren't there very long, but it was enough that everything that I've been working with him on between the school and the educational center, they had everything just kind of meshed in, and it was great. And then we moved to California, and needless to say, their education system is not that great in California. For the first year, where his date of birth was, they wouldn't let him join to go to school. And then when they did finally let him go, the first year, when I looked back on it, like a year later at all of his art projects, they were the letter S. Quite literally, they took a year to teach my son, quote unquote, the letter S. My son knew the alphabet. He knew, we were working. The time that he spent going to school and going to the educational center, it meshed. It got everything going. They used animal therapy and everything else to get him comfortable in what he was doing, and it worked. And then when we moved to California, they just don't really have a good understanding of children learn faster when they're younger than when they get older. And that inhibited a lot of growth for him.
And so when he was in these classes, did you enroll him in special education classes, or was he able to assimilate in regular education?
Simulate in regular education.
And at this point, you are still Mr. Mom handling all the duties, or was Katie out of the Navy by then?
No, Katie didn't get out of the Navy until after our divorce.
I see. Full-time mom for, or I should say dad, full-time daddy for how many years then? At what point, what age was Sebastian when you all separated and divorced?
We separated, she filed, and divorce was finalized in 2019. Now I had already started work. I had started back at work during the Navy has what they call respite care, which is them basically sending somebody that's qualified for your autistic child or your disabled child that is qualified to actually watch him, and you're allowed a certain number of hours. And I was back to work. I was working part-time doing what I do, and then when Katie was not deployed, I was pulling night shifts whenever I could while she was at home. And just trying to get back into the workforce before
You got too old?
never too old. No, just once you've been out of the workforce for a little bit as a stay-at-home parent, nobody really wants to hire you anymore. They figure that you forgot how to, add 1 + 1. You supposedly forget the bare basics of actually how to complete tasks, which I never really understood, because when you're a stay-at-home parent, you do everything.
You're right. You manage that household. You make meals. You take
Doctor's
care of
appointments, play dates, you name it. And it wasn't just that. I was still taking care of all the bills, making sure that everything was paid. I had made the agreement with Katie at that point in time when she joined the Navy that she just focus on her career and I'll take care of everything else.
There's another link in chat, Draw, if you want to grab the link again. And again, I'm still waiting to hear about Sebastian, is what I'm expecting soon, hopefully.
And that was my promise to her.
Well, I think certainly your message here, just a side note, a lot of people that might be listening are a stay-at-home parent. And I'm sure that your story resonates with them. So tell me a little bit about, I love this picture that I found of Sebastian, and he's actually in I think they're called a Gabato or something like that, like a small backhoe. Who's in that picture, and what was he doing, and is he just good with machinery?
He likes machinery. His stepdad works with, he's a crane operator, and Sebastian likes heavy equipment. So when they were living in Hendersonville, they were digging out flowers and stuff, and Chris put him into one of them, and he did a wonderful job. Chris was teaching him how to operate heavy equipment. And they sent me a video of it because I know what picture you're speaking of. And Chris literally turned around and was like, he did a great job. Katie was like, and he didn't damage anything, so it was even better, But Sebastian's always liked to learn new things that interest him. If it doesn't interest him, pulling teeth from a gator. If it interests him, then he's right down the gator's mouth.
That's all kids.
Never been one to skirt at learning something new. As long as, again, and with most people, it has to be enjoyable for them, or that you got to want to learn it. Otherwise, there's no will. Where there's a will, there's a way. And Sebastian is definitely one of those that will trudge the way.
And Tony will need some smelling salts
are-
momentarily.
Seriously.
Say again, Draw.
Tony is going to need some ammonia smelling salts momentarily.
It does look like that. And just real quick, there's a statement there proving that Chris did do and supported Sebastian by showing him, teaching him, and doing interesting things with him, guys. So he's
Exactly.
Imagine. Who knew?
yeah, and I'm that's not saying anything bad about Seth. Seth just said it himself. I'm just clarifying that he just said there were good times, good things that were going on between Sebastian and Chris. So, moving on. Welcome, Truth. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, everybody.
Sebastian's sort of top interests. He likes to do that. In other words, things he really enjoys doing.
Besides playing video games,
Yeah.
I do know that he likes to cook. I know that he does enjoy, he really likes his Legos. He loves building things. He's got several containers of Legos. He likes to do that sort of stuff. He loves to build. He likes playing video games. He did like doing the heavy equipment. We would go fishing, and touching the fish is kind of icky at times for him. But that goes back to the fact that he doesn't like to have his fingers dirty. He doesn't like his hands dirty. But it's like with him doing Minecraft and telling him that, hey, I needed you to do online schooling, and he didn't want to, but I spoke to him, and it's like, it's not permanent. It's just a little setback, not to mention it will open plenty of doors. You like Minecraft and the system that they have up here for their online schooling, it opens up college courses at Austin P, where they teach them how to do data programming and things using Roblox and Minecraft. So it's not like it's going to be a dead, you're sitting at the table all day long, his God brothers in it. He does the online schooling, so he's going to have somebody that was going to be there with him. And I wanted him to get his therapy, so that way he could start correcting his own behavior through therapy and everything else, so he could see where he needed to change.
So a couple points. You're talking about, so in the summer, you were supposed to take full-time custody of him. Is that right? And then he was going to do online schooling. Make sure I've got that right.
Yes. At the end of this school year, he was supposed to come up here. I'd have him for the summer, and I already have him enrolled in school because
Y'all see my super chat?
you have to start the process for up here for enrolling in online school at the beginning of the year, because there's such a wait list.
And Katie and Chris were fine with that. Oops, sorry. You okay? And Katie and Chris were on board with this plan.
Yes.
And that was supposed to happen June 1st, the end of May, something
Whenever
like
the
that.
whenever the school at Beach Academy was over.
And so it sounds like Sebastian may have been, like everybody is whenever there's change, a little bit apprehensive about online schooling. Did he have friends he didn't want to leave at his other school?
We really didn't discuss that. One of the things that I've discussed many a times with my son is that no matter how much you don't like change, it's the only thing that is constant in life. Nothing will ever stay the same. You have to be able to adjust. And autistic children don't adjust well. It takes a lot of reinforcement, communication-wise, and get them to see the brighter side of what's going to happen. Normally, when something starts happening that's different from his routine, it takes a minute to adjust. But as soon as he adjusts, because he does, then it's just same old thing. And he becomes adjusted to it, and he excels. Have the right type of foundation.
What was his best subject? Was there any subject that was easy for him?
A couple years ago, I'd have told you math. This year, he pretty much was done with math. Numbers were his favorite subject for the last, I want to say, 2 or 3 years in California before he came up here. I think, in my opinion, he liked it, but I think it's just try teaching me math in school nowadays, and I'm going to look at you like I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I know how to do add, subtract, multiply, fractions, so on and so. Some of these things that they're teaching our kids now just does not make sense to me. But I'm not a rocket scientist, so I don't have to worry about that.
And so you mentioned that you were really looking forward to him being able to go to his therapy to sort of help correct some of the things that were going on that were of concern. What were his top concern issues, if you will?
Inappropriate discussion and inappropriate behavior. Having the wrong type of discussion, like certain things you don't discuss at the dinner table. Religion, politics, those things that your parents always told you we never discuss at the table. Having inappropriate conversations with people at school. If you want to have a conversation like that, then ask to go speak to your therapist. Ask to speak to, don't have them with the child next to you because they don't know where you're coming from.
So, in this vein, because I think it's really important as search efforts are happening and to really understand that trajectory of somebody if he did leave. You've talked about tactically, he doesn't like to have his hands dirty. We know about the fire ant incident. Did he care if his feet were wet or slimy, or did he care?
At my house, his feet were normally clean. As for socks, he normally had a sock on. He would complain that his feet are cold all the time. And it's like, well, you have house shoes you can wear. You have socks that you can put on. No matter how many times I told him, listen, your feet are cold and you're cold, wear a pair of socks so help keep the body heat in. Instead, he'd rather just have a blanket. But most of the time I would see him, he'd have one sock on, one sock off. And it's like, Sebastian, where's your other sock? Oh, I don't know. Sounds like we got a task in here. Let's find the other sock. There goes the next 45, 50 minutes looking for a missing sock.
So I find this very interesting because there's been a lot of talk about him being barefoot, but did he have socks on? I have a son who hates to wear shoes and he hates to be barefoot, but he loves to run around in socks. Is that the situation? Could he have left in socks?
I guess it's a possibility. I wasn't there.
Would you say, though, that would be more possible than being barefoot just based on his attitude toward having cold feet?
No, because even here with cold feet, he wouldn't put socks on. He'd have one sock on, one sock off. They don't stay on. So like he'd go to bed with socks on, and when he woke up, he'd be barefoot. Socks were like rolled up underneath a pillow, underneath a blanket, on the other side of the bed. On an average, he would leave, and I would pull his bed out, and I'd find, 4.5 socks on the other side of the bed between the bed and the wall. And I'm like, that's why you have no matching pairs of socks. They're all over here. I've washed all the other matching pair, but all the ones that are matching, the ones that are clean are dirty, and they're stuck between the bed and the wall.
What size of shoe did he wear?
The pair of boots that I bought him were size 10.5.
Wow. So pretty big feet. I mean, for 15, 10
Don't
and a
make
half.
fun of his feet.
Hey, when you have a size 5 foot like me, size, 7 is gigantic. So I respect a size 10 and a half. He was probably going to be
Same size as I wear.
Going to be tall. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. When he was 3 years old, I couldn't wait for the day he turned 3 because the old wives' tale was at the age of 3, when he was born, measuring, you double it, and that's how tall he's going to be. And yeah, when the day he turned 3 years old, at that time, I put him up against the wall, And I measured him, and he was 3 foot 3 inches at 3. And I was like, awesome. He's going to be 6'6". Anything over 6 foot, and I'm good. You know. So that's my goal, was for him to be, 6'6".
Now you said,
Jen, I think to your question about the barefooted versus socks, I think really the only thing that's been stated at this point is that all the shoes were accounted for, and that's really all we know.
Yeah, his old pair of tennis shoes, his new pair of tennis shoes, the pair of boots that I bought him, and the house shoes, they're all accounted for.
I just don't know if anybody has asked this question, and I think it's an important one. If Katie knows how many socks he has, are all the socks there? And I do think that's an important question, because a lot of people.
I'll let you know. At my house, I can't tell you how many pairs of socks.
Oh, Lord.
Because
What?
I don't even know how many pairs of socks I have.
Who the hell knows how many pairs of socks there are?
Somebody who's too broke to buy more than 5.
100, 200, 127 and a half. I just
Come
wanted to
on,
throw that
Jen.
out there.
Come on. This again
I'm
has
being
nothing
for
to do
real.
with
Like,
where Sebastian is.
I know y'all think I'm playing, but I really mean that when I answered it that way. Somebody who is every year you're gonna get a new pack of 10 socks. You better not mess them up, and you better not lose them. That's the kind of parent know how many socks they kid have.
Yeah.
I never heard of that, but whatever. I got like 300 pair of socks in Caden's drawer, and half of them don't match. So I mean, it is what it is. The washer
Exactly.
eats at least one a day. So, you got to keep feeding the washer to keep it working. That's
He
how that
left?
works.
Yeah, he's not live. He's behind.
Oh, whoops.
That's why everybody's I have a
Mm-mm.
anyway.
Oh, he's gone. Probably because he had to go to whatchamacallits.
Oh, that's true. He said
Same.
no in 7 minutes.
Yeah. Well, and
Oh
again,
no,
this
it's in an hour and 7 minutes. I hope I
Okay.
didn't make him mad.
So I'll finish it then because we still got some time. Or no, is that Eastern? Is Pascal Eastern or Central?
He's at 8 Eastern.
Okay, then. Okay. But we got some time then. Anyway, I was gonna jump forward, but we're about right here, I think. So far we've been at this interview for I don't know how long now, and there is nothing that has been stated that gives any kind of what happened. What do you think could have happened to Sebastian, Seth? What do you, and none of that, nothing leads to that. So I just don't understand this interview. Everything she's asked him, from my opinion at least, has gone. We have learned all that the first week.
I think it's a build up for Pascal's show tonight.
I agree.
Hell yeah. It's
Could
a
be.
money grab.
I don't
Everything
know.
associated with is a money grab. It's been that way, and it's continuing to be that way. He surrounds himself with criminals, wanting to project on the world what a great guy he is. Never talk about anything really intimate about his son that is anything other than when he was first born. And I'm sorry, I'm done giving this guy credit. He does nothing but bring people in that bash the other side, and he needs to get his ass off of the internet. And people need to quit giving him a damn platform to speak on. T-Rev757 says it himself. We need to quit giving evil a microphone. Well, look on the screen and shut them up, because I'm sick of it. I'm so tired
You're
of
wrong about that time, by the way. Pascal about to be on now. Because it's Eastern.
Still an hour. Are you sure? Because I'm in Eastern time and it's 7 p.m.
No, it is an hour till he's on.
Okay.
You were right. So, well, I don't know why Seth left then. Dang, I was hoping to get my questions answered. I paid money for that, Jennifer.
Well, he may have, because I pumped forward real quick to hurry up and see if he was what time he left, and I pushed it back. So we'll see from here.
Yeah, right.
Or did she end it?
You gotta want to
There we
learn.
go.
Otherwise, there's no will. Where there's a will, there's a way. And Sebastian is definitely one of those that will trudge the way.
And so what are Sebastian's sort of top interests? He likes to do that. In other words, things he really enjoys doing.
Besides playing video games,
Yeah.
I do know that he likes to cook. I know that he does enjoy he really likes his Legos. He loves building things. He's got several containers of Legos. He likes to do that sort of stuff. He loves to build. He likes to cook. He likes playing video games. He did like doing the heavy equipment. We would go fishing, and touching the fish is kind of icky at times for him. But that goes back to the fact that he doesn't like to have his fingers.
Haven't we
dirty.
seen this?
Doesn't like his hands dirty. But
Did we see this already?
Yes.
like when him doing Minecraft and telling him that, hey, I need you to do online school. A couple years ago, I told you, Matt.
Oh, yeah, we did.
We're
Sorry,
accounting for,
sorry.
and that's
Sorry.
really all we need.
Right here.
Me as a single hamburger, and he literally took my hamburger and ate the whole thing. I was just like, the boy has eaten beef. Wow. His first burger. And after that, he started eating spaghetti and things like that. His favorite food now, he's got a lot of favorite foods. He does like his sushi, not sushi meat, but he likes sushi. He likes that soybean stuff. I don't deal with that. Tofu. To me, it has no taste. I'll eat dirt some other time. But he likes it. When we go out to have hibachi and stuff, they'll put tofu in the soup, and he'll eat it there, and it's all fine. When we're at the house, he likes his eggs. One of his favorite places to go eat is either IHOP or Waffle House because they serve breakfast. And he likes his pancakes. He likes his eggs and his bacon. And here at the house, one of the things that he likes to cook and make is we'll take the cheddar brats and we'll cook those for about 45 minutes in the skillet and then cut them up into pieces. And then we start making our sauce. And
45 minutes.
Likes his spaghetti with Parmesan cheese. He likes all cheeses, but when it comes down to his spaghetti, he just loves Parmesan cheese. He doesn't do like shredded sharp cheddar on his spaghetti. He's got to have the Parmesan.
And so tell me, if he left, what would be, does he have any stranger danger
Here we
kind of
go.
inclinations? Or did he shy away from strangers, or could a stranger easily entice him?
I don't believe a stranger would easily entice him.
About time.
Most of the time, when he was around me, if he didn't like your attitude when you approached me, that he was confrontational, as in that's my daddy. I will mess you up. All 4 feet of him at that point in time.
Bullshit.
But he's always been very protective of both me and his mom.
Why's it got to be about him again?
Mm-hmm.
As he has gotten older, having conversations with him about when you're online, these people, you don't know these people. You don't talk to them. You don't tell them any information, to the point that he just didn't even put the headphones on anymore. Most of the time, it's like he would have the headphones on and he's playing. Yeah, I know that his mom and stepfather don't like it, but he would play Modern Warfare. It's you got 4 people in a team trying to work for a progressive goal. That's how you build teamwork. It's how you build listening functions and commands and things of that sort, where you can follow directions and you can work together with a group that you have no idea. And most of the time on my PlayStation, the people that are on there are my personal friends that I actually know. One of them would be Chris, his stepfather, and the other one is my buddy up in Illinois. And, that was it. And he
Hold on. So is that him just now? Did he just basically claim though that he was online then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been saying that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that. Sorry.
I remember a conversation. He was just like, "Dad, these people just don't listen. I'm telling them, I'm dead here on the ground, and the guy's coming around the building, and they're not listening, and they run
Wait,
around
what?
the building."
You can't do that unless you're playing with other people online.
But the choice of words, he's laying on the ground dead by the building.
That's like playing Call of Duty or
Yeah.
Fortnite. That's what they
Right.
do.
I get that, but I'm looking at it from a different point of view. Everything he says is tactical right now, whether it's on purpose or not. And when you describe someone dead laying on the ground in a missing child's case, that's weird to me.
Right. The only thing I have issue with this is that we were told multiple times that he never played online with other people. That's all I'm saying.
For sure.
Well, I think both sets of parents have said that. However, I don't know. I do feel like he definitely had online access at his dad's house. I just think that Chris and Katie's, I'm not sure. Someone said that he said he was playing with Chris. I'm
Well,
kind
that's
of
what
lost.
Seth
Chris
just
is
said.
the
He said
Chris
there
is the
was 4
stepdad.
people.
No,
There
no,
was
Chris.
Chris,
Yeah,
Seth,
Chris is
his
Seth's
buddy
dad.
in Illinois, and Sebastian. The 4 of
Chris
them would
is
play the game together.
Chris is Seth's dad.
But
So Chris's dad is, or Seth's dad is also named Chris.
what?
That's what he just said. Rewind it. He said, "My dad, Chris, and my buddy up in
Oh,
Illinois."
Are you sure he didn't
okay.
mean? Are you sure he didn't
Okay.
mean my
I thought he said
dad,
his
comma?
stepdad, Chris. But
You know,
maybe I
but what I'm
misread it.
saying is, are you sure he didn't mean my dad, comma Chris, comma?
No, he said just 2 people. My dad, Chris. I mean, just play it again. My dad, Chris, and my buddy in Illinois or whatever.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it sounded like.
Most of the time, when he was around me, if he didn't like your attitude when you approached me, that he was confrontational, as in that's my daddy. I will mess you up. All 4 feet of him at that point in time. But he's always been very protective of both me and his mom. As he has gotten older, having conversations with him about when you're online, these people, you don't know these people. You don't talk to them. You don't tell them any information, to the point that he just didn't even put the headphones on anymore. Most of the time, it's like he would have the headphones on and he's playing. Yeah, I know that his mom and stepfather don't like it, but he would play Modern Warfare. It's you got 4 people in a team trying to work for a progressive goal. That's how you build teamwork. It's how you build listening functions and commands and things of that sort, where you can follow directions and you can work together with a group that you have no idea. And most of the time on my PlayStation, the people that are on there are my personal friends that I actually know. One of them would be Chris, his stepfather, and the other one is my buddy up in Illinois.
All right, you're right. I'm wrong. I'll take that.
That was it. And I remember a conversation. He was just like, "Dad, these people just don't listen. I'm telling them, I'm dead here on the ground, and the guy's coming around the building, and they're not listening, and they run around the building, and they get shot." And I was like, and I looked at him. I said, "Well, son, that's why when I play the game, I have the volume off, and I."
Which tells me there were other people, because he said these people, Chris and his buddy in Illinois, are 2 other people. He would know who they are. He would know it's his stepdad, and he would know it's his dad's friend. So these groups, when they play, there's 4 to 5 people in these groups playing. Okay, because my kids played this game. So who are the other people? That's what I'm saying. Things are changing here and there, and I just don't like that. That's all.
Yeah, because he was very specific in the beginning to say he only let him play with his friends. And it was always weird because he said his friends would say to him, "You know, your son is on your account, right?"
Right. And
But
not
the
to mention,
question,
yeah,
but he said he didn't let him talk. So the question for me was always, well, how do they know it's him if he ain't on the headphones?
that's a good point. And not to mention, there's other teams you play against, because I played with my kids, and 4 or 5 of us are playing against five or six other people that are opposing us. So I mean, and you can hear what they're saying too. Just saying.
Yeah.
What
Modern
game was
Warfare.
it?
Dude.
There we go.
Modern Warfare. What the hell's the rest of it? It's like an army fighting shooting game. That's what it is. Call of
It's
Duty,
Call of
Modern
Duty,
Warfare.
y'all.
Yeah. Sorry. Call of Duty, my opinion. My fault. Sorry about that. Still, anyway, it's something that it's different now. So again, moving on.
I don't listen to him. And he was like, oh, and I was like, you don't see me getting angry and aggravated either, right? He was like, no. And I was like, because I know I may have 3 other teammates, but I also know that they're either going to listen or they're not going to listen, and it's not going to affect my day. I'm here to play the game and have fun playing the game.
Why would his stepdad and his
Oh, I'm sorry.
and his
Go ahead.
friend not act right? Like he said, they weren't acting right. He said, but why wouldn't his friend and his stepdad act right? You know what I mean? Like, if it was nobody he didn't know, then why would he be saying things like, it's groups that you got to get used to because you don't know anything about them?
That's what I'm saying. Did Draw fall off again, or is she still in here?
Looks like she
She's
fell off
off.
again.
Damn it. I did not realize. Hold on a minute, Draw. There's another link in there. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you drop. No, I agree with you. There's got to be other people, because he's not going to refer to these people as being his stepfather and his dad's buddy. So that doesn't make sense to me. I'm just saying. That's just my opinion.
No, I was just going to ask, you made a comment early on, very early at the very beginning. And you said words to the effect, if I knew a week after, if I knew what I know now, but knew it a week after, he would be here in the kitchen and I'd be teaching him how to cook.
What I
again.
said was the information I learned a week after he went missing. If I had known it a week before he went missing, he would have never been missing. He would have been at the house.
I see. He would have been with you because you felt like
Hindsight's 2020.
right. You felt like
the
that.
information that I
But
learned.
yet his mother knew. But yet his mother knew, supposedly.
If I had known that information before, I could have been preemptive about it, and I wouldn't be looking for him.
Seth, do you believe Sebastian is?
You have to have the faith.
Mm.
You have to have faith.
You gotta have faith.
Well, I can't think of a better way to end this conversation with that message. You have to have faith.
God tests us every day.
Mm-hmm.
He does not put onto our plate what he does not think we can handle. And what he puts on our plate is for watching us grow.
Seth, if you had one message or two to send to the people listening today, what would it be?
If somebody has my son, let him go. Drop him off at the gas station. To those that are out here helping me find my son, thank you. The goal hasn't been met yet. The goal is to find Sebastian. You can't stop Sebastian's army.
Beautifully said, Seth. Tony, thank you so much for your volunteering to help Seth get through this media, social media, mainstream media nightmare. Oh, I didn't get to say goodbye.
Tell Seth.
Aw. Sorry.
We didn't get to say goodbye either. Sorry, Jen.
Oh.
No, I want to know if he communicated with on his phone. And yeah, thank you, Salty. Because I'm telling you guys, I told you guys in the beginning that I very highly doubted from both sides that there was no internet usage. Even if they blocked him, he still knows he could find ways to do it. But then we heard Seth talk about that before that. So
Can we see what Tony says after Seth drops off?
oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just a couple minutes.
Yep. Sorry about that.
No,
I didn't
good.
think you guys would want to, but yeah, it's still there.
That I thank him for coming on. I think he was probably needed a moment, but please let him know, deliver the message. And I'll text him. I have his number to just thank him.
Sure.
I can't think of anything more important than to continue showing Sebastian's face, for people to hear his name and for people to know his story.
I agree.
Tony, any other words for us?
Get down.
No, I just think it's important to keep his name out there and to, there's a lot of people doing a lot of things that aren't helping bring Sebastian home. And I think the focus needs to be keeping his name out there and helping bring this child home, and anything else is not really worth spending time on.
Well, and you and I spoke, and I know I shared with you the number one goal to me tonight was to reel everybody back in from the drama, from the name calling, from the speculation, from the negativity, and let's focus on Sebastian, because so often in all of these cases, all of that spins out of control and everybody forgets the name and the face, the whole reason that we're all on this platform and many others trying to find Sebastian.
Weren't you just called trespassing, lady?
Toast without a glass. I guess I have my 0. Toast to, there we go, to Sebastian's army.
Where's your broken glasses?
May they be successful.
Appreciate you as always, Jen.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank
All the
you.
best.
Love is in the air between Jen and Tony somewhere.
So I want someone to explain to me how Jen thought that what the question she asked, how that was reeling all the drama back in from where it was.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anybody, please?
Got nothing.
This is This is dickless. Where's integrity? It's dickless.
Well, it's hard to have integrity around and associate yourself with criminals, and I mean it is what it is. I'll group Coffin Daffer in there because what was she just doing? Trespassing. I'm sorry.
100%. Yes, I agree.
This is crazy. There's nothing about this from his side on YouTube, and I mean, quite honestly, almost everything about this has become nothing but drama.
Yep.
And he is 100% the perpetuator of it. And now he's got a spokesperson who has connections with all these people like Coffin Daffer, who he trusts. It's sickening to me.
There were 2 questions asked throughout that entire interview, and they were at the very end, that had anything that could possibly relate to Sebastian, period. That's it. So, once again, another stream that had nothing to do with finding Sebastian. Yoy. So, what do you got? Truth and Clue and Bear and Cletus, and I don't know what happened to Draw. She might have hit something. I left the link in the chat for her if she's still in there.
I just gotta say, watching him cry over Katie is, I'm telling y'all right now, you pair that with the day Sebastian went missing, and I'm trying to tell you that looks suspicious.
Well, Draw even said that she believes that he may still have some feelings for her.
Yeah. Oh,
you know what I mean? So
definitely.
that's from a psychologist standpoint, folks. Draw Latina is a psychiatrist. I'm sorry, psychiatrist, not psychologist. But That's from a psychiatrist's point of view that has seen this from the moment it started. So I'm just giving you, that's my thought, and I have no degree in that. So
It's the past tense for me. Everything was past tense. Were,
Mm-hmm.
was.
everything, yes, absolutely, Salty. You could definitely see it, and that's when he got teary eyed. I feel bad at that point if that's what the point is. I get it, bro. Okay, that's fine. So just say that. Don't turn it into something else. Be honest about it all. Every bit of it. Be honest about every bit of it and put it out there. You're going to put everything else out there, put it out there and be done with it. It would make way more sense to people if that's the case. But once again, thanks, Jen. I appreciate all your hard work and doing absolutely nothing more than what we've already done. Sorry. Not to be a dick, just trying to be real.
I wonder if this is some weird, hypothetically, drawn out, made situation for him to try to get Katie back. I have thought about that
I,
since the beginning.
We've talked about it.
Yep. Yep.
It
Because
just,
look at what he's doing. He ain't even sitting there really being that upset with Katie. You know what I mean? Once in a while. And I think he only does that so it doesn't look so suspicious that he's trying to get the entire internet to hate Chris Proudfoot.
It sure as hell looks that way.
Mm-hmm.
That has been his target, like, in my opinion, for the longest time. And I feel like it still is.
And I got to be honest, you guys. Not that it matters, because it doesn't matter. If you're going to, but to talk about that situation in itself real quick, because this, what I'm getting ready to say isn't going to help find Sebastian, but it is something I noticed. Katie is a pretty girl. She's very self-sustaining, very, very strong. I have not seen nor heard Seth talk about anybody else after Katie. Nobody. Okay.
Nope.
It hasn't been brought out either. So at that point, it makes you wonder, is this his everything to him? I'm just saying. But this ain't the way to do it. That's all I'm saying. Just by making the one she's with look horrible, that's not going to change things. Because it's not working. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion.
and
No,
it's perfectly okay to have feelings for an ex if you weren't the one that left the relationship, right? Like, there's no problem with having feelings. It's if those feelings created an atmosphere where you thought that putting a little boy in the mix of it was the answer. And I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying that things are just looking so odd. You know what I mean? Even more every day, it's like the Addams Family or some shit.
I just think it's super. It's just weird. Like, for me, it's weird. She's the one who filed for divorce. I get it. Like, maybe when you get left, you still, I don't know, think about I don't know. I've never been in that position. I've never had nobody be like, we're done. Maybe there is some type of, I don't know, pining for the person or whatever, but I guess I just don't operate that way. Like, we're over for a reason. For you to sit there and get so emotional talking about your wedding, like,
Listen, I understand that part. I know what you're saying, Clue. Even though the creature did what she did to me, I couldn't stand her. I got away from her. When it was finally over, said and done with, I was a mess. I cried. That's the mother of my children. My firstborn child, my second-born child, my daughter that I could never physically have. And I spent 9 years with her, and she gave me the life that I had then. Okay, she did everything in the world to me that you shouldn't do to somebody that you care about, but she did. And I cried, I broke down. It was done. That part of my life was over, and I didn't imagine starting again until I met this amazing person that I'm married to now. And I never would have imagined that would have happened. I said that I don't want another person. I don't want to be in another marriage. I don't want to be in another relationship. I don't want anything but my kids and move on with my life. And that's that. I get it. I do get it. Okay. She did me bad, and I still felt like, why? You know what I mean? But I knew that what the right thing to do for my kids and for myself was to get away. Period. It was not healthy.
8 years though, like I'm sorry, but hell to the no, I cannot
No,
be around that motherfucker. No.
yeah, you're right. That's dramatic. I was over it within probably a year and a half. And I sat, everybody of course supported me and said, dude, what are you upset about? And had to point things out to me repeatedly. It's just a natural thing, I guess. But 8 years, no, you're right. That's very extreme. But again, let's remember something. If in turn it's a possibility that Seth is possibly on the spectrum. Okay. That's a very huge possibility to me. And if he is, then yeah, people that are on the spectrum, kids that are on the spectrum, adults, they obsess about things, guys. It's just fact. Okay. This could be one of those things. I don't know. But the only thing I struggle with is if that is what it is, then I can't imagine doing something vindictive to that person that could hurt them. Now, I will say, that being said, I haven't seen, other than, well, yeah, he has stated a couple things negative about Katie, but most of it has been about Chris. The man that has supported him, that has helped him, that has been there for him. I don't understand how this works. It's my brain is like going backwards and scrambling itself because it just doesn't make sense to me. So,
But this is a man that has whatever word you want to use with her since she was 12. She lost him, or he lost her, right after all that, 10 years of getting her quote unquote ready to be his wife. I mean, you got to think about, first of all, where your mindset would be when you tell somebody who's under the age of 18 that you're going to marry them or have babies with them one day or whatever. That alone is inappropriate. But then that person leaves you, you know what I'm saying, gets enough courage, like we talk about all the time. Women, if you're in an abusive relationship, or men, if you're in an abusive relationship, to get out. It appears that she did that. And when she did that, now we are trying to make her look like a bad person because she left an abusive relationship, and then questioning whether there was abuse or not. So is that not victim blaming within itself?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's an act. I don't care what nobody says. And you can ask fiance, as God is my witness. When we were standing there, when we met that man the first time, it was Katie. Oh, she never shuts up. I could hardly ever get her to shut up when we were together. Talks all this junk about her. Don't be coming up on here crying. You know what I mean? Like, no, bro. No. Nope. Nope. Nope.
I understand. How long were they together total? Do you guys remember?
Mm-mm.
Well,
I
let's
can't.
see.
If he
They
met
Somebody-
her,
got married in 2008, right?
she filed in 16,
Yep.
8 years.
So 8 years.
But we
Okay.
don't know how long they dated, right?
Yeah. How long has Katie been with Chris? 8 years. So
It
there's
depends on if we're counting pre-18 or not.
gotcha. Well, yeah, I guess so. I
No.
see you, Draw.
know
You're welcome to jump back up here if you're free again, Draw. There's the link there in the chat. And if you
I know
pop
I
back
keep-
in, let me know.
I know I keep harping on this age thing, but it's very important. Like, and I'm not going to just keep letting it be swung over. And if he didn't, then all he has to do is say, no, that didn't happen. And I'm sure Katie would say, no, that didn't happen. And for some reason, I feel like if I kept pushing this the way that I have in my own head, then there would have been word that had gotten back by now that just was simply untrue. You understand what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
and not to mention, there's certain pieces of evidence that haven't been shown yet that's going to show that if it ever comes out. So it's like, if you're going to do this, maybe you were doing this because you have autism yourself and your attraction level was, you know what I'm saying? I know this sounds weird, but maybe his maturity versus his attraction level met. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, and
Have a
then,
good night, Melissa. Yeah,
you know,
I get it.
which might go hand in hand with if the claims of something happening in Sebastian's home, you know what I'm talking about. If you look at the ages between those two individuals, it almost is a representation of his dad and his mom.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. Oh boy, what a mess! What a mess! What a mess! I just once again that last interview it did nothing to change anything. To again, I still feel like that was scripted and all that was, and I'm not saying this isn't me talking bad about anybody. I'm just saying that seems to me that that was something that Jen wanted to do to try to make him be more receptive and to look better. Truly, that's just what I got from that.
Who?
That
That who? Oh,
Oh,
Coffin Dapper.
sorry, yeah, Jennifer Coffinduffer is what I meant. So again, that's how I took that whole thing. Um, so I don't know, but again, none of that referred to. Hey, you know, I didn't hear her once say, Seth, what do you think we need to do to help to try to find Sebastian? Seth, what do you think happened to Sebastian? Seth, what do you think should be done that hasn't been done to help find Sebastian? Those questions should have been asked to him. They weren't. Um, in any form. Steph, can you tell us what you think Sebastian may have done that night, or this or that? Any of that stuff she didn't ask him. So I don't understand it. I just don't. How many pairs of socks does he have? I mean, what? Come
And
on,
I don't think
guys.
anybody hates when Seth does the right thing. I think everybody's upset that Seth has continually not done the right thing and then tried to act like dad of the year. Listen, here's the thing. It's not one parent versus the other, but I'll say it again to make it clear as I can. If you're going to go up against one set of parents, but then coddle and stroke and pacify the other one, and there's zero evidence that either one on either side was or was not involved, then you're going to find a group of people that are going to stand up for the other person. That's natural. And it's like you want us to sit here and look at a case, you know, clear-minded, but then you want to sit here and say, well, Chris and Katie, Chris and Katie, Chris and Katie, Seth is you know, the perfect parent. And the reality is that's just bullshit. It just is. There were fails on both sides of parenting, but
Hmm.
if this would never have happened, you and I would have never seen inside the walls of this family's home. And I said this earlier in the chat. Any one of us in this chat or on this panel, right? If one of our children went missing, we would be made to look like the most horrible people in the world because everybody has
Maybe,
family history.
maybe
Everybody.
because Seth isn't. You know what I mean? Maybe you might be made, and that's. I think the one thing that angers me the most about this entire situation is the hypocrisy. The like I said earlier, if this, if we were talking about that preacher with Micah, he did the exact same thing, in my opinion, that Seth did to Katie when she was young. And all of a sudden, y'all can see how wrong that is in him, but you can't see how wrong that is in Seth. I don't like that. If you're going to have something that you stand behind and you believe is wrong, it needs to apply to all people.
well,
Texas, I'm not mad that Chris can't have an actual interview without losing his cool because he's had multiple interviews without losing his cool. And it has no bearing whether he's the father or not. He's the stepfather, and a stepfather is important. He's financially, emotionally, and mentally taking care of Sebastian for 8 years at least. Okay. So that's important too. Step parents are just important. Don't get me started on this thing again. But I've watched him do 3 to 4 interviews that I know of where he didn't lose his cool. Okay, and I can name them all. The interviews that he's done where he's flipped out is when he's had enough, just like anybody has
Well,
done.
and it's the
And
way
would
they
do
approach him. It's not just
that
him.
too.
It takes two people to have a conversation. If you come at me like an asshat, I'm going to treat you like an asshat.
Very
Period.
well, and I
yes.
mean, quite
I'm using
honestly,
my word.
it doesn't matter what he says or what he does. And here's the hardcore facts of the matter. We met Seth the day Duchess did her interview with Chris and Katie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Seth was already turning us. He was already putting the seeds in the ground to get
Mm-hmm.
more shit slung about them, right? And I'm not sitting here just trying to bash Seth or say Seth did anything. I'm not doing that. I'm merely pointing out the ridiculousness of the situation. He's gone on numerous panels just completely bashing not only Chris and Katie, but putting his son's personal business out there while he's missing and he's done it in the just to seek sympathy. I'm sorry, it is what it is. There's no other relevant excuse or reasoning for anything he's done. He's seeking sympathy, and at the end of the day, it needs to stop. It needs to stop. I see people all the time saying, well, one parent needs to do something because the other ones aren't. Well, how do we know? And quite honestly, in any missing child situation, how do we know what any parent is doing that doesn't come to YouTube and flock to the people that have absolutely no integrity?
That's true.
I've heard so many creators talk about, oh, well, this fake person came out, this dog handler came out and was, just snowing everybody. And then they start crawdadding as soon as that dog
Yes,
handler
Dean.
is proven wrong. When
No,
Seth is
you're
proven
right.
to be planning information, what are people going to do then? We all need to wake up and realize that this has to be about Sebastian and quit letting Seth drive the emotional bandwagon that he's created.
I agree. It should be absolutely nothing but about Sebastian. Real quick, upstate New York housewife. Thank you, first of all, very much for the super chat. That's amazing. You're awesome. And we do greatly appreciate that. She says, I have an ex-husband who I consider to be vile. We worked together 10 years. I have 2 children from him. We haven't spoken in years, but if he needed something, I would be there in a heartbeat. That's a testament to who I am as a person. And a lot of people are like that. A lot of people can't be like that because of the way the relationships have ended. Now, I understand what you're saying. A lot of people do have those relationships, but a lot of us don't. Now, the person I am, I cannot stand the creature, my ex, at all. She's done horrible, horrible, horrible things to me and multiple other husbands she's had. But because of who I am, yes, if she called and needed something, I would probably do that for her because that's just who I am. And she is the mother of my children. Okay. So not everybody relates to that way. And that's not a bad thing. I'm just saying. And I understand what you're saying, New York. I really do. And thank you again for the super chat. That was absolutely amazing.
Well, and I'm just going to say, I'm going to point out that Chris and Katie were there supporting Seth. Seth is the one who messed up and broke up that team.
And even after that, they continue to support. They have not
100%.
one time slung anything at him. The closest thing to slinging anything was Katie's response in a Facebook post, and it wasn't even slinging mud.
Here's the thing. I would much rather see a parent lose their shit on a live over their child than to have zero emotions at all or have crocodile fake tears. And it's not oh, you're obsessed with Seth, you can't see through it all. You have to understand a lot of us that are in here right now for the longest believed that Chris and Katie very well probably were involved in this in the beginning. And so a lot of us went hard, including myself. I've had to apologize for it, went hard at Chris and Katie because that's the information we had at hand. So it's not seeing past Seth, it was seeing past all of the lies and the manipulation that was coming out that made people start waking up and going, okay, well, if you don't have anything to lie about, 1 or 2 inconsistencies, that's just life. You have some inconsistencies. But when you come out and tell completely different stories, or you say one thing one day or 1 minute, and then 20 minutes later you say something totally different, that causes red flags. It's not about liking one of the over the other. I honestly am so tired of seeing all 3 parents' face, I can't see straight.
And that's what going back to what I think Lou said about supporting. Again, guys, it's been proven, talked about, and never denied. Chris is the one that got Seth his job as a jailer at the jail, okay? Because he stated he knew how bad that Seth wanted to be law enforcement. He knew somebody. He pulled some strings and said, "Hey, buddy, you need to give them a call. Go apply for this." He got the job. Does that sound like somebody that, like, I'll be honest with you. As much as I said that I would help my ex, I wouldn't go get one of her new husbands a job.
Chris said that, yes, and Seth agreed to it. Like, just
Yes, he
because
did.
Chris says something doesn't mean that it's a lie. Him and Seth had and I'm just speaking to the comment in the comments. It's like Texas, you say that we're so up, we can't see past Seth, but you're sitting here defending Chris and not talking about Sebastian. So it goes both ways. It's understandable that you think that Chris and Katie, okay, that's fine, but don't come ask us to look at it differently and be, bipartisan on it. But yet you're going to continue saying that Chris and Katie, this, that, or the other. You know what I mean? And now you want to talk about Trump. Okay, I'm done. You lost credibility.
We're not doing any political talking here, guys. Just saying.
No.
I don't do that. Sorry. Upstate wants to know, what was the age difference between Seth and Katie?
9 years.
9 years. And my understanding is that they met when she was 14. Well, yeah, she was 14. 12. Sorry. I tried to remember. I keep getting mixed up with that other case. And he was 9 years older than that. So I believe he was 21 years old when they first met, and then they started to whatever. Okay. Now, you can blame that on whoever you want to blame it on, her parents, him, however you want to put it together. It happened.
Oh, hell
okay?
no. I'm blaming it on him. No, we are not doing that, Dago. I'm sorry. I love you, brother. But we are not blaming that on whoever you want to. No, we are blaming it on the person who made the decision to, show interest in a 12-year-old girl. That's who we're blaming.
Right. He
Well,
was an adult. He knew right from
14.
wrong.
That I know that. I'm not saying that. I said because I've seen people blame it on both. That's all I'm saying. I said you can blame it on whoever you want. I see it for what it is. Is what the rest
Right.
of
I
us
got you, brother.
That it's okay, but all I'm saying is, again, that in itself, that has become a big issue. All of that's being said, all of that being put out there. Once again, nothing that has to do with finding Sebastian, and it never will. None of that stuff ever is going to make us find Sebastian. I don't understand it. So again, we can talk about it. It's not changing. It all happened. It is what it is. I don't like the decisions that were made. I think I question a lot of the decisions that were made throughout this whole thing with them. Again, none of that is gonna find him. I want to know what he knows as his father and what the other two know as his parents. How we can find him, how they can find him, because why can't we have interviews about that kind of stuff is what I don't understand. Why is it always about this stuff? That's what I don't get. And I'm praying to God this next interview is going to, but it's not. I know it's not. It's not going to give any of that. I'm hoping it might, but it's not. Just as much as I thought that Jennifer's would too. So
what's the shadow thing that JLR's been talking about?
Oh, Lord. No, you didn't. So.
Oh, what?
I don't know. I just saw it.
Shadow Man. Woo. Allegedly, this neighbor has footage of lights going on and off in the house, like whatever time they went off, like people were going to bed. And then there's some shadow figure in what looks to be like the dining room or
It was
something.
a mannequin.
In the front of the house.
That's it?
Yeah, that's all I got for you. I don't know who he was alluding to it being. Maybe Katie.
Is this the same neighbor that put the other stuff out?
I don't know.
I can tell you there are videos. I can tell you that is fact. I'm not going to say what are on those videos, but there are most definitely videos. And I know in the beginning they were going to be released onto social media, but instead they were turned over to TBI, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Salty, we're not entertaining JLR's bull crap. I was just asking.
Yeah, I didn't even hear that. So that's probably why she was asking, because she probably just heard it. So definitely not entertaining anything he says, because I can't stand him. But that's so, like I said, was this, I missed that because my wife was just talking to me. Is this the same neighbor that said all the other crazy shit? Or no?
Who are you talking to?
Anybody like that knows about this?
Well, so it was a Facebook post he was reading on his screen this morning. It's another third party source that nobody's willing to go vet because that would eliminate any potential for drama, clicks, views, and money. And that's all it is. It's drama. That, JLR, I guess, got done with riding the Robin train yesterday, and now he's on to promoting bullshit again. That's just what it is.
I just would like to see these. Why I like to see these people come out in the public eye, do a press conference, and say these things. Period. Okay, that just I just don't get it anymore.
Well, I will say this: that story of the lights coming on and off, we heard in the beginning.
Yeah,
but
we did.
No one really went anywhere with it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's, you can take it or leave it. In my opinion, people come
And
up with
lights going
crazy.
on and off doesn't mean anything, right? It just means that he may have turned his light off. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
it means the power bill is paid.
right. Like, so, I mean, not to go down that road, could he have been signaling somebody? Sure, any of that's possible. But there's zero, evidence to prove that that's what was the case. And, you know, it's almost like he's just literally just disappeared, man. It's crazy.
That's what just made this so hard, and I think why everybody has taken such a hard turn with this case, because it literally does not tell us anything. He just poof, he's gone. Nobody, I don't think anybody. Yes, I know that kids have just walked away before, so on and so forth, but there's usually something that shows something from somewhere. This is just a 15-year-old kid. There's nothing, guys, and there has not been anything found. That's why this is so hard. Not even a tiny little clue. Nothing. It makes no sense. Hey, Faux Popper, good to see you, bud. So I don't get it. That's why it's so hard to process. And now, you're saying that there's see, that's why I'm saying things like that. A shadow figure. Okay. There we go. That's who did this. I don't know. I don't know. I'm curious to see what happens next. I really hope that it's something. I do. This other interview is supposed to start here relatively quick, and I'm hopefully something comes out of that. But I don't know anymore.
Oh, something's gonna come out of it. No.
Well, that's what I was about to say. At the end of the day,
I'll be right back.
I got no lie to tell. At the end of the day, I hope it's as non-damaging as the last one. I hope it's something just as mild as the coffin dapper, because expecting anything other than that would be foolish. But I hope it's at least that minimal.
Yeah, one thing that Seth did say that really kind of, I don't normally say this, but pissed me off, was that he said he found out that his son wasn't normal. And I'm like, what? Nobody's normal. Just because your child happens to have autism doesn't make them abnormal. So that kind of struck me the wrong way.
Well, and when did that become a thing? Because in the beginning, he was saying he didn't look at his child or raise his child as a child that had anything wrong with him.
Right.
But now
But you
he's
can't
talking
do
about
that.
how he's abnormal.
You can't just, oh, nothing's wrong with him. He's autistic and he has, other issues, but we're just going to treat him like he's normal. That doesn't work.
Right.
No, but my point is, it's conflicting information. It's creating, it's showing a false narrative, right? One or the other is incorrect, and it's probably a mixture between the two. But it's which one can he say that makes him look better right now?
I would agree.
That's where I see it, right? Is I think Seth's just like any other dad. He's going to make mistakes. He's going to do things right. But at the end of the day, this clown show that's going on social media from him and his people that he's engaging with is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's doing nothing but creating more confusion and more hate toward the two people that aren't out here promoting this circus.
I agree, straight talker. The behavior panel covered Katie and Chris, but never covered Seth. Sorry, Seth. I don't understand that either.
Me either. And I even said in a chat when he was on there, when Seth was in that show, I even specifically called out Peter Hyatt and said, why don't you do this to Seth's interviews? And you notice what Seth did when he went up there. He sat there and didn't say nothing.
Yep.
Well, and I don't know. I feel like I'm on a soapbox today, but I kind of am after that.
Say your piece, brother.
Well, I saw a clip from a particular creator who had promoted this fake dog handler, right?
Right.
And something that this creator said as a crawdad effort to redeem theirself for promoting that was, well, what if that dog handler had come up and been all, Chris was so nice to me, nobody would have give her the time of day.
Right.
And I'm sitting here thinking about that, and I'm like, that's really where we've come to. We've come to the point where it's gone on so long, and there's so much of a mob. It's literally impossible to get it about Sebastian until they stop giving him a platform.
Yeah.
It really is. And I mean, everybody's saying they want an update from law enforcement. What I really want to see is law enforcement tell him he needs to stop. I get freedom of speech. I get all of that, but this is ridiculous.
They may have Cletus, and he said at one point that he said, I'm not going to stop. They may have told him, you need to lay down, you need to settle down, you need to stop, or whatever. He's not doing it. What are they going to do? You know what I mean? They may have told him that, and he's just not doing it. So
they can't do anything. I mean, it's
right. There's nothing they can do because it's just, as long as he's not breaking laws, they can't stop him.
Until somebody sends him something from like an attorney, that's like, hey, look.
Right. And I probably agree. I bet they have.
Quit defaming whatever, you know what I mean? It has to be something, in my opinion.
And that's my thing, right? Is, I do feel like there are a lot of people that could, if we all came together, could possibly come up with something that could be helpful. But I'm sorry, this is how I see it. The father of this child is creating so much chaos, so big of a massive mob against one side, and just continuing to push it. That entire thing he just did, he didn't say one thing about stopping the drama that exists. He acts like it's not even going on. He just,
because it's going to ignite tonight. That's why he's getting ready to ignite it.
Right, knowing what he's going to go do tonight. Like, that is in the back of his mind. It has to be.
It's just, I don't know. It's sickening to me that we give that man a microphone to do this, and then we support the mob, not individually, but I'm saying as a society at large, right? That's literally the situation, because it goes, my point goes hand in hand with what you're talking about with the behavior panel. They're not going to give an analysis of Seth, because that's going to make them look like a Chris Proudfoot supporter. And it's ridiculous.
I don't know any of them, and I don't support any of them. So there.
And
I'm a Sebastian supporter personally.
Me too, 100%.
But I also
taking sides.
But I also think that Seth is causing a shit ton of problems unnecessarily.
Well, here's the thing: is it's not just him. I agree with Cletus. Okay, he may be putting pieces of stuff out there, but it's this. I guess you referred to it as a mob, Cletus. They're the ones that are pushing the narrative so harsh in some senses. With a lot of this, he'll say something and then it's like 3,500 other people. Yeah. Okay. I mean, and it's I don't know. It's just, it seems wrong to me. It really does. I am 100% Team Sebastian. All I want is this child to come home, and I'm so upset truly that this has done nothing but cause more shit for that child when he comes home. He's going to have to deal with all this stuff. He's going to have to see all this stuff at some point and hear all this stuff. And so on and so, this is not good for him either when he does come home. Okay.
Here's my thing, Dago. I know on base we're all saying it's not good, it's not good, it's not good, but I kind of have a little bit of a different position on it, right? The way I feel is that every time somebody, whether it's Chris, Katie, or Seth, opens their mouth, they give a little bit of information, right? And law enforcement is definitely watching all of these podcasts, okay? And definitely will be watching the podcast tonight. So things that you and I or Clue or Mama Bear may not pick up on, they will pick up on based on their evidence that they have. The more that any of the parents keep going out on platforms and talking and changing their stories is only creating a case against them if they are a suspect.
That makes total sense.
It does. Yeah,
I
it does.
agree.
Swifter says I don't think so. Swifter, I don't know. I don't really want to know, but thank you for the $5 super chat. Says any chance Katie had other pregnancies and adopted them out? Kind of seems like other child is a sibling. I don't know. I've never heard anything about that, and I'm not.
Is she talking about the one in the picture? Maybe she's saying the picture that looked like Sebastian. Maybe that was a sibling. I don't know.
No, because from my understanding is when that child lifted his face up, he looks nothing like Sebastian. It just the way that the light and the angle of the photo and everything came out, and that he just so happened to have the same type of glasses, which is really what I think the highlight of that photo was that drew people to look at it was those glasses. Truly,
Yeah.
okay. And
Now,
then
I can tell you if I don't know who the person was that sent me the email. She said it was her in that photo in the pink, but
yeah,
she also attached photos of her kid, and if that is the one in that photo, it looks nothing like him.
right,
looking straight on at the camera.
Well, I wonder if that's where the AI comes in. Did somebody take that picture and then put a picture of Sebastian next to it and have the two pictures merged to make the picture look more
There
like
is
Sebastian?
so just so you know, there is no AI involved in the photo.
None at all. They
That-
completely took that apart.
There was an article that came out when that photo was debunked by law enforcement, and that article said seemingly AI. I know I was somebody that read that and thought the same thing, but then I went back and read what law enforcement put out, and it wasn't AI. They identified the family and spoke to the family.
Right, and I'll be honest, guys. Seriously, any picture any of us that have followed this case were to see with a child looking down, okay, and wearing these type of glasses, okay, looking down from a distance is going to look like him to everybody that's looking for him. I'll be honest with you, because that is what he wears. Those glasses were the first thing I saw when I saw that photograph, and I went, oh, wait a minute, okay. And then we started breaking down the nose, the chin, the ears, the hairline, the hair color, the this, that, and everything else. So yeah, any picture that ever were to get put out online of a child that's roughly within that age group that has the same, I mean, guys, we looked at everything. The way he was holding his arm, his shoulders, his weight, his legs, everything. We broke that all down, and we were all 100% almost, at least I was. I'm not going to talk for everybody, but almost 100% sure that was him, and it's not. So that says to me, if you see something, you're gonna want to see something, okay? And we did. We wanted to see something. I told you guys, Peggy Sue became a new member. Thank you very much for that, Peggy Sue.
Welcome to this house, Peggy.
We appreciate you very much. So, I just gotta say, me alone, I can speak for myself 100%. I was very let down when I saw the statement from the sheriff that wasn't him. It kind of re-broke my heart, okay? Because I thought, holy hell, we've got a lead. This is him. He could be coming home soon, and that really just my stomach dropped about 3 feet, folks, and I just felt sick. Honestly,
yeah. I mean, because that was like the first,
the only
the only thing, a sign of him coming, or
absolutely.
So do you think it was just coincidence that all that happened, or do you think that there was some manipulation and planning from the picture? Maybe not the actual picture being taken, but once the picture was seen, do you think that there was a manipulation of the possible information?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm not. I don't know if there was manipulation of the information or not, but I will say it seems pretty clear to me that there were actions taken that disregarded law enforcement's advice in
Yeah.
regards to that
Yeah.
person.
Well, and once again, mind you, that the stepdad, who's only a stepdad, immediately knew it wasn't his stepson. But the dad, 100%, that's my son. I'm going there. That should tell you a little bit of something, folks.
Good night, Sam.
Well, I
Well,
mean, so it's to Seth's credit in that situation, right? It's one of those things where I don't know that you would stop me from going either.
100%. I'm right there with you.
I don't know that I would heed law enforcement's advice either. I can completely understand the mindset Seth portrayed. Whether he's genuine or not, only he knows, right? But I can understand where he was coming from.
Right. It wasn't that I didn't understand it. It was that everybody kept jumping on Chris saying, you don't know, it's not your son. You don't know. But in fact, he did know immediately when he saw it, which tells me that he has a very deep relationship with Sebastian, that he knew immediately by looking at that picture, it wasn't him.
Rascal's about to go live in 2 minutes, just FYI.
Yeah, I got it right here. It's loaded.
Okay.
Well, I'll just type instead of typing. Then Terry, I do have. There's many other cases that we're going to be covering. When something new pops out on a case that we're already covering, I'm going to cover that. Which is why it's taken so long to cover new stuff. But the mods and the producers in here have given me a lot of stuff, and there's other subscribers that have given me stuff, and they're coming. I have plenty of stuff to work on for plenty of time. I'll just put it that way. So but even if I were to cover a new case every day, it's just barely scratching the surface. So but there's more coming, Terry. I promise. There's quite a few more. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I saw this morning in relation. Actually, you guys know who Sleuthy is. She sent me an email on something that blew my mind. And it's somewhat related to people that were missing but ended up being found, but it's related to something altogether different in relation to the Karen Reed case, and it really blew my mind. But anyway, there's that. There's a bunch of other stuff. There's some thing that Mama Bear found. I mean, we have plenty of stuff that we're going to be hitting on. I promise you. Besides,
can I ask you a question, Bubble?
No.
Oh, well, I'm going to ask you anyway. Listen,
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Do you think that the fake dog handler should be looked into more as being part of the actual disappearance of Sebastian, because it is so left field, and it was somebody who seemed to be intimately involved in the group of people on that side, meaning that they would have access to information about where people were or weren't. You understand what I'm saying? Like, to me, as soon as I realized the woman was full of, you know what, my next question is, well, what would be your motivation? And when you're looking at it from a profiling standpoint, a lot of those who have been, serial Ks and things like that will put themselves in the front foremost, or send, letters to newspapers or whatever. But YouTube is the nowadays newspaper. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. In the beginning, there was somebody, Doodle found it for me again. And she was talking, it was a woman that inserted herself into this case and was taking people in the complete wrong direction on this case. Okay. And I can't, Doodle probably will throw her name in the chat here in a minute. I can't remember her name.
Was it Carrie Foster, maybe?
Carrie Foster. Thank you, Blue. I don't know why I can't remember. But anyway, she completely was going the other direction and was doing things that you shouldn't do and leading people completely away from this for some reason.
But see, this is where I have a problem with that statement altogether. How are you leading people away from something that you don't know where it's located?
Yes.
Well, and that's a thing. That's a big thing. I think in her instance, and first off, guys, we're not gonna miss it. I have it loaded and ready to jump as soon as he starts. The that situation in general, I think she was taking people from the facts that she had, and she was giving them completely different opposing facts. For whatever reason she was doing that makes no sense. So I think that people that do things like that and or this dog handler definitely should be looked at. Um, I think it was one of the parents, if not Seth alone, that says if you're not here to help this, you're part of the problem. Well, okay, there it is. That's part of the problem because it's putting out misinformation big time. It's breaking the integrity of the case in some senses. Why? For what reason? Why does anybody do that when we're looking for a child? I don't understand that. So I have to say, and it was a long ass answer, but yeah, I think they should be looked at, maybe not in conjunction with the disappearance, but why are you interfering in this with something that has nothing to do with it?
Oh,
That's how I see
absolutely.
it. That's how I see it. And I'm sorry for making it such a long answer, but I referred to that because of that reason. So, and yeah, and that's the thing. That foster woman, she's a felon and should not be around children. Why is she?
Wait, hold up. Just because you're a felon doesn't mean you shouldn't be around children. Okay, I'm sorry.
I
I
don't
gotta
mean
say
it like
that.
that. I mean, why is she in charge of
Because
That
felons are still, because hold on, because felons are still good people. I have to stand up for this one. Just because you've committed a felony in your life does not mean you shouldn't be able to help search for children, does not mean that you shouldn't be able to be a good citizen after you make dumbass mistakes. Like, I know some amazing, amazing felons. As a matter of fact, I would leave my children with some felon people that I know, not any felons, but before I would leave them with my own mother. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's I get what you're saying. She when she inserted herself, she caused problems. So that's what I'm saying. People like that.
well, that's
Um,
part of my question when it comes to that lady. Where did you come from?
100%. And why? And what
Right.
was that? Hold on, real quick. Mama Bear, thank you, hun, for joining us tonight. I hope you get some sleep. I will talk to you tomorrow. Okay.
All right. Have a great night, guys. I'll see you hopefully Thursday.
Good
bye,
night.
Mama Bear.
Night.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of my question, Clue. At the same time, was she somebody that was involved in this somehow? Do you know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
know.
Is that why she was here?
I don't know.
Because if you're taking the time to look at her situation and investigate her situation, you're taking some time away from him. Is that what it was? Was it a distraction? Was it something? You know what I mean? It very well can be seen that way, in my opinion. I don't know for a fact. I'm just saying it was
I
very
still think
weird.
the resemblance to Nina is ridiculous. And I know it's not Nina. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the resemblance is crazy.
With
And
Carrie
who?
Foster and is that who you're talking about? Or are you talking about the dog handler?
I'm talking about the dog handler.
Oh, okay. I was talking about Carrie Foster. I'm sorry. Um,
Are you talking about the way they look, the way they talk? Like,
Yes and yes. And I don't mean like they look at it's if you take a picture of Nina and you take a picture of this dog handler, they're either in my opinion, how do I say this? I'm not saying in my opinion she is. There would be a great argument that based off their looks and the way that they sound, that there could be some family ties there.
I've never seen the. I don't think I've ever seen, or have. Yeah, I have seen Steph. I'm trying to remember what Nina looks like. God, I didn't pay no attention. Truly.
Like a sister or an aunt, or probably not a sister. Because and if you look at the Facebook page, have y'all seen this Samantha's Facebook page?
Samantha?
you mean
Or
Stephanie?
Stephanie, have you seen Stephanie's Facebook page?
I have
Uh,
not personally.
somebody sent it to me, but someone also said she deleted it.
Well, she did delete it, but if you go back, I don't know if you took a screenshot of it or not, but if you go look at the screenshot, the Facebook or Instagram, whatever it is, that was shown, the woman in that picture and those pictures look about, I don't know, 25 years younger than the lady that was on the TV screen, and has a newborn baby. And I'm not on the TV screen, the computer, and has a newborn baby. So I know that Stephanie chick doesn't look like she should be of the age to have a newborn baby.
So you're saying, because I don't know, I can't remember what this Stephanie looks like. You believe that she looks like this lady here, right?
I'm sorry, I was talking without my mic on. Yes, a skinnier version, respectfully.
Okay. I don't even have any pictures of Stephanie to
She
compare.
actually looks closer to the lady in the Facebook pictures than the one on the TV or on the panel. I keep saying TV, on the panel. But there's just resemblances that are super canny. I'm sure, Clue, if you have a picture of her, you could see that pretty easily.
I do. Oh,
Uh,
hold on. Oh, let me look at my photos. That'll be
I
good.
saw Steph, but I didn't like look at her. I wasn't paying attention to her like that. So, you know, you look at somebody, but you're not really caring, so you just don't absorb it like that. That's kind of how that went. I don't know. That would be weird.
Maybe.
You have? Can you drop one in here, Clue? Are you able to, or no? You just hit the present thing and it'll.
No, I mean it's not a link.
No. No, like if you have a picture up that you're on panel, just hit present, and I can pull it up and look at it real quick because it'll be backstage here with me. You just have to flip it to the other screen so it'll transpose to the other side.
I don't see present.
Also on that Instagram page, I think that's what it is. There's not a single thing listed about dogs at all. It's hair care, skin care, MLM type, work. There is zero about any type of dog.
I'm not on my computer, Dago.
Oh, okay. Don't worry about it then. Sorry. I'm looking, Doodle. I'm trying to find it. You said above truth?
Did you hear somebody talking?
Yeah, it's because he just went live.
Oh. You know he's live, right?
Who?
Pastor.
Oh, yeah, I gotta go back to it. Sorry, I pulled that up. My apologies. I was just there. Hold on.
Here. So, do we have new update?
I read that Doodlebug. Thank you for clearing that up. And she did y'all read what she said, that what Doodlebug said that her felony was? She walked into a school with a gun and a bulletproof vest.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that's that crazy woman.
Carrie Foster. Yeah. Sorry, Doodle, I couldn't find it. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. And she was at some point Sumner County EMS too. So
Do me a favor, hit that like button down below, crush it, make it scream out your name, send it past. Let's get to 1K. I see a bunch of y'all in here. It really means a lot. I appreciate all of your energy. It means the world.
by the way, everybody, I do got to say something while we're waiting on this to start.
Don't forget to crush that follow button.
First of all, can we thank you, Kimber. Can we put
you name it, all of those things. Go over there.
Can we put Pascal's link in here? Because this is his video. After the fact, guys, I know it's going to be, some people don't want to. Just please go over and like the video since he's putting the work in to do it and we're watching it. So, and reviewing it. But I do want to say, guys, if we can, folks, I noticed that Cluminati's channel is very, 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 very close to 10,000 subscribers. And I'm asking anybody in here that has not done that yet, if you please could go subscribe to her channel, and there's no reason we can't get her to 10K ASAP because she deserves it. So please, if we could, go over and check that out. Subscribe, send your cousin, send your brother, send the neighbor, the dog, mailman, whatever it takes. Let's get her to 10K, guys, please, if we can.
I'm sending feet pictures to all new subscribers.
Well, there went that chance.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
I'll send video of my big toe waving if you get 3 of your friends to do it too.
Yes, I know, Doodle. And Paula, I'd love to get to 10K too, but I'm not as close as her, and we can get her there first, and then we'll get there. No worries.
How many do you have?
Me?
Both of you, you and Clue.
I'm at 8,200 and something, and she's at like 99.9999999 or something like that. So,
Oh, I'm going to buy some viewers. All right, be right back.
just saying, we can get her there. We can get her there. She does a lot of hard work and always has, so she deserves that 10K, folks.
They go, you're at 8.34, just so you know.
Okay, well, I was at 8.2 something. Thank you guys.
There you go.
This is all because of y'all. Thank you guys very much.
I dropped your link like 12 times today. Come on.
What's the link for Clue, Miss Kimberly? Yeah, I know you did. Thank you very much again. Can one of the mods please put Clue's link back in here, please? She's almost there. What are you actually at right now, Cletus?
What? Hold on a minute. Why are you asking him?
9.92.
Because you don't look at all the details, kid. She does. He does.
No, I don't.
She's at 9.92. She needs
There you go, guys. It's like a handful away. Come on now. We can do that. Juju B, what's happening? Trisha Daly,
wow.
welcome.
That's super close. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'll send you pics of my big toes if they buy you 100 copies. Hell yeah. I love me coffee too. Shit. Bingo. 8 honey. Yeah, we can get you there. Thank you very much, Stenny. You know I love you guys for that too. Very much so. And I appreciate everybody of it. But like I said, she's closer than me. Let's get her there and then we'll worry about me. Because we're almost there too.
We're gonna get us both there.
All right, here we go.
Seth Rogers, which Seth Rogers is here with us as well, biological father of Sebastian Rogers. Fellas, good evening. How y'all feeling?
Good, buddy. Thank you for having us.
How you doing, Seth?
Another day.
Another day.
No answers.
No doubt. No doubt. Well, let's get into this conversation. We got to get through all the drama stuff first. So let's get into this drama stuff. All right.
Hope everybody's smoking.
Tony, I'm going to ask you, since the last time you were on the show, how things been, man? Been all right?
We've been all right. You know, there's still a lot of people that are here for the wrong.
Got to do the drama first.
I don't know. There's still a lot of drama. We're working on that, but I think we're moving on and moving forward, as Seth says.
Mm-hmm. Seth, how things been for you as of late?
Some information has been laid at my feet. Some things have definitely opened up my eyes to things I didn't know going on before. Had to let a couple people go. Some people that are close to the internal operations don't know how to not tweet like a bird.
Okay. You know what? Since we're already going there, since you're going there, let's get into it, shall we? So I understand that you have a private investigator. You had one before. Well, hold on. Let me just say this. You had a private investigator before Tony came in, right? And that person left. Then Tony shows up. He's here to be a spokesperson, help in the media side of things. And then
Tony pretty much does what I ask him to do, so it takes weight off of my shoulders.
Right. So then as of today, there's been a new person, a new private investigator that put out a new statement basically saying that they are now stepping down from the search for Sebastian. So, of course, I have to ask a few things. Let me get straight to the point. Tony, did you have anything to do with this?
Well, it wouldn't be credible if it came from me. Ask Seth that question.
Right on. Seth.
100% guilty.
Okay. So is everything amicable? Did you guys part ways in an amicable way, or what's going on here?
We did.
You say that again. You thought you did?
I thought we did. Only time will really tell. I pretty much told my team that You know, too many chiefs, not enough Indians. Too many cooks in the kitchen, not enough. You know, there's just this is my son. All right, people I wanted to work with. When I brought Tony in, I told him what I wanted. My goal was to see if I could get Chris and Katie to come work with me. That was the olive branch. It was done. A phone call got leaked out. That kind of told me what, you know, where particular people were sitting at. And my son doesn't have time to wait for people to stop being childish. We're supposed to be adults. The goal is, Sebastian, to recover, to find, rescue, take care of, bring him home in whatever form and fashion we can. All right. It just didn't seem to be going that way. And when I want to bring somebody in, and then people want to turn around and in the group, well, Tony's doing this, Tony's doing that. Well, I sent the engagement letter with these people 3 weeks before I even started talking to Tony.
Yeah, it's interesting the amount of shade. You know, we need to talk about this because as soon as Tony came onto the show last Friday or something of that sort, there was not last Friday, but the Friday before, I'm sorry, there was a lot of backlash. Tony got a lot of hate for just showing up and just trying to be a supportive, just be a support system and help relieve some of the heavy lifting that was weighing on your shoulders. And then, of course, there was a PI that stepped down around that time. There was an announcement.
My mother stepped down. I still have regular communication with her.
Okay.
I do too.
And that's great. And that's great. But I think as soon as it was the timeline, I think Tony comes on, Heather steps down, then there's another PI now that's stepping down. And I think a lot of people were very, very quick to assume that Tony has something to do with, say, this other PI stepping down. And you guys are trying to they're assuming. So you're making it very clear.
Making an ass out of me and you. Assume.
Okay.
Tony had nothing to do with it. Tony wasn't even at the meeting that I brought everybody into so I could speak to him. And I laid it all out. And, you know, the responses and the answers I got were not concurrent with my goals.
Okay.
Somebody sits there and literally tells me that, you know, that I'll cut forward to what she posted today on her investigation. Well, last time I checked, this is my operation. All right. I'm the one looking for my son. And she wants to go her investigation. And then I have found out that not all information was shared with me. Some things were, you know, not shared with me. I don't appreciate that.
That's interesting, Seth. Can you expand on that a little bit?
No.
What information wasn't given to you? Was it crucial information or it was just like little bits here and there?
If you're not going to give me a lead or you're not going to check up on a lead, and then all of a sudden I've got to take time from what I was doing and turn around and, you know, check up on a lead or check on something else when, you know, that's taking time out from what I'm trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's still, I'm doing it. But if you're going to have a part, you need to play your part.
I see. So something got leaked. Let's move on. I mean, I hope everything gets ironed out between y'all, okay, and PIs. And actually, are you working with any other PIs or
no? I ain't telling
any
you.
Updates? Okay, nothing. Okay, that's fine. We Gucci. We Gucci on that. So moving on. Let's talk about this here. The leaked audio. You know, Chris Proudfoot made a phone call, and that information or that phone call got leaked. Can we just tap on that for a quick second? Because this spawned the gloves are coming off from you, Tony, on your recent TikTok conversation. Can you expand a little bit on that and why suddenly the gloves are off now
can.
and not before. Go ahead, Seth. Go ahead.
I mean, in the conversation, he literally states that he's not going to be working with Tony. The whole point of me putting Chris and Katie in contact with Tony was for him to be our spokesman person, so that way we can all get on the same page and there'll be less drama, people trying to pit me versus Chris and Katie, and I think somebody told me he dropped the F-bomb like 71 times in that thing.
Whoa.
Wow. No, I'll let you have your woe. We'll go back to the 90s, but it's just he made statements in that it's like, okay, well, obviously trying to work with him, olive branch that was being extended from both sides. That it may have been a recorded telephone call, but it showed it just showed it showed the path that I'm looking for is not the path that he's on. My goal is to find my son. Okay. I'm not in for this drama stuff. People say I'm starting it. I don't really care what they say.
All right.
My classic phrase.
So, Tony, do you have anything you want to add to what Seth just said?
Let me, I'm sorry, I just had my phone ring. Let me see if I can get this. There we go. Okay. So what are we talking, Pascal, help me. Are you having me answer, why the gloves are off? Is that what I'm answering?
Yes. I just want to hear from your own mouth why gloves are off. Yeah.
Can you keep this way where we can all three see each other?
It's fine.
Yeah. Cause yeah. So, the leak phone call we'd had for a while.
Wow.
8-9 days before it was leaked. So it's that's one of the things. It's the fact that he called into a show and, pretended to be Billy Bob Thornton. And essentially what he was doing is he was making fun of an autistic child. And, it's the way he talks to people in general. It's all the talk shows.
You're kidding me, right?
When he told us that he was going to stay off social media if I helped control Seth and kept Seth from getting crazy, then he's out there getting crazy. And at the end of the day, I mean, I hate to say it, the guy's just not a good guy.
Yeah.
This guy is a piece of shit.
That's fair
sorry.
enough. I mean, the
sorry.
audio.
That is pure bullshit. I'm sorry.
The phone calls that he's been doing as of late have not been optically good at the end of the day. Let's keep it real. But okay, now I get it.
If that doesn't show you they twist everything, then what does?
Clarifying that. But of course, we need to get into this other part. Okay, we got to move on. Like I said, we're not here to dwell in the drama, but I do want to, clarify a few of these things because these are the things that have been percolating out here in these internet streets for a little while. We got to talk about this Nancy Grace situation. Okay. Now there was a piece of audio, or there was a piece of the show that was that aired, but then it was deleted. And I think a lot of people deleted from the podcast, deleted from the show. And a lot of people are asking, there's a lot of speculation roaming around this particular situation. So I wanted to play the audio really quick so that everyone knows what I'm referencing. Okay. And this is from Nancy Grace. And this was the piece that did not make it. Well, it made it to Final Cut, but then it got cut out. And I think, just like myself, I'm quite curious what happened here. Let's play that audio really quick.
Following are paraphrase questions and responses from Seth after a polygraph was conducted. What is your theory of what happened to your son, Sebastian? What did Seth say?
He explained to me that Sebastian was routinely taking a sleep aid, and he believes that Sebastian probably wouldn't go to sleep. So his mom, Katie, overdosed him and caused his death. That's what he told me.
Now, this piece of information, hopefully everybody heard that. You guys heard this? Fellas, you heard the audio clip? Yeah. Yes? Okay. Now, this obviously was on live. It was on the show. It aired on TV. And then suddenly the podcast version, it didn't have it in there. And of course, it's nowhere to be seen on her platform. And a lot of people are wondering what the heck happened here. So I'll just throw this to you, Tony. What actually happened here?
So I had multiple agreements with Holden, her producer,
Mm-hmm.
that there was not going to be anything asked or anything stated that was going to make the Proudfits look bad. I had that agreement in writing. I had it in text. I had it in an email, and I had it on 2 different phone calls. So when that happened in the middle of the interview, I told Seth, I said, we don't have any control over Nancy. There's no control in her. So I said, if you get a text from me that says get off, you get off the interview, hang up. So when she played that recording, he sent me a text at the same time I was sending him a text. I said, get off. And they're like, oh, what happened to him? It's bad weather and, whatnot. And I said, no, it wasn't bad weather. I told him to get off the interview. I said, Nancy, you broke your word to us. And I said, your producer broke his word to us. And she said, I don't understand. What are you talking about? And I said, I talked to Holden twice. I got him in a text, an email, and multiple phone calls where he assured me that you were not going to say or do anything while we're trying to build this unity that was going to make this family look bad. Well, she jumped Holden's ass, and I guess Holden had sent her an email that she didn't see, supposedly, allegedly. So she asked me if I would bring Seth back on. She apologized to Seth. She told me she didn't want to put any more stress on Seth. And she told Seth and I, there together, 100%, she gave us our word that would be cut out and it would never be seen anywhere. Is that correct, Seth?
That is correct.
And then she did what she did.
Okay. That's unfortunate. To be really honest, that is really, really unfortunate, but it is out here now, right? TikTok and YouTube, they grabbed that thing and it's been out here. It was plastered all over the place as soon as that interview dropped. So I have to ask you, Seth, is that really your theory? Is that what you stand on now as far as
that
what
wasn't the
happened?
only thing that gentleman asked me after the polygraph? He asked me several more questions.
Mm-hmm.
And when he pulled out a notepad and a pen, piece of paper, I thought he was going to offer me assistance. And so what I discussed him was, my top 3 theories for what may or may not have happened with my son.
Yeah.
And that's the only one that he brought up. And, what I was getting from him as a former FBI agent, I was hoping he was going to give me some advice, who I could reach out to. And I didn't get any of that. So while I'm sitting there sleep deprived, just got done taking, a polygraph. And, yeah, this is my first time doing this sort of stuff.
Of course.
I've never been in this before.
Right.
I don't want anybody to ever be in this.
Yeah.
It's a horrible feeling no matter what. There's a lot of people in your chat saying that I'm starting drama and I egg it on. I see so much drama going on in these chats and stuff. There's time. You can go hand out flyers. You can sit there and get my son's name out instead of sitting here asking me to, speak about my mom or Chris's ex-wife, things like that. That's not directing the focus back to finding my son. That is you wanting to ask questions to start drama. So you can either like me or hate me. It doesn't matter. If you're willing to help me find my son, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
People over here talking about Chloe was the only sane one. Or for you to say that, you weren't there. You don't know what's going on. You don't know the fact that day one, I was out searching in my vehicle. Law enforcement did not want us with boots on the ground, walking through the woods and stuff, looking for our son, because the last thing they wanted is one of the parents to get hurt or injured and not be able to communicate to where they were at. If you don't think that I wasn't out there on day one, driving around, screaming with my window down, driving everywhere. I don't know the area. I'm not from there. I'm not from Clarksville. I know a lot of the area now. I've been everywhere. For that first week, I was searching every day. I don't know what I've done. I don't tell you everything I do. My life is sitting here on blast for everybody, whether you're Team Sebastian or not. Sometimes some people in these chats just want to sit there and run their mouth. And that's fine. That's human nature, I guess. You know, there are podcasters out there, and I know I'm not supposed to mention names, but there's some out there that have literally told people that they need to come whoop my ass. Well,
Whoa. What?
I'm here.
For real though?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
here. I'm in the same address since I moved to Tennessee.
Bullshit.
Why? Because moving actually creates more issues with my son. Because every time you move, it creates a change that he has to deal with.
Yeah.
Do I want to move to a different place? Yes. Has my rent gone up $500 since I moved here? Yes. Have they done anything to improve my house? No. But I stay here because it's easier for my son to stay here and for me to pay more for my rent, for him to be safe and comfortable at our house.
I know that your intentions are good. Okay. Just like I know that Tony's intentions are good. You're the team that's been involved with everything, even all the way down to the people who have left the search, like the PIs of the past and all that stuff. They all have been here for the greater good to try to find your son.
They're all
you know?
volunteers, and I
All
appreciate
volunteering.
every one of them. But
I think that needs to be made clear, right? So that people know
I
that, right?
appreciate all of them, but at the same point in time, I need everybody to work together. And I needed people in my team to work together. If I bring in more people, it's because I need more people. I need people who have SAR training. I need people who have the resources that I don't have, that I can't afford. Lord knows I cannot afford to go drop $32,000 on a water drum.
Yeah.
Can't go buy a boat. I can't do things. You know, people talk about my GoFundMe that's now shut down because I'm just tired of it. I use that for stuff, for flyers, for making sure we can get things taken care of. And yet I get nothing but grief about it.
You know, one thing I do want to just interject here really quick. I think one thing that people tend to forget, one, everyone's passionate about trying to find your son, right? We're all emotionally attached to this case. We all want to know what's going on. We all want to break or crack the case, right? And find your son and bring him home to safety and all that. But I think people forget that this is not like a startup company.
It's not a game.
This is not
my
a
son's
game.
life is in danger.
I think people forget that when you lose somebody, it's not like this is something that you just wake up and know how to do. It's not like you can just pull up, Google it and go, how to build a team to find a missing person. You are shooting from the hip a lot of the times. And I think a lot of people forget that. And we need to bring that reality back into the conversation.
Thank you, LA.
Instead of everybody doing the backseat driving, realize that, hey, there's mistakes that are going to be made. There's going to be bumps on the road because this is not something that people do every day.
Every time I make a decision, I don't know if it's going to be the right one. Only time will tell. I'm learning at this just as the next person, which I hope the next person, if they're missing their kid and they reach out to me, I hope I can help give them something that I've learned from my experience besides welcome to hell. There is nothing in this world like losing your kid, but it's one step even worse to not even know if your kid's alive or dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand how people can just sit there and be like, it's life. Well, I refuse to accept that.
Pascal, I'll tell you something. One thing that I've been very, very adamant about is I'll defend Seth. I'll defend Randy Harris. I just don't get into defending myself. But I looked over and I got the comments turned off now, but you've even got people in your chat that are causing trouble, and you got people making little petty comments like, he's not paying attention. He's on his phone. Well, let me explain something. Since people want to make statements and they don't want to ask questions, which is what you're great at, is asking questions. I have literally a very demanding 24/7 job. I work essentially in the oil space. I have to be reachable by phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A normal day for me right now looks like this. I'll work 8 hours a day minimum, sometimes 10 hours. During that day, I'm also working for Seth, but every night I'm putting in another 8 hours for Seth. Every single night, whether it be on TikTok, whether it be researching, whether it be gauging what the mood of the public is, whatever that is, and then I get all these videos I got to look through. We got people that are breaking down a video that somebody else did, and they're criticizing us, and they're making money off of Seth's son, and they're doing all this craziness. Look,
those are true vulture when they're sitting there and taking a conversation that Tony is having, which is an actual conversation. They're discussing it. It's not a podcast. And then they want to sit there and put it next to their little will of pay me money. Why, they're sitting there in their nice little chair online with their little thing behind them, twirling her hair and pushing her glasses up while she's wanting everybody to buy a membership and consider to, that's not helping me find my son. So who gives you the right to sit there and criticize this man that's volunteering his time to help me find my son?
Well,
while you're sitting there making $1,000 off of a podcast and you haven't got out of your fucking chair.
Well, and Seth, what
Use my language.
You're good. You're right.
What I want to say is, I'm easy to get a hold of. Very, very easy to get a hold of. I'm open to having a conversation with anybody. In the world I live in, for Seth, for my job, I cannot get away from my phone. So if you see me looking down at my phone, it's because I've got messages coming in from Seth's team. It's because I've got customers that are texting me. And at the end of the day, the time that I spend on here with you, Pascal, on your platform, it's volunteer time. It doesn't pay my bills. So life for me doesn't stop, unfortunately. I have to keep working for Seth, working for my company. So, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to say, you've been working with me now for 3 months. Do you feel like I'm half focused, full focused? What do you feel like, Pascal?
I think you're in it 110%. I mean, you put your whole body into this whole thing. I commend you because you're not only doing this for Sebastian, you're also doing this for Caleb as well. And then also holding it down. You still are a dad. You still have other things that are going on in your life. You know what I mean? So, I've never had any thoughts in the negative for the contribution that you're doing for these two young men. Period.
I appreciate it 100%, Tony. I know that you don't do anything unless you ask me first. You ask me what the game plan is. We communicate. And some of your people in chat, Pascal.
Yeah.
T-Rev's my brother. I'm not talking about T-Rev. I'm not talking about, and I know you don't like me mentioning other creators, but
Pascal, you can tell there's a lot of emotions right now.
Yeah.
Because what we're trying to do.
It's 2.5 months, guys. It's been 2.5 months since we've seen anything resembling Sebastian Rogers. So tensions are going to be high. The nerves are going to be extremely sensitive. Raw.
If you have any goodness in your heart at all, either cover the case and help create awareness, get out from behind your computer, come help search, donate, do something like that. Or you know what, go to something else, because it's hurting everybody other than me. It doesn't hurt me, whatever, but it's hurting Seth. It's hurting everybody involved for people to get involved in a negative way. And that's what we're saying is, if you're making money off this man's child, then be grateful for that. I have no issue with people making money off covering a case. Pascal, I love it that that's what you do for a living, but you keep it real. You keep it factual. You're asking questions, you're not making unfounded comments. If you actually are going to have the goal to make money off of somebody's missing child, then do it with spreading a positive word. That's what we're asking.
But not doing.
Because without him losing his child, you're not making money talking about his child. There's nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. But I know that we can talk about this for a while, right? Because there's been a lot of tension building up for a while now. Okay. And I totally understand, right? Some people are in the chat saying, hey, Seth, I had it up, but the chat's been flying. So, but they basically said, hey, Seth, this is your son. You do what you need to do, what you see best to find your son. You know, forget the outside noise, because at the end of the day, we're trying to find Sebastian, right? So, you know,
my only issue with that, Pascal, is first of all, I don't have social media. I have YouTube, and since Tony came around,
your mommy has it.
Stay off of YouTube. Okay. Do I have to? Yes, you have to stay off of YouTube. You know, right. So I stay off of YouTube.
I get it.
That still doesn't mean that it doesn't get back to me. You know, It doesn't get back to me. It gets back to me that, you know, some lady going to sit on her fat little throne and talk about my weight. And it's like, you got a lot of room to talk. But you also want somebody to come put their hands on me. Just remember, you live in Tennessee, lady. If you're instigating assault on a law enforcement officer, that's time.
Sit the fuck
You're
down.
not a law enforcement
honestly,
officer.
That is other drama that I totally understand how you feel. Like, I understand where you're coming from. I hear you 110%.
I have too many volunteers out there that put their life in the line to go hand out flyers, walk through forests, walk through where there's snakes, ticks. One of my volunteers literally had spotted Rocky Mountain fever from a tick bite. People don't know what my volunteers are going through.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then you want to add more because you want to sit there and, you know, have people follow people around and threaten them. And so, get a life. You sure don't have a kid that's missing?
Nope.
Right.
And if you're not a coward and you want to say something to my face, there's my door.
Mm-hmm.
Certain people have put my phone number out on the internet.
That's not good. That's never good. And that's not how you do things out here, guys. That's not how you do things. But okay. I think we've gotten to get, you know, you gotten a chance to get some things off your chest. Understandably, there's been a lot of tension as of late. But let's get back to what we're here for, right? Which is getting to the facts and figuring out where Sebastian is. And I understand your frustration, brother. I really do. And I can only imagine what you're going through. But let's get back into this, shall we? So the thing is, okay, we had the Nancy Grace and, conversation and all that. There was some information that was out there that obviously was supposed to be taken out, and it wasn't. Obviously, that has shook a lot of people. People have had a lot of opinions about that. But one of the things that I do want to talk about is, let's get back to the basics. Now that we don't have now that they've confirmed that photo of Sebastian, or that alleged photo when they had that sighting that could have been
North
Sebastian,
Carolina.
was not in North Carolina. Yes. Now that they
would like to just say something about that.
Go ahead.
If the parents are listening, thank you. Because that was a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
And when I saw the actual pictures of him standing next to his mom, the Christmas tree. Sebastian's got a, I mean, just the way that he walked, the way that he held himself and stuff. Thanks for that little bit of hope. I needed it.
Yeah. Now that has been debunked, said that wasn't Sebastian, we're kind of back to square one in a way, right? And I, with and I don't mean that to sound to give it some sort of negativity or anything like that. Sometimes taking the step backwards, right, going back to square one gives you a huge leap forward. So let's talk about some things really, really quick. Now, I know that there's been footage, right? There's a whole bunch of footage, ring camera footage, so on and so forth, showing the Sebastian taking the trash out to the front of the house, and then all of a sudden nothing. Now, I have a question for you, Seth. Have you seen all of the footage, everything revolving around the disappearance of Sebastian?
What?
No.
Hold on.
You have not. What is it exactly that you're interested in seeing with your own two eyes right now?
Everything. And the reason I say everything is because when you have to start back at square one, you got to review everything. So a lot of mine is just reviewing what I already know in my mind, things that I've seen. Some of this stuff that gets pulled up, I don't know if it's, if it's real or not, and I don't have access to it like the police department does.
Okay. So is there...
Because you're not law enforcement.
I'm just going to ask these questions. Did you get a chance to see anything as far as, I don't know, footage from their cars, anything outside of the house? No?
No.
Okay, so is there dash cam footage from somebody's car?
I heard that there was.
From whose car?
Not from mine.
Okay.
I don't have a dash camera.
But somebody does.
Somebody does.
Okay. But you haven't seen that footage.
The police don't put it out. I don't see it.
Word. Tony, any thoughts on that?
What falls under my wheelhouse is not the investigation. So unfortunately, I don't know anything about the dash cam.
Interesting. Okay. So obviously there's footage that you've only seen, Seth, so far since the last time we talked. The only footage that you've actually seen is proof of life walking out of a Texas roadhouse, correct?
Yeah.
But there's a slew of other footage that you still have not seen.
Right.
Especially in people's cars and around the house, per se.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting information. Now, when it comes to, we have got to talk about this. This is not going to be an easy conversation, but I want to make sure that we address this because there's a lot of people that are reacting to some things that Seth, your mother, put out here recently, saying something along the lines of she knew about Sebastian's encounters, for lack of a better term, with Chris Proudfoot. And I know that there's been a knee-jerk reaction over the past 24 hours of people feeling some type of way about why she hasn't reported or why she didn't report those things in the past if she had known. Can we expand on that? Can we talk about that a little bit?
We don't have those answers. We have not talked to her about what she knew, why she didn't report, whatever. What we know from the other case I'm involved in is that grandmas get emotional. We don't blame her for anything she said either day. She said one thing one day. She said something completely different the next day. We don't blame her for either one of those things. Look, in these situations, the grandmas feel helpless. They feel uninformed. They feel helpless. And clearly we know that the grandmas were not involved in these cases. So they sit around and they drive themselves crazy and they watch all these things on social media and YouTube and TikTok and Facebook and all these things. And it gets to the point where they get angry and they don't have any way to release. So what they do is they do a little drive-by, as I call it, and they drop a bomb, and then they feel better. And then maybe the next day they drive by and drop a different bomb, and they feel better. You know, we haven't had conversation with Robin about that, but the truth is we don't blame her for making either comment, as polar opposite as they were. Just like I didn't blame Caleb Harris's grandma for making the comments she made, because I can't imagine how a grandparent that has very little information to go off of is dealing with all this. You know, they've got to feel helpless. And we know that typically, you know, everybody can question whether a parent loves their child. Did you have a good upbringing or whatever? Grandparents always have love for the grandkids. Historically, that is the group of people that love the kids, is the
What
grandparents.
a lot of people don't understand, and I don't mean to cut you off, Tony.
You're good, brother.
In the situation that's going on, I know how helpless I feel. So you can't even understand what kind of helplessness she feels.
By the way, guys, I have something to show
Not
you
hearing
after
the
this
news.
about this. You should be interested to
Information
see.
that she does, and I still feel helpless about some of this stuff. And then, you know, I'm not on social media, but I got people sending stuff to my phone because, again, my phone number's out there, and they're sending stuff right off the internet, off of Facebook. I don't have that stuff, but it still gets to me, as in it's still being sent to me. It's still being sent to my mom. So everybody wants. She's feeling probably helpless because she doesn't know what to do. She's in another state.
Yeah. No, listen, I totally understand. I understand her frustration 110%. I know that this is something that a lot of people have been questioning. It has been something that's been kind of crazy out here in these streets as of late. Just that information. It was a bit shocking. And of course, at the end of the day, it's still, you know, some insight into the possible dynamics that were going on inside that house before he disappeared, right?
Yes.
Now, speaking of the dynamics inside that home, I know that you said that there's some things that you were, I guess, some things were brought to your attention recently that really shocked you, Seth, that really kind of shook you. What is that?
Everybody already knows what you're talking about, Pascal. Other creators have been on it. Tony mentioned it last night in TikTok. Yeah, I have the DCS records for that house.
DCS records for that house. Okay, can you explain to me, because I know it's the Department of Children's Services, correct? So it's basically CPS, but Tennessee's version of CPS, correct?
Correct.
So what exactly did you learn? What was shed? What light was shed on you?
No, my eyes are open to a lot of things, and no, I can't share it with you. First of all, DCS reached out to my attorney, and because social media gets around, they reached out to my attorney. My attorney reached out to me, and I told them I had no plans of releasing any of this stuff at all. But I know it. I know what happened. I know the reports that were going on. I have a lot more understanding of what was happening in that house now.
Okay, so you are not going to release the information?
No.
Why not? The reason why I asked this, Seth, is because it could give more insight on why your son may have ran away, why your son may have disappeared. I mean, if it's not to the public, have you at least given it to law enforcement?
Oh, Sumner County has had it from the get-go.
Yeah, they've got it.
You know, I've been out. I've been in contact with TBI. TBI didn't have it, and I advised TBI to turn around and request the unredacted records because I got the redacted ones, And I told him that they need to request the unredacted records and they need to look at it.
Okay, that's something I didn't know that they had. It. Tony, can you expand on that? Oh, go ahead, Seth.
Tony hasn't seen the records. I haven't shared them with anybody but my attorney.
Wow.
We have for full transparency, we have discussed some of the things in those records, very vaguely, but he's under legal advisement not to share those, Pascal.
I see.
With the public.
Okay, I get it. It's just shocking.
Wait for that leak to happen.
And I'm sure. So you're saying that there's more incidents that happened where CPS showed up to the house beyond just the belt situation with Mr. Proudfoot. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Yes.
Are we talking multiple? Or are we just talking about like one other incident?
You're digging.
He's digging, isn't he? He's digging.
Saying, hey, I gotta ask these questions.
He's trying to get to the meat.
Yeah.
Just trying to get to a little bit. I'm just trying to get a little bit.
Church.
I mean, we could talk about church another time, but right now I'm asking that question.
You tell me every time.
Okay.
We talk about church another time.
Yeah, because we're talking about Sebastian right now, right? We're talking about Sebastian right now. So I want to know.
God's going to give you the answer next time you're at church.
There it is. Okay, fine.
We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you about this at the vigil.
There it is. We go. Oh, at the vigil.
Oh, yeah, that you said that you told me you were showing up for.
I will definitely come through. It's this weekend, right? But you guys are you guys doing a ride through up to a particular place, or is that a separate vigil? Can you explain that to me?
We're doing it's an MC ride.
Okay. Okay.
MC ride. Meeting place will be at 4, kickstands up at 5, rollover vigils from 6 to 7.
Okay. And I'm assuming Tony, you're gonna be sliding through?
I will be. Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Bet. That sounds dope. Question.
You got a motorcycle, Pascal?
No, I do not, man. Do I look like a man that got a motorcycle?
Well, you got the helmet for it.
I'm aerodynamic. Yeah. We both, me and Tony, we both have that
aerodynamic. Wear a helmet here in Tennessee.
But you don't have to wear a helmet in Tennessee?
Have to.
Oh, okay. Then I can't bring my bike. It's a 10-speed, so I can't. I won't be able to catch up. But here it is, though. All right, DCS, right? Those reports. I understand you're not going to disclose much information, but are you going to take legal action against DCS?
That's not something we can discuss now. I would say right now everything is on the table. Just like everybody's a suspect.
Fair enough.
Everything is on the table.
Okay.
Absolutely everything.
Okay.
If Sumner County and TBI won't clear me, then what says that they're cleared?
A lot.
I see. Okay. Now, of course, I want to make sure that we have some of these questions answered. I think we're able to iron out some of those things. I do totally understand your frustration, Seth, to even Tony as well. You just kind of are getting hit, ricochet. You know what I mean? You're getting those ricochet bullets in a way, Tony. So I understand your the frustration, and you guys. I understand you guys are just trying to do the right thing, trying to bring some clarity, trying to bring this young man home, and all that.
I want people to start focusing on the goal is finding Sebastian.
Absolutely. And hopefully, if there's any more information, like footage, for example, that you guys have not been able to see yet, I think that that's incredibly important that you ask for that footage. And if that's through a lawyer, then so be it. Whatever it may be, by any means necessary, get that footage so that you can see with your own 2 eyes. Because if there's dash cam footage, for example, from any of their cars that has not been seen yet, that could be crucial information. Big time. Same thing with the DCS reports as well. It could give us some insight on why he may have ran off. Now, again, that's not for me, okay? But for whoever else that's involved in this investigation in trying to find Sebastian, that's what matters the most. Okay. But I do have. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just got a text from a team member. She just wanted me to clarify that that there are two separate events. One of them is at 4:00, and that is the ride. The other one is at 6:00, and that's at Long Hollow Church.
Okay. So two separate events going on.
Correct.
On the 19th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And of course, if you guys have flyers or whatever, please send it my way so I can post it on my, post it online and all that. And of course, anybody who has that information, if you guys have flyers, please share them, send them my way. That'd be greatly appreciated. But let's get into some of these super chats, because I know that there's been a gang of people asking a lot of questions. And so I want to get straight to this as quickly as possible. So Tipsy, thank you. Just a quick thank you. And thank you. I appreciate it. Misty, thank you so much. We're here to show support and love to Seth while we all do our part in the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Yes, I agree 110%. Sebastian is the main goal. This is what Michelle just said. Thank you so much. Tired as a mother. Thank you so much for the super chat. Tony, thank you for helping Seth. He needs support. And that's the thing. People need to understand that there's going to be people coming in and out of this. Okay, coming in and out of this search. Tony may be here for the whole time. He may be here only for a month and then step aside because of life or other situations that pop up. Maybe there's a break in Caleb Harris's case. He might have to step aside while somebody else takes over. There's got to be a little bit more understanding, more patience, okay, from everybody. Okay, because it's been getting wild out here. We love you, Seth. Janine just said thank you. Michelle says Team Sebastian all day. Shell Marie says Sebastian strong in Louisiana. Thank you so much. Down in the bayou. Appreciate it. Trevor, thank you so much. Chloe is a wonderful PI. Very thankful for all she's done for Sebastian and will continue to do independently. Trevor, thank you so much for the comment. And yes, I want to make that abundantly clear. Every person that's been a part of it, I mean, obviously I can't speak on your behalf, guys, but I know that everybody has been trying to put their best foot forward in helping. And you even said it, Seth, a lot of people came in here and are doing it on the free 99. They're doing it for free. Okay, they're just volunteering. And that says a lot about the people that have been involved trying to find Sebastian. And that is Chloe and any other person that's been involved that has stepped aside as well. Okay, no shade being thrown over here on this platform at all.
Pascal,
go ahead.
The guy that was putting the MC ride together, he said he got a bike you can ride.
Word. Okay. Is it the 10 speed?
No,
I'm kidding. Okay. Word. I'm going to have to, we'll talk. We will talk. Okay. We will definitely talk. No. I want to ride. I want to ride for show. I want to ride for show. I definitely want to ride for show.
I'll get you a hotel by the hospital.
Please. Okay. Please and thank you. All right.
They're paying this hotel.
Elvis, thank you so much. The only sane individual involved in this case was Chloe. She was searching before any family was and always works for free. Hey, that's amazing. Deviled Eye. Thank you so much for that clarity. I appreciate that. Okay. And I see people coming in showing support for Chloe. You know what I mean? And if she's still working alongside for the case, I think that's a beautiful thing.
I know that she's going to do whatever she would like to do. When I spoke to her last, like I said, I thought we were civilly had agreed to part ways, and that's what I'm hoping for.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that even the post that she put up seemed it seems civil to me, right? Just letting everybody know that she was stepping aside. So that's from what I see personally, but
right.
I mean, whatever's going on behind the scenes is going on behind the scenes. CBC, thank you so much. Seth, do you believe Katie would back Sebastian if she felt Chris went too far verbally or physically?
I don't know.
You don't know. Has that changed since the disappearance, or was it always I don't know?
It's always I don't know.
Fair enough. Michelle, Seth, keep your head up. Stay focused. It's your son. Absolutely. I agree 110%. Candy, thank you so much. Seth, heads up. Pay no attention to the haters. There's a lot of people coming in saying that, okay? Showing a lot of love. Showing a lot of love. Mama for coffee. We wouldn't know and be as invested if it wasn't for you, Seth. People need to remember who cried out to get help, get people looking. You know what? She's right. I understand that the drama is a double-edged sword. It is a double-edged sword, right? The drama is keeping Sebastian's name out here and all that stuff, but at the same time, we still have to go back to brass tacks. We got to get back to the facts. And I know the facts are still the same. Nothing's really changed as much, but we got a little bit from today, right? We got a tiny bit from tonight. There's some reports out there that I think I'm very interested in seeing with my own two eyes, just to be completely real, to keep it a buck.
Just remember that, you know, those records, he's a juvenile, so they're not open to the public.
True. Good point. Very, very good point. Thank you for that clarity. Misty, thank you so much. Shame on anyone who's watching, who's attacking Seth, giving him grief.
Twice.
Yep. He's the only parent searching for Sebastian. Sebastian, God bless you, Seth, and team. We love and support y'all. Don't allow POSs to get y'all. You know what? Get to y'all. I agree. I think that, you know, it's that negative energy. You know what I'm saying? It's that evil energy out there that's trying to take you off the beaten path towards trying to find him, right? Towards righteousness, which is truth. And the truth
is on my panel
out there for sure. But yeah, I mean, I get it. There's going to be people out here with their opinion
to get to it.
Say that again, Seth.
I said, in order to get to the truth, sometimes you got to get through all the POS to get to it.
Yes. True. Very, very true. And that could be people and obstacles as well. You know what I mean? Amy, thank you so much. Seth, I'm a psychologist who has asked several to ask you or CP if Sebastian had any school faculty or aides that suddenly quit. Boundaries get blurred.
You're okay, D.
That's a good question.
It's a great question.
That's a very good
It's a great question. The last time I was at the school, I did speak to the principal about that, and nothing was advised of me.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Kimber.
She's been watching a lot of Netflix. That was a great question.
Right? You know, some Netflix series and stuff for show. Let's see. Lisa, thank you so much. Let's focus on Sebastian. Absolutely. I think we all agree on that. Proud Mimi, thank you so much. I would like to come help search, but I'm coming from Florida. Where do I find out where to search? That's a good question. Are you guys still meeting in any particular place to, you know, go out and conduct searches and all that?
We will be putting that stuff on our Facebook page. Right now, I'm waiting on information to arrive. Once we have that back out, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try it again. You know, people that we're bringing in, hopefully we don't have people threatening them, following them around. You know, I've got a lot of good-hearted people that are spending their time looking for Sebastian, and some people just want to pull him apart and degrade him and treat him like trash. That kind of gets on my nerves.
Yeah, nobody's blocked in here, guys. It just might be the words you're using. That's all.
And when somebody's willing to help and do what they do, and then people want to threaten them, follow them around, make them feel unsafe in their own town, I take an issue with that. Take an issue when people don't do their job based off of, you know, it's about principle. You should be able to be safe in your own hometown. I appreciate that.
I heard that. Tony, you have anything you want to say?
Well, I just I think it's important to add that the people that are doing the bulk of the heavy lifting here are not making a penny. The people that are making money off this case
Aren't doing anything.
aren't doing anything. And and we're not talking about you, brother, because you are our trusted YouTube guy. But
or T-Rev or Josh.
Yeah, I mean, we got some good guys out there, but the bulk of the people that are making money,
What the hell is T-Rab doing?
not donating the money. They're not donating their time. They're not even offering positive support. They're causing problems.
Some people play with the devil. Some people fight the devil.
Yeah.
Some people are the devil.
I hear you. I hear you on that. I think a lot would change if there was more. Because I mean, obviously, we're still sitting on
Thank you, Mountain Man.
information. You know, I just want to just sitting on the fence here for a second. You know, the information that we have is still minimal, right? There's not a whole lot of information out there. Now, I know that there's some things that you're playing, as they say, or holding, as they say, close to the vest, and that's on you. That's up to you, my brother. But at the same time, I know that because there's not a whole lot of information out there, it's going to split the room. Over time, the room will be split, right?
I can understand that. But at the same point in time, it's my son, you know, and the information that I'm not sharing, you know, it's not information that the police have shared with me. It's information that I've come across myself that because I'm his father, I was able to actually get and request. You know, there's things that I don't know how it happened, and I don't know why it happened, and I don't know where he is, and I don't know a lot of these answers that people want answers for. I want the answers. If I knew half of the answers to the questions that I have going through my mind, I'm pretty sure I'd be a lot closer to finding my son. Instead, I wake up every day and it's like, well, let's see if we can find another little piece of this puzzle and put this jigsaw together.
Right. No, I hear you on that. Real quick, anybody who put it in mod mode, can you please take it out of mod mode, or like not mod mode? I'm sorry, out of members mode. That'd be greatly appreciated. Okay, because you know, I know there's a lot of people that want to talk and they have questions and stuff like that. I understand you can't control the chat mods, but at the same time, please release it if you can.
No, don't release it. Don't listen to Pascal.
I'm trying to change it, but I can't personally. It keeps glitching on me. So if anybody mods, please put it back. Put it back. I know it's a little bit chaotic, but yeah, that would be greatly appreciated.
Sumner County is inside your chat.
Thank you. I'm sure they are. I'm sure everybody's in this chat right now. Okay. With a lot of things that they want to say. So Kelsey, thank you so much. My daughter is also autistic. She used to take off, but within an hour she would call home. It's heartbreaking. They look at their age, but they look. I think they look their age. I'm sorry, but they are still young emotionally and mentally. I'm sorry for what you are going through. Thank you so much.
I'd like to respond to that. The whole thing with that is that policy needs to change. Policy needs to change. You know, people need to understand in the police department, the sheriff's office, you know, things need to change for an update. You know, my son loves to run. He's not an eloper, but he loves to run. If he were out there and running, he outruns his mama when they were doing laps. And he was in, you know, 6th grade outrunning her, and she was active duty military.
Right.
He loves to run. So, you know, when they turn around and say a 5-mile radius, average person can walk a mile, you know, in 40 minutes or so. And that's just do like, you know, off to the corner store. If Sebastian was running 5 miles, ain't much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and it's not just him, it's anybody that may be on the spectrum, may have a disability, a chromosomal deletion. I mean, there's a lot of things that can put somebody where they're not on the spectrum, but they have tendencies of somebody who is. policies need to change for parents shouldn't be going what I'm going through right now.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, because I am kind of curious about that. If he was to run off and all that. And, we've heard a million times that that's not his usual thing.
It's not anything he's ever done.
Right. And I know that there's been conversations about video game consoles and all that. We should circle back on that, right? Because I know he was playing video games when he's with you. Could there have been a possibility of him having a
department is
conversation?
already giving me my stuff back.
They're already giving your stuff back.
Yeah, they went through all my stuff and gave it back, except for, of course, Sebastian's Switch and his Chromebook that his grandma gave him.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Let me continue on, though.
Absolutely interesting.
Thank you so much. Tony and Seth, don't give the trolls the time of day. I agree. Debbie, Seth, contact the SAR company or the SAR company. They are free and one of the best in the USA, American Scent Dog Association. So the SAR company, have you guys heard about that?
No, I'm going to take a picture of that right quick, though.
Go ahead. I was about to write it
sent
down.
me a text message about it.
I'm writing it down too. SAR company. Just in case you guys forget, you can always just, I can always.
Thank you, Mr. Steve. That's my
Just
point.
that reminder.
Exactly.
Okay?
I don't understand
But
that.
moving on. Emily, thank you. It's not fair that it's on. Oh, well, see, I didn't know it was on members chat only. I'm sorry, guys. Honest to God, I didn't know until I turned over and saw that you guys were saying that. So I apologize. Okay, that's not my doing. I tried to change it. It was not allowing me to do it. Okay, guys. There's a lot of people. In
Thank
the
you for
chat,
joining us tonight,
and,
Mr. Steve.
the
Much
chat's
appreciated,
fine,
sir.
Okay,
I'd like to say
As
something
always.
about that.
Go ahead.
Emily Jane, it's because Pascal doesn't go to church.
There it is. That's solely what it is. I just don't go to church.
Weren't they tearing Chris up for saying something about church?
Let's see. Let's continue on here. Chrissy, thank you so much. Or Chris, thank you so much. Who's making money off your child? Members only, really. So they're still upset about that. But there's been a lot of people coming in, putting in their 2 cents. I didn't know. I swear to God, I did not know. Okay.
You're lying.
Now it's in subscriber mode. So everything's Gucci. And it's as slow as it can go. So chat or mods, love you. But let's stay focused on the show. All right. Just let it be. All right. Eileen, Sebastian's army, we won't stop until Sebastian Rogers is found. And we are behind Sebastian and his father, Seth. 100%. Christina.
Thank you, O'Malley.
Barbecue lady, must be nice. You have $10 to spare to start drama on YouTube. Okay, I'm not going to read that. Moving on. I don't know what that is, so I'm moving.
I do.
F on. Well, we're not here to stir the drama.
Add a prom dress.
Stop.
Add a prom dress.
Stop, Seth. Stop.
Prom dress.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Dresses, okay?
Oh God, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. But we're going to continue on. Crime Talk. Thank you so much. Stop all the drama see again, still barbecue. I don't know what's going on with that, but we're moving on. Gypsy, thank you so much. Yep. I said the law enforcement would have that for the investigation. This is just causing speculation, hate, not Sebastian. Okay. Speculation and hate, not Sebastian.
Can you explain that?
You know what? I think Gypsy is referring to the information that you may have, right? The DCS reports and all that. Maybe that's what they are referring to. I don't know. Like I said, because this is all kind of.
All I know is that I requested them. It took 2.5 months for me to get them. So it's, again, old information for them, new information for me.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not going to release them. It just opens my eyes.
and adds to speculation.
Well, whoever ends up, running point on the search, I think it would be good for them to know that information too. That's just
Are you
what I think.
volunteering, Pascal?
No.
We can
Respectfully, no.
We can
No.
barely get him to the vigil.
No. We will definitely talk about that for sure. Okay. But let's continue on. Amy, thank you so much. It's worth ask if he can get joint custody, even though Sebastian is missing. You need access to docs. So that's a good question. Can you get joint custody even though Sebastian is currently missing right now?
I already have joint custody. I've had joint custody this whole time.
Yeah. The 5 Canes. We love Sebastian, ignore the hate. Somebody asked, Kimberly asked, how can they send you money? Now, I understand you guys still have the GoFundMe and stuff, right?
No, there was so much drama and stuff about that I contacted my sister and I asked her to close it down. And my attorney is still dealing with issues with the bank about starting a trust, and the fact that in order to open up a trust account, you have to have a trust organization, which requires a CPA and a different type of attorney that I don't have. And then after I found out about the reward fund and everything, and the fact that it was just promissory notes, there was actually nothing in it. We don't really know who started it. So now I had to turn around and I have an attorney on it.
Okay. And that's
It's
really
way out of my league.
Thank you, Mr. Steve, again. Very good point.
And IRS and no.
Okay. Vols, Seth, my thoughts and prayers are with you. I'm originally from Tennessee, and it breaks my heart to see all these disappearances. I agree.
There's over 400 children every year go missing out of Middle Tennessee, and we need to do something about protecting our children.
Absolutely. I agree. Deanna, thank you so much. Seth, I'm so happy to see the new team working with you. Keep the faith. I second that emotion, right? I know some people don't like change. Say that again.
I was saying thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you, Doodle.
I just think that a lot of people don't like change, right? Change happens, then they suddenly think something's amiss, something evil is afoot, and I say, hey, we step back, we wait, and see what's going on. Real talk, okay? S-Dubs, Seth, your interview with Coffin Daffer was incredible. Great job allowing us to learn about Sebastian. I would love to join your team with email. We'll email P. So she'll email me, and then, if you need more people, S-Dub is here and interested in helping out. Okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Tiffany asks, has the landfill close to second generation construction company been searched? The one that caught fire. This company is ran by Chris's family. Plus, the Cumberland River runs behind that company. I know that we've had a few conversations about this in the past, but it's good to go back to it, right? To go back to square one. The landfill close to that construction company. Has it been searched or researched again recently?
I do not know. I know that when I reached out to them months ago, the landfill, I did not know that second generation was next to it. But from my understanding, when I called them, they are a transfer station, which the supervisor on duty explained that, the trash doesn't stay there. It shows up, it gets loaded in, and then trucks come and pick it up, and then they take it to the landfill. So from my understanding, it was just a waste transfer station. Now, if that's the wrong location, then I have the wrong information.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that's something that we can circle back, look into, that kind of thing, for sure. Because I still am curious about other properties, the other properties that are owned by the families and all that as well. Have they been searched? Have they at all been tapped into or searched at all? That's one thing I'm kind of curious about as well.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know? Okay. Fair enough. American Freedom Fighter, thank you so much. Prayers for Sebastian, Seth, Chloe, Tony, Pascal, and Captain Jules, the real K9 handler, and my former commander officer. We are all here for you. Yeah, thank you. I know that there's been some stuff
Thank
about
you for my privileges.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Said thank you for my privileges. Your service is your own, but my privilege to tell people the F off is mine.
Right on.
Wait, so the dog handler was his sergeant?
Kick rocks. Are you better, Tony? You guys kick rocks?
You know, the funny thing, Pascal, is that nobody liked me trying to control him the first week and a half, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now y'all see why I was trying to control him.
You can't control this. You can't keep me contained.
Yeah,
but I am coachable.
He is coachable.
Right on.
Because everybody has something for me to learn from.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Except for Pascal.
Moving on. Let's see. SAR. Seth, I own a business and I would love to donate 20% of my sales this weekend to your son's flyers / banners. How can I get in contact?
Wow.
That's
crazy
amazing.
too.
You can always send an email towards me, and then I can send it his way. I think that's the safest way of doing it. So there it is. Okay.
Oh, he's your banker.
That's amazing. If this is real, I appreciate the generosity, and I'm sure the fellas appreciate the generosity as well.
Without a doubt, bless you.
Let's see. And he said it again. So thank you so much. Okay. Again, okay, American, thank you. Pascal, how can we donate supplies to the Q? EquiSearch or Captain K9 Jules on this search. Okay. Or Chloe. Obviously that things have changed with the PI, but any other entities that are involved, how can they help out if they want to contribute financially, if that's an option?
We don't have a platform for that yet. We're working on a way to have money sent in that makes sense, where Seth isn't getting criticized for a GoFundMe. When we get that put together, then Pascal will let you know so you can talk about it on the next live.
Sounds good.
We'd definitely like to be able to give people receipts for anything that they donate. That way they can definitely file at the end of the year. So it's,
right.
It doesn't work that way.
501c3 type organization where you can get a charitable giving certificate when you donate, that kind of thing.
Okay. Because I know that there was theories in the past of people trying to, stealing money or taking money, all that kind of stuff. This rumors, ridiculous stuff like that.
I bought a castle in Tennessee.
Oh, you bought a castle in Tennessee? I'd love to see that. Okay.
I'd like to too.
Right.
No, did buy a motorcycle.
Thank you so much. Please tell us if there's a main reason that CP is so fast to speak instead of KP, and why don't he talk to you?
Amen, my man.
Any thoughts on that, Seth?
I don't even think about it anymore. I mean, to me, that's slowing down my forward momentum of trying to find my son.
Welcome, Molly. Good to see you, dear.
Get on board to help find Sebastian, or do whatever you're gonna do. But getting in my way of finding my son.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay. I got a couple more. I understand that you guys have to. We're going to have to wrap up here fairly soon. So I'm not going to be able to get to everybody's super chats. There's a lot of them, guys. There's a lot. Okay. So I'm trying to get to as many as I can, as quickly as I can. Okay. Tired as a mother, says Seth, Tony, Pascal. You have tons of supporters. Let's see. Servant of God. I am in Asperger's.
Asperger's.
Okay. That's news to me. Thank you so much for that clarification. And ran away from home a few times as a child. I didn't realize the pain I put my family through praying for Sebastian and Seth. Now, I'm curious about with Servant of God, when she went and ran away the few times as a child, I'm wondering how long she went for, right? When she ran away, was it just for a few hours and then you came back home a few hours later? Was it days? Was it weeks? I'd love to know a little bit more about that too. But thank you so much for letting us know about that information. Cage, is the canine dogs going back to search and send people who can protect the handler and the dogs? Yeah, there's a whole thing about the dogs situation. I am not completely up to date on that, but maybe you guys can give us a quick breakdown of what the heck is going on with the canine dog handlers and all of that stuff.
They're keeping that pretty much close to the chest.
What are they holding close to the chest? What is that?
It would be a leash.
Wait, say that again. What?
A leash.
What about a leash? I'm confused. Do you mind expanding on that a little bit, Seth?
They're canine handlers.
Right. But what's the problem? What's going on? You see what I'm saying?
I have no idea. I've heard that there's been a bunch of stuff on social media, but I'm not on social media following it. And I haven't been informed of any issues.
Gotcha. Tony, do you know anything about
all I know about is that I was asked last night to go on and defend a lady named Jules by Seth and some other people and let them know that she was the lady we were using. And then I heard some other things today, and I'm very, very confused about the dog search situation itself. I think that's something that Seth and I are going to. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I think that's something that Seth and I are going to have a conversation about and figure out where we stand with all that. There just hadn't been enough hours in the day today.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I know it's been a busy day. A lot of things moving around, a lot of things going, a lot of things have been running amok. Let's completely
here's something I'll say. Here's something I'll say.
Sure.
I hope that nobody ever ends up in this situation. The good people, the bad people. But here's what I'll say. It doesn't matter what any of you folks think about the people that are on Seth's team or off Seth's team. You can support the people, you cannot support them. Really and truly, the only thing that matters is what Seth wants at this moment, the toughest moment in his life. It's who he wants around him that we need to get behind. Who he doesn't want around him, we need to get behind. It's not for us to criticize people. It's not for us to continue to fire shots because you might like somebody he got rid of. It's okay.
You just told people to do that.
And there's been good people come. There's been good people go. There's been, those of you that have followed me at all, you know that I have defended the PIs relentlessly. So at the end of the day, if I'm gonna handle what Seth asked me to handle, I have to support his decisions. If I want to be on Seth's team, I have to support his decisions. So what the public thinks is really irrelevant to what Seth wants at this time, the toughest time in his life. We have to trust that this father is doing what he thinks is best at the time. And our opinion in this situation really doesn't matter. It's his call, period.
Yeah, you're right. It is his call. At the end of the day, Seth is the one he's the one steering this ship. Real talk. And I'm glad that Rara said this. What are the next steps in the search for Sebastian? I think that's a solid question as well.
Got more locations that we're going through. We got another STAR team coming in. So we got more equipment, newer equipment. We've got plans.
Okay.
And they're fruitful. In a way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's great news. I mean, hopefully that is, getting a shot at shot of steroids, right? Getting a nice little jolt in the process of the search, right? You know, we definitely need that. There definitely is a need for that upgrade, right? Whatever it may be, however small or big it may be.
You know, sometimes when it comes down to it, it just needs a fresh set of eyes. Sometimes you got to bring in more than one fresh set of eyes.
Mm-hmm.
My eyes are tired.
Yeah.
So another fresh set of eyes will help.
No doubt. I agree. Lisa, many of us want to donate to Seth to help with all of his efforts in finding Sebastian, including legal fees. Those people complaining don't have to donate. I agree. There are plenty of us that want to help Seth. And I'm sure if there's going to be a new approach of some sort, they're still working on that. You guys are still working on that so that there's a legitimate way of supporting the search. Maybe is there a reward? Is there any reward out there at all?
We're working on that, Pascal.
Okay. That's what's up. Nikki, have there been any conversations with law enforcement surrounding when they would potentially give another update on their end? Yes. We still have not seen anything about a press conference. No.
You know, the only thing I'd like to say about when they hold their next press conference, hopefully they can at least put a picture of my son in the background so they understand who they're holding the press conference for, what missing child that they're holding the press conference for. But the last one I thought was just a cover up. You know, like, we're trying, please don't be mad at us. They didn't have a picture of my son. So it just disappears in the background. You know, my son is the goal of this. He is the missing child.
I know a lot of people are wondering this one question. Of course, this was in a super chat as well. But a lot of people are still curious about this. After all this time, it's been 2.5 months so far. And unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap this up now, guys. But I think this is a good way to wrap up the show.
I'll end that one with a good one.
There we go.
How many years did Jesus walk through the desert and be tempted by the devil? Doesn't matter how long it is, unless I have to keep the faith that my son is alive somewhere. That he is alive. He is still in this world. That's why I've asked the world to help me find him. That is why the world is coming together. And we're going to find him. Period. We will find Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Oh, I believe that.
Looking for him. And his dad will never stop.
Beautifully said, man. Seth, Tony, I appreciate you both coming on to the show. Yeah, we talked about a bunch of stuff. We got some things off. Seth got a chance to get some things off his chest. Okay. Hopefully it felt good. Okay.
Productive.
Yeah, hopefully it was productive so that we can wake up tomorrow to fight.
That's not me eating, Joanne.
Right? Every single day. But I do appreciate you guys coming on. I know you guys have got to hop off because you guys.
I appreciate you giving me your platform to express my ideas, my thoughts, and my appreciation.
Of course.
We appreciate you, brother.
At the end of the day, I am just trying to err on the side of good. I think that no matter what, if we lead with our hearts, if we lead with positivity and try to err on the side of the light, we will find him. Positive thought, but we will find him. And it doesn't matter. We ignore the darkness and we lean towards positivity and towards the light. There's going to be naysayers out here. There's going to be jerks out here. Ignore that. Keep pushing forward, because the closer you get to finding Sebastian, the more the darkness tries to push back. So that tells you something, right, Seth? That tells you,
you're getting closer and closer.
Exactly. So that should make you feel so good and so excited about finding and getting closer to finding Sebastian here. So again, Tony, Seth, I appreciate you guys coming on, chopping it up with me. and the rest of the fam and all the people that are watching, okay, even the haters, they're still watching. They still want to
love
know.
my haters.
Hey,
Gotta have love for my haters.
Hey, it is what it is. At the end of the day, we all want to find Sebastian, regardless what side of the spectrum that we are sitting on.
Remember that when I come knocking on your door, bro.
Team Seth Rogers, it doesn't matter. The same
There's only
goal
Team Sebastian
is finding Sebastian, period. Okay? But guys, hey, I'm going to let you guys go because I know you guys got a lot of things to do. All right? I appreciate you guys. You guys stay blessed. God bless you. And we'll talk very soon. All right?
Appreciate you, buddy.
All right,
Thank
brother.
you, sir.
Peace.
Later, Pascal.
Later, Seth. Okay, guys.
This mofo really
All right, guys.
invited me to his house. Did y'all hear that?
Yeah. First off, I want to thank Pascal for running the video, so on and so forth. Guys, if you get a chance, run over there and like his video. Not that he needed it. He had 10,000 people in there watching it, but still, just saying. Because he put it out, and I appreciate him doing that so we could show it. Now, I got something else to show in regards to that. This was beyond off the chain, folks. I'm sorry. And I this is so hard for me anymore to not say things about other people. It really is. I can't. Like, this is insane. When there's people in here that I know don't do drama, that don't like drama, that stay away from going at people. One in particular I'm very close to. I have so much respect for her. When she's pissed, there's a fucking problem. Excuse my language, but that was insane. I'm sorry. That was ridiculous. It was immature, and it did not need to be anything like what it was. And you know who I'm talking to in the chat. I know you do because I've seen you laugh. Anyway. Oh, for God's sakes, what the actual hell did just happen, folks? This is nuts.
I thought it was pretty normal.
Who was it? I don't know who. Oh, Salty.
I didn't say that. Why are you calling her out?
Like, what about this surprised you? Like, did anything actually surprise you?
I don't want to say.
How you going to say you didn't call her out? She's the only person that laughed.
No, there was another laugh up in here too. Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Where'd it
Why
go?
are you calling me out? Shut your mouth, mama.
Just saying.
Shut. And yes, I was talking to Salty, but she's pissed off and she don't get that way. She don't let the shit bother her. It's obviously bothering her. So it's a problem is what I'm saying. And I've been watching her throughout this whole thing. She's hot, folks. She's been hot since the last one. But anyway, so SF Investigates, who walked away from this, mind you, because he said in his own words, but basically this is insanity and I'm staying away from it until Sebastian is found. 3, Sebastian Rogers, for those of you who can't see this, I'm reading it to you. Late last night, felon Tony was on some 6-way FaceTime call that was broadcast on YouTube. He stated that tonight he and Seth would appear on the Pascal show and disclose contents of CPS documents that Seth received. I spoke with Tennessee CPS today and informed them. They told me that any documents released to him or an attorney on his behalf were done so with a signed confidentiality agreement, CSO 684. I guess that's the statute for that. That states it's a crime to disclose any of the contents beyond the parent and attorney. Because he's a minor, we all knew that. So and he would have done it if he would not have been told by this guy to not do it. The parent and attorney, even though if Tony knows a crime has been committed, the form states each person who requests and receives a copy of his or her file agrees to sign the form confidentiality agreement in which she agrees to keep all their information confidential and not release the information to the public. So will Seth lose his freedom and his job tonight in a quest to bring in new GoFundMe or other donations? This could be interesting. I know CPS is aware. Oops, I blew up Seth and Tony's grand plan to release the CPS docs. CPS called his attorney after I informed them and noticed he's saying Tony doesn't even know. Liars. So
wow. I'm telling you, they are pieces of shit.
That's
I'm
a
not
damn
sorry.
shame because I'm telling you right now, you guys, when
Me.
Tony set this up, that was the plan. This was going to come out until they were told if you do it, you're getting arrested. What are you kidding me? This is insane, guys. This is so childish, so immature. Insane. Absolutely insane. Again, welcome, Mr. Steve. I don't know if you heard me. Interesting choice of words. Cover up. Law enforcement failures during briefings indicates a serious rift in the communications with law enforcement. That's a hell of a point there, sir. Hell of a point. This was nuts. And I have some questions now that I want to talk about. I'm not saying I'm surprised. You're right about that, Truth. What are we talking about here with other footage, dash cam footage? What's that all about? Where is that? And why did that get talked about tonight without any proof of it?
Well,
Is that on Twitter?
huh?
Yeah, of course, Kimber. You're always welcome to jump up here, hon.
I'm asking if that post is on. Is that on the Twitter? What's it called? The
X?
Whatever. You know what I mean.
You mean that statement? No, they just said it in here in the they were talking
what you just read, Dago. What you
Oh
read off on the
I'm
screen.
sorry. Clue. It's
Okay.
it's on Twitter. Yeah. Sorry about that. Why did you want it? Not I'll give you a copy of that if you want to see it.
Yeah,
Hi,
send it
guys.
to me in Discord.
What's up, Kimber?
Yes. What's up, hon? How are you?
Oh, I'm mad.
I think we all are.
I had to stop crying. I'm upset. All they did was fuel the fire for more
Drama.
for Katie and Chris.
Of course. That's what this is
well,
all
That's
about.
that's
I
all
wanna-
it's gonna do. That's all it's gonna do, though. They're gonna go after Katie and Chris. They're gonna go after Katie and Chris again because
No,
of
listen,
that little bit
listen,
of
here's-
information that he released tonight about those CPS documents.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing about those documents. I want you to read that state law, the regulation one more time, because he did release information from that report. When he said that they had been there more than we knew about, that was a release of information based on the paperwork that he received. And that is releasing information. And that right there is going to get him in trouble. As soon as he said that, anything that was referenced in that paperwork, when you report it, you have now shared a confidential piece of paper or information. That's it. He messed up right there. When he elaborated on anything that was read within that paperwork, he gave over information.
Well, your PR guy's not real smart if he was going to let you do that. I'll just say that much.
But he did that. He did that, Dago. And when he said that there were more times that CPS were involved, that is giving information that you were saying you got from that paperwork, which is a violation of that agreement you had.
And he alluded to abuse.
Oh, 100%. That's why we all said, wait, what? And that's what this is going to do now. They're going to, now everybody that wasn't, or that is already, is going to type tenfold. They're going to go at, oh, of course he was abusing. He was abusing. It's enough. I'm so tired of this shit. And I sent a super chat over there for $2 measly because that's what I had. And of course they didn't read it. And I said, has anything talked about tonight? Wait a minute. No, how did I type it? Is anything talked about tonight going to help find Sebastian Rogers? They didn't read that.
I didn't send a super chat, but I tagged Tony Mathis and I said, when they made that comment about that he called into your chat that night that Chris called into your chat, Clue, and he said that he was talking like Sling Blade and making fun of autism.
No.
Yeah, fucking idiot.
I went over there and I tagged Tony Mathis in that, and I said he was not making fun of an autistic child, and I said at Tony Mathis he was not making fun of an autistic child. I said, why don't you stop perpetuating the drama? But I'm sure that got
I saw that
blocked by the mods. That was me.
No, I saw your statement. The thing is that it just for everybody that knows. No, he was not doing that. He was making a joke, and he was doing one of his
impersonations
that he does multiple of. That's all it was. So come on, guys, who's stupid enough that has a stepchild that's autistic to go missing to do that purposely. That is the dumbest thing that Tony could have ever said. I'm sorry.
And he was doing it because he feels relaxed. He called in and he feels relaxed in closed chat.
Yeah.
He feels relaxed in there because not everybody's after him and going, where's Sebastian? What did you do?
Baby?
Where's the baby? What did y'all do with him? He feels relaxed in there and he knows he can come in there. He knows it's a safe space. Who was that?
Truth.
I was like, what the fuck?
The reason why they didn't want that to happen is because that humanizes Chris. People do not want Chris humanized because he's got to be this monster. And that's what the problem is. It showed a lighter side, a funny side, a human side to that man that nobody wants out there, because then he won't look as guilty to everybody. It doesn't go with the narrative they're trying to put out, in my opinion. I'll just say that.
I tell you what, I'm calling. They said to call the mayor. Remember that lady put that statement out today, that dumbass on Facebook? She said, it's time to start calling the mayor and ask why they're not doing. You know what? I'm going to call him tomorrow too. And I'm going to say, you need to have your LE start looking at this fool right here. Name is Seth Rogers, the bio dad of Sebastian.
Well,
somebody needs to call CPS.
Well, so there's a thing right there. I think tonight, both of those interviews that I tried to follow tonight, I follow everything that is put up because I'm trying to see if there's something new that's going to come out of it, because that's what we all want to know. And it always ends up being the same damn thing. I'm sorry that that's what it ends up being, but I'm not going to miss something that very possibly could have some information in
it. And I understand that. And I totally get it. I totally get it because I do it too. But it's just like that was the Tony and Seth show tonight.
Well, of course.
It's because they had other intentions until that was put to a halt. You know, that's the thing. Remember earlier, and I'm not sure if it was, I think it was Clues Live, we were talking about it where it was mentioned, hey, this is illegal. They can't do this, right?
Yes.
And you can't. Had they come out and done that, they would be in jail faster than you could spin your head, right? And
because he's a minor and you can't release that.
Right, because he has HIPAA laws that protect him, and there's laws to protect children in general, right?
Right.
But the fact that you were going to release said information tells me that, I mean, there's a lot of questions that go with that as well. Tonight was just something that reinforced my feeling that all of this, I mean, everything has been extensively thought out before it was done, right? And even Seth said tonight, you cannot control this person or whatever he said.
It's a vindictive issue.
That was kind of immature, I got to be honest with you.
It was vindictive.
And there was a lot of immature stuff that was said.
Oh yes, Salty. They'll still use it. They will use it. Those creators are going to light up, and they're going to be all over it. Going, I can see the headlines in the morning. CPS at Proudfoot's house numerous times.
JLR's already doing that, I guarantee you, and Dolly too. And here's
there was something in that there was a few things that just made me go, what? First off, how are you already planning to go on Pascal's show again?
We can't hear you, Cletus.
What?
Is Cletus talking?
No, I was.
I heard you got dead quiet, and I heard something in the background.
I don't understand.
Like, how are you already planning to go back on Pascal's show? Because we'll have that information for the next time we're on here.
Yeah.
Because he said himself that was their go-to YouTuber.
I understand.
Tony said
but
it.
how do you not know that Sebastian ain't going to be found?
Oh, sorry. You guys are slow. Dolly's already got it out. Sebastian Rogers, wow, the CPS paperwork is out. Seth and Tony world tour, trigger warning. Seth's mom knew world. Jesus, could have been saved. Sebastian, good God, Dolly. See, this is what I'm talking about. And what I don't understand is, how are you glorifying T-Rev?
Right? Like, what's he doing?
He's spirit boxing.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
I mean, I got one of them too.
Jesus Christ.
I can't. I just.
Once again, Sebastian's in the back seat again.
He's in the back seat again, and
this fat fuck sitting here talking about maybe at the next press conference they could have a picture of my kid in the background. Where's the picture of him in your background? You sitting here getting all 9,000 viewers. I promise you, it probably would not be that many to watch a press conference. Where's the photo? Why didn't you do it yourself? No, because you are the kind of person that always want everybody else to do something for you.
Well,
I guarantee you when they didn't have it up tonight on Haskell, but I guarantee you when he goes on T-Rev will pop that Cash App up there. If he can sneak in one of these chats without Tony Mathis, he will have that Cash App up there.
Well, I really hope Mind of Monsters comes up because I really want to hear what she has to say.
You're welcome to jump up here, Mom. There's a link in the chat if you'd like to. There's plenty of room. And Golf, there was a link earlier, hon. If you're still in here, I don't know if you didn't see it or what, but it was in there. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the link's already up there. Mom's always welcome up here.
And then he said one of his crew had Rocky Mountain spotted fever. That may be because he's probably talking about what's her name, because I said one day that a chick wouldn't bite her, and yeah, that was probably seen.
I don't know, the guys. This is just I had a little bit of hope for
I have no hope for humanity anymore.
Well, I had hope in Tony Mathis, thinking that he was gonna like cover this, support this, and it's absolutely worse than I thought it could be, to be honest with you. So I don't know. I just don't know.
Oh, he launched an all-out. I think it was last night on TikTok. He said the gloves are off. You can go after Chris and Katie all you want to.
Yeah, but then gonna sit up here talking about you're just perpetuating drama.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like you told people to do, or is that drama only allowed to be perpetuated one way? Because that's pretty much what you're saying.
There you go, Oprah, and you get a shit show, and you get a shit show. Everybody got a shit show tonight. There you go. Thank you, Andy. That's funny. There's Mom. Oh, wait a minute. Bada boom. There we are. Hello,
Hi,
hello.
Mom. What the hell did I miss?
Oh my Lord!
You missed
see it?
I'll show you. I'll show you exactly what you missed.
No, please don't do this to us again.
Bullshit.
A bullshit.
So that's what you missed.
Lord.
That's what that whole was it Crazy Linda that said she heard that Seth said that they had been cleared, but he hadn't?
Yeah, you gotta find that, Dio. You have to find that in that thing.
It was in where was it? 33.
But that was when it was live. It was minus 32 something. So now the time has changed.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Just wait. Ask Kimber. She'll find it.
Yeah.
Well, if Linda's still in here, just give me that timestamp again, and I'll pull it back up real quick. My comments only go so far, and then they're gone. And
Hey, Dago, can you put up the flyer of Sebastian for a few minutes while we talk?
I absolutely can. Give me 1 second, please. I don't ever have an issue with that.
So was it a YouTube tour again?
It was Tony Mathis, Beth, and Pascal.
It was a bad
I was
one.
really hoping that you watched it and when you do, I really, really, really want to know your opinion. So I hope.
I don't know. Honest to God, Mom, I don't know if you should. It's going to piss you off. It really is.
It definitely will.
Oh, I ain't had a good rant live in a couple weeks. Now I'm gonna have to watch.
You'll have one after this. I can promise you that much.
It's bad. It's
Last
really
time
bad.
I was so high, I had to go out on the patio to do my rant live.
You're
My
gonna have to
mother.
go. You're gonna have to go to the city now.
Oh,
Yeah,
heck.
you'll have to go somewhere where your neighbors can't hear you to do this rant live. Yeah.
If you have it, Salty, if you want to drop it for me, I'll definitely throw it in real quick and we can watch it again. It was from Dago stream negative 3536, where you threw your hand, where I threw my hands up in the air right after they talked about the vigil. Well, I obviously noticed it myself.
Yeah, now Pascal is Pascal seriously coming to Tennessee? That's what we need, another clown at the circus.
Well, did you catch the part of where Tony said, "Well, I'll get you a hotel room next to a hospital"? Now that could be taken as a joke, but later on he said the hardest thing has been getting you up here for this, which implies that maybe they are paying for his transportation and hotel to come up here.
Hell no.
Mr. Steve says from the True Crime Web, another amazing channel, says that typically when Ellie has briefings, they have family representation and photograph are held to humanize. Is this not happening?
No.
I got to say, no, it hasn't happened, Mr. Steve. Sorry to say. I don't know why. Because that's truly what I've seen in the past with other cases.
Well, I hope, yeah, he better get Pascal a room next to the hospital because, he might get bit by a cobra, Clue.
No, that's right. That's right.
We got them damn cobras all out in my yard. I ain't left the house until 3 days.
Kimber, do you want to know what's so funny?
What?
You know how you were listening to that the other day and somebody else was talking about alligators?
Uh-huh.
I kid you not. I went to watch the local news here on YouTube,
Uh-huh.
and there was an alligator spotted in Tennessee.
Oh my God.
This one over here. I ain't even in the water down
That's
here.
hilarious. Because, that's not typical hair.
No.
But neither are
it was close to like Mississippi, right? So
yeah, it was over there near the swamplands, but still. But no. All them cobras out in my yard, man, they're all in my neighbor's trees. My dogs can't go outside.
I know
It's
you
awful.
can't even walk through your yard without looking up and make sure they're not going to fall out on you.
I know, right? There's cobras everywhere. You gotta get a flute and charm them.
I said this the other day that I really am feeling this more and more and more and more, guys. With all of this crazy stuff that keeps happening, okay, it almost, and I'm really trying hard to believe this ain't true, okay, but it almost looks like they don't want this child found by doing all of this crazy shit. I'm telling you, because you got to see that it's taking every bit of attention away from finding him, and taking every bit of attention away from what we're doing, trying to find him, because this is what these creators are putting out nonstop, all day, every day. We watch these things. We talk about these things. We try to find what we watch these things. I'm playing it too, but we're looking for something new to be stated in these conversations. That is, well, there was tonight, but it's not helping to find him. Okay.
I think you're half right. I think for some reason, I think they just don't want him found right now.
I think that's true too. Clue, did you see that thing about that? That Steph was a plant from your camp.
My camp.
Yes, there was I popped the. Okay, I went over there and I was gonna skim through allegedly with BJ's chat from last night because Jules was on there and I was just I'm doing something. Okay, that's all I can say right now is I'm doing something. I'm working on something with Salty, and I was gonna skim through. Well, I looked at the comments first. And this girl had said something, and then somebody said, well, I think that Steph is a plant from Clue's camp. Isn't she from Tennessee? And I didn't want to respond because I thought if I respond, then I'm going to be called a troll. But I posted it on Discord. I did a screenshot, and Salty's got it too. But yeah, she said that Steph was a plant from your camp. And I'm like, oh, I guess your crew. We have a camp now, Clues Camp.
We have camps now.
Yeah, me and Clue's got a camp now. It's that I think Steph's a plant from Clue's camp. Isn't Clue from Tennessee?
Wow.
Yeah, that's what somebody posted. That's what somebody had commented on the video.
You missed the biggest shit show to
Oh,
ever
this,
hit
this,
YouTube.
this was ridiculous. This one was top of the line at this point, as far as I'm concerned. This was the biggest, shittiest show yet, in my opinion.
Hey, Salty, can you email that to Salty? Can you email that to Clue? I know you got the screenshot. Can you email that to her?
Mr. Steve, this is a good point, sir. I'm looking at a flyer longer now for the last 4 minutes, which is more than I have seen in the last 24 hours anywhere.
Thank you.
You know what? Every time I put this up here, it's my thumbnail for my show. Every time I put this in here because it needs to be seen. I don't see these anywhere. I don't. So it's a damn shame. It is a damn shame.
Clue, Salty's going to email you that screenshot.
Why did I just hear some kind of a monster growling or something?
I'm sorry, that's my dogs.
Oh, I was like, what is that?
I was like, okay, I just took a hit off my vape, but it wasn't nothing like a monster growling or anything.
It sounded like a.
Your vape.
Steve, great point.
It's
Your
the
vape,
camp's guard dogs.
Yeah, it's the camp's guard dogs.
My vape. My
Does your
vape.
Does your vape, is it made out of glass and you have to use a lighter with it as well?
No, it is not.
It sounded like a little bit of bubbly.
No, it's actually got blackberry peach vape juice in it. No, actually, no, wait.
That took you a long time to think about, and now you got it wrong. Definitely been hitting the vape.
So we had two videos tonight. Are you up here still, Mom?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I couldn't see you at the bottom down there, but we had two shit shows tonight. One with Jennifer Koppendorfer, which was basically a scripted. Seth is a great guy. Please worship him, and he's the best dad in the world. That's what that show was. And then the second one was this mess that we just watched here, and there was nothing in either one of those. Not one thing in either one of those. For one thing, Steve's right. I've not one on either channel seen this thing go up on a thumbnail, on anything that has this info on it ever. Okay. Secondly, there was nothing in there that talked about anything about finding Sebastian at all, really. There was a couple tiny little hints to something, and then they were pushed aside so that we could talk about drama. The first thing that Pascal said when he came on was, first things first, let's talk about the drama.
They sure as hell did.
Are you serious?
Yes, he sure as hell did.
Those were his exact first words. That's why I'm not surprised it was so bad. I mean, when he said that, it's like, well, here we go. Yeah.
I thought the whole point of bringing in Mr. Tony Mathis there was to stop all the drama.
Well,
what had happened with that?
Well, last night he told people basically to go attack Chris all they want to.
Go after Chris and Katie all you want to. He said the gloves are off. You can go after them all you want to. We are no longer working with them. The deal is off. And I'm like, Chris never was working with you.
Right. And I'm just going to say how much of an idiot he is, because he's literally basing that decision off of an old phone call.
Mm-hmm. And Mom, didn't you say in the beginning that you had issues with Tony?
I don't care for the man. Like, I'll tell you what, I don't care for him because, first of all, he has no PR background. You know, he started out as a friend of Caleb's family or something. Isn't that how he got his foot in the door with missing people? You have no clue about missing people. You've never touched a missing persons case. You have no business anywhere near this. No kind of background. You have zero knowledge of this case. You've never been to Tennessee. If he has been to Tennessee, it hasn't been recently. You know, this man has no business anywhere near this child's case. And Steve, you know, it's not a secret. I work with Steve and I love Steve. SF investigates with all my heart and soul. And he put it out within days that this man should be nowhere near this case.
Yes, he did.
And he got
an apparent. Oh, sorry, Mom. I
no
was going to ask you
the
something.
tour. The tour. I saw him on where was it was Pascal, and then he was on. I heard he went. Did he go on T-Rev or call in T-Rev or something? And then we had
I
him
think they
on
called in.
Justin with TikTok, and you know
Forget Dopper Dopper.
he just seemed like he was just a straight up guy. When you know, a wolf's in sheep's clothing. I called it from the beginning. The man has no business near this case.
Yes, you did. In my chat, you said it. I remember seeing it.
And apparently, Chloe's walked away.
I saw that today on Twitter.
Yep.
Well, that just
When I
implied
got
that
off
she
work.
released the information. I mean, he basically threw it all onto her.
Yeah, he did.
100%. I mean, they probably told her to do it, to be honest with you. Mr. Steve, once again, sir, I want to know Sebastian's habits, hobbies, food. Thank you, sir. Favorite foods, restaurants, key family members, places he loved to visit, etc. If alive, he's a creature of habit. We've been asking for that information for almost 3 months.
Yeah, but I hate to tell you, the only people that can give you that information aren't going to be allowed to talk on social media because people do nothing but attack them. I don't think Seth knows all that information. I think when Sebastian was at Seth's house, he was made to sit in another room while his dad did what he wanted to do, and he was on the video games, etc. Period. I said it.
You said what you said, girl. Just like tonight when he's talking about, well, what do you like to do? Well, he liked to play with Legos.
Katie's already told us that.
That's all he's ever said. And then
I know, but he's like, he had to think about it. He's like, well, he liked to build things with Legos, but he goes, he has to think about it. Dude, he's your son.
And it was proven tonight, once again, that as a lot of us claimed, called bullshit on the beginning, that he has been on he's been on the internet with his video games, talking to people, been live with people, so on and so forth. So there's that again.
No, we're supposed to forget that. That's nothing we're supposed to be concerned about, because that would imply that Seth would have been dishonest with us, and that's not allowed.
Well, I'm really curious to see how people take that. I want to know, because y'all are so on about Chris lying, da 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 da. Your boy just did that. What's going to happen?
Yep.
Who's going to point it out? That's over there making money.
And again, since Mr. Chris is so horrible, such a bad. Oh wait, remember, we're just stepdads. But anyway, since he's just a stepdad, Seth himself put it out there that picture that we've all seen of Sebastian sitting in the backhoe, that Chris is the one that set him up, since he likes to run that machinery. Chris is the one that taught him how to use it. Chris is the one that did that with him. Chris is the one that showed him everything with it. But he's such a bad person and doesn't want anything to do with it.
Again, Chris told everybody that.
But he was planning on saying all of that and then releasing paperwork. Come on.
That came out of Seth's mouth tonight. So there it is, guys. Such a bad person. He told everybody, he told the whole world tonight. I don't know if he realized it, but he told, like Salty said, how good Chris was with Sebastian.
He sure did.
Which way are we going to take it, folks? Come on now. Again,
it's like, don't look here, look over here.
100%. And again, like I said, I'm not about attacking any one of these parents, but damn, it's getting real hard to not think a certain type of way at this point after seeing all this shit tonight. I'm sorry.
It's interesting that the parents have all gotten their electronics back, but not the Switch or the computer.
Yeah, I caught that. I heard you say the same thing I said. Interesting. Of course.
Both of those were at Seth's house, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
What computer?
Allegedly.
What did he say again? The Switch, and there was something else he said he hasn't given back.
I thought it was a computer that the grandmother got him.
No, it was a Chromebook. That's it. Yeah.
It's Chromebook. Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious because I heard about a tablet.
Why do you have a Chromebook if you don't have access to the internet?
Yeah, because a Chromebook won't function without access to the internet.
So everything that had internet access that was at Seth's house is still being held by
LA.
law enforcement.
Yes.
But
Well, it gets
But
better than
Chris
that.
is the epiphany of evil.
It gets better than that, Mom,
Hmm.
because I really want Dago to go find it. If not, I'm going to drop down and go find it myself. Where somebody said they heard in there that he kind of had a little attitude when he said it too. So I can honestly believe what Linda is saying. I think that's probably what he said because he seemed a little pissed. But he allegedly said something along the lines of, they've been cleared, but I haven't.
Mm-hmm. Let me find it. Let me see.
And did you notice tonight when they were talking about that leaked call, Tony Mathis said, well, we've had that for weeks. But see, here's my thing. From my understanding.
Then why are you mad? Because it got leaked. If you've had it for
Right.
weeks, why
Right.
are you still trying to work with the proud feet?
And from my understanding, the only person that had a really clear call of that was, is it okay if I say it, Dago?
Oh, honey, I don't care. Go ahead.
The lab, Josh.
Oh, yeah, you're fine.
So that means that would have been leaked to the lab because he's the only one that he had the clearest call.
Yeah.
So that means that would have been leaked to him. We'll see. Trev Time and the lab were like big buddies. So Trev Time got involved with Seth first, and then Trev introduced Seth to Josh at the lab, and Josh has been like licking Seth's ass since it started.
All right. So what was that
Sorry,
time?
Sorry,
35 what?
That's worse than yogurt.
It makes me get that visual out of my head.
Let's not start on the yogurt again.
Cottage cheese.
30, somebody give me this. 35 what?
But it's not going to be the same, Dago, because she was giving you the number for while it was live.
Whoa, then what would it be? Or where would it be?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm going to try this then and see what happens. Hold on.
Somebody do the math.
Don't ask me to do that because that's not me. Let me
19
see if
minus 10 months.
Stop.
Somebody said 35.
I thought y'all said do math.
Let me see something. Let's see if this is
Oh,
even
God.
But you also want somebody to come put their hands on me.
Clue.
How
I did not say that. Either,
I know you didn't say
I
that.
just want to say that I don't know what.
Do we know what it was?
Talking about
minus 35, 36 was your stream, not in Pascal. So just go 35 minutes into his stream. Okay. Hold on a minute.
I know you didn't say that.
No. Drama queen.
That's what he is.
First of all, I don't have social media.
He invited me to his house.
Okay, so there it's not there. I'm trying to remember what.
It's after that, I'm pretty sure. After he's going off about, we're gonna have people come beat my ass.
So the thing is okay, we had the Nancy Grace for
Is it around that? Does anybody know?
Tony looks like he's sleeping again.
No, that's just indica.
The Christmas tree. Sebastian.
Transcript. Oh shit, yeah. I don't even know how to get to that stuff. Thank you.
It's in the description.
I can find it real quick. What does he say?
It's something about he's all Twitter pated with LE because I don't know if they've cleared those two, but not him. I don't know. That's what we're trying to clear up. If he said they're cleared, but he isn't. Fiance is going to listen on his laptop.
Well, okay. Where does it? The transcript part of it. I've never done that before on here. Where do you click on that?
You open the description.
I did.
And there will be a button down there that says transcript.
It don't have one. Look, he's looking at it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Try the 3 dots at the top of chat. They keep updating YouTube.
That's the top of chat. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Yep, click the 3 dots.
Timestamps. That's all it says.
That sucks.
That ain't gonna work. So he doesn't have a transcript on here. Well, damn. He had almost 10,000 people in there watching that tonight. That was crazy. Good Lord. The Christmas tree thing, Marie, was about him referring to the family that everybody thought was Sebastian in that photo. And he got a little emotional and said that it made him feel some kind of way. So
He always gets a little emotional.
Well, it's crazy to me how Tony knew absolutely everything about everybody else and all these other creators, but he didn't know anything about this fake dog handler. It's amazing.
That's interesting. I'll say that much.
That girl's from Clues Camp.
I think he knew. Well, what was more interesting to me is he said Jules was the one that we were going to work with, but I saw some things today that maybe me and Seth are going to have to discuss. Did nobody else catch that? Just me? Okay.
No, you that absolutely happens.
I didn't hear you. I was
It
reading
was
something.
the fact that she was like on a panel today or something. Like,
Who are you talking about, Clue? I didn't hear you. I was reading
that
something.
dog handler that we talked to on the panel today.
Oh, Julia. Okay.
Yeah, he was saying that was someone that we were going to use, but I saw some things today that I think me and Seth are just going to have to talk about.
Oh, he saw she was lying. That's there.
No,
Well,
he
there.
saw he was watching Cluminati's live and saw her on Cluminati's live.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't know.
Very
But it
possible.
also could be that she was lying because Salty had said she was saying this at one point and then something else at the other, right?
Well, she blatantly said today she's sorry she was wrong when she was on your panel when we were asking her questions. I'm sorry I was wrong, so on and so forth. Is that what he's got to talk to her about? And
that maybe, I don't know.
And if that's the case, is she going to say that to him or is it going to be flipped? You know what I mean? So who knows?
If that is what he's talking about, then that just further, like, in my mind. So you guys don't want anyone on your team that is willing to look at this from a non-biased standpoint, and that is absolute BS.
That's bad news in my opinion. I can agree. Cletus is listening, right? Or looking. I take it.
Yeah.
He is.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
I said yeah.
Oh.
Like he said.
I can't believe, Mom, you didn't see this interview.
No, my mother-in-law's been in the hospital for 2 weeks. That's why I've been kind of in and out because we've been having to drive to the big hospital. She's a military vet and from West Virginia and like the strongest woman you'll ever meet, and woke up and she come down and she was like, I really don't feel good, guys, and my fiance, husband, whatever the hell you want to call him, hell, we've been together long enough. It's just everything keep happening. We ain't signed the paperwork yet. But either way, the old man, he gave her some of his ibuprofen 800s because he's full of metal now and has bottles of them, and it didn't do no good. So she got to the hospital, and 2 weeks ago, Saturday morning, his dad come down. He was like, hey, your mom's in the hospital, and come to find out she had a blown disc and a hemorrhagic disc in her neck. Well, they went in and they did surgery on her neck, and she's in her 70s. So we were worried to death, and she made it through the surgery, and they fused her vertebrae together and went in and did all that good fun work. Come out of surgery and she's in AFib, and they cannot get her heart to slow down. So she managed to come home for 1 day and is back in the hospital. So I work all damn day and then get off work, and I try to catch up with you guys if you're live and catch up on Twitter and stuff. And then we've been going out there and spending a few hours with her because
I'll bet you that's because of the anesthesia, honestly, at her age especially.
Doggo, that's what I said. That's
It
what I ask.
it most likely is because how often has she had surgery in her life too?
This is the second time in her life she's ever. The woman had never rode in an ambulance until 2 weeks ago.
So she probably doesn't even, her body's not used to that kind of stuff, and her heart, especially at her age, that's not good. Excuse me, but you have to have it to have that kind of surgery. But excuse me,
And that's what I asked. I was like, "Does she ever have been, anesthesia? She ever been put out before?" And they was like, "No, she's never had a surgery like this. She's had a same day surgery, but nothing like this." And they think they've got her situated, and they send her home, and she was at home for about 6 hours, and then that was it. I went up to check on her, and I said, "Hey," I said, you feeling all right?" And she said, "I'm short of breath, and I really don't feel good." And the next thing we know, she's back at the damn hospital again.
Her heart keeps jumping out of rhythm. That's
Yeah,
probably
it's crazy. It's going from like 100 to 170, and then back down to 119, and back to 180, and it's terrible.
They might have to put a pacemaker in her.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I hate to say that. I don't want to scare you, but once they do, she'll be okay. You know what I'm saying? It's just anesthesia it'll screw up some things, guys. It's bad. Especially in a body that's not used to it, that's never had it, and she's an older lady, so
Here's a word of wisdom to a lot of people. If you or your partner or someone you know has PTSD, be very careful having them go under anesthesia, because it is very likely that it could cause some
trigger things.
bad reactions when they come out of the anesthesia.
Very true. I think I might have found it, guys. Let me try this real quick. See where we're at.
Discuss now. I would say right now everything is on the table. Just like everybody's a suspect.
Fair enough.
Everything is on the table.
Okay.
Absolutely everything.
Okay.
If Sumner County and TBI won't clear me, then what says that they're cleared?
Is he talking about them, or is he talking about Sumner County and TBI?
That's what I thought, that maybe because there's some context in front of that part.
Yeah, let me back up just a tinge.
He said if Sumner County and TBI won't clear me,
what says they're cleared?
What says they're cleared? But he's myth because they won't clear him.
Nobody should be. Hold on a minute. Let's try this from here.
Catch up. But here it is, though. All right. DCS, right? Those reports. I understand you're not going to disclose much information, but are you going to take legal action against DCS?
That's not something we can discuss now. I would say right now everything is on the table. Just like everybody's a suspect.
Fair enough.
Everything is on the table.
Okay.
Absolutely everything.
Okay.
If Sumner County and TBI won't clear me, then what says that they're cleared?
Is he trying to like threaten them?
I see. Okay. Now, of course, I wanted to make sure that we have some of these questions answered.
I guess you got to take it how you take it. Is he talking about? It could be talking about Sumner County and TBI or Chris and Katie, because it doesn't. I don't know how to take it, you guys. I don't.
But he's saying if Sumner County and TBI won't clear me, what says they're cleared? And it sounds like he's talking about Katie and Chris.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I take it like that, or he's saying I might sue them.
Exactly. There you go. That's how it sounds to me, because he's referring back to them there as they're the people that won't clear him. You see what I'm saying?
It's almost like a threat. Like, you won't clear me, I'm going to come sue you.
I mean, either way, it could be either way. I don't know, guys.
Well,
I don't know.
He pointed out that the sheriff's department was in his chat.
Yeah, he did. He said Sumner County's in here. He sure did.
Do we know if he's a custodial parent?
No, Seth said that. Seth said he said, Pascal, Sumner County's in your chat.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
He's not the custodial parent, but they do have like split 50-50 custody.
Yeah, split
In
50-50.
Tennessee. They have paperwork that says they have 50-50 custody.
I'm guessing that's what we never seen it, but we've been told that. And obviously, if Sebastian lived with Katie and he did visits with Seth, Katie would be the custodial parent. So
the custodial parent is the only one that CPS owes a damn thing to. They don't have to give him any information if all he has is visitation.
He's been claiming joint custody from the beginning,
They
but
have joint custody 50-50. However, she is primary, he is secondary, if I'm understanding it correctly.
just make sure the custodial, yeah, right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They have joint legal custody. Katie had custodial, right? Katie, yeah, that's what I mean.
But the way he put that out there tonight, when he said numerous times, he left that door wide open for them for a full-on witch hunt again against Chris and Katie.
No, they
I
don't.
want to know what I want to know what
Upstate
the
New
point
York,
is.
they don't have to give him information. CPS is not required to give anybody information.
Well, see, he's got it, but he was going to put it out, but SF Investigates saved the day for the most part.
Well, he
whose
basically
case?
saved him from going to jail.
Yeah.
Do we know whose case it is? Like how recent was it?
The claim is that it came from the Proudfoot's home and things that he
Wasn't aware of.
It's in the beginning, right, guys?
Yeah, it's like, well, no, it's not in the beginning, but
I mean, like close to the beginning though, because I'll show you where it was, Ma. Because it was pretty, like the way it was put out is he started to get attitudey about it, started talking about it, and then said we can't talk about it. That's how he did it. So, let me see exactly.
He got
It's
an
just
attorney.
a little bit. It's a real quick bit event. Hold on,
Okay.
give me a second here.
But like Truth said, he did talk about it.
Making an ass out of me and you. Assume.
Okay. Talk about this here. The leaked audio. Chris Proudfoot, 15-year-old, no matter what.
Some things have definitely opened up my eyes to things I didn't know going on before.
Yeah, it's right.
All right. First off, Tony, I'm going to ask you, since the last time you were on the show.
All right, it's shortly here after this. So I'll go ahead and play this one bit, guys, because I know you guys don't want to hear all this again. So here we go.
How things been, man? Been all right?
Been all right. You know, there's still a lot of people that are here for the wrong reasons, and I don't know. There's still a lot of drama. We're working on that, but I think we're moving on and moving forward, as Seth says.
Mm-hmm. Seth, how things been for you as of late?
Some information has been laid at my feet. Some things have definitely opened up my eyes to things I didn't know going on before.
Now, he did say that, Heather. That is correct. He said that he would disclose that info to Pascal at the vigil.
He sure did.
He absolutely said that, which is illegal. So, okay, just saying.
Had let a couple people go. Some people that are close to the internal operations don't know how to not tweet like a bird.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you know what? Since we're already going there, since you're going there, let's get into it, shall we? So I understand that you have a private investigator. You had one before. Hold on, let me just say this. You had a private investigator before Tony came in, right? And that person left. Then Tony shows up. He's here to be a spokesperson, help in the media side of things. And then
pretty much does what I ask him to do, so it takes weight off of my shoulders.
Right. So then as of today, there's been a new person, a new private investigator that put out a new statement basically saying that they are now stepping down from the search for Sebastian. So of course, I have to ask a few things. Let me get straight to the point. Tony, did you have anything to do with this?
Well, it wouldn't be credible if it came from me. Ask Seth that question.
Right on. Seth.
100% guilty.
Okay, so is everything amicable? Did you guys part ways in an amicable way? Or what's going on?
Thought we did.
You say that again, you thought you did?
Thought we did. Only time will tell. I pretty much told my team that, too many chiefs, not enough Indians, too many cooks in the kitchen, not enough, there's just, this is my son. All right. People I wanted to work with, when I brought Tony in, I told him what I wanted. My goal was to see if I could get Chris and Katie to come work with me. That was the olive branch. It was done. A phone call got leaked out. That kind of told me what, where particular people were sitting at. And
My son doesn't have time to wait for people to stop being childish. We're supposed to be adults. The goal is, Sebastian, to recover, to find, rescue, take care of, bring him home in whatever form and fashion we can. All right. It just didn't seem to be going that way. And when I want to bring somebody in, and then people want to turn around and in the group, well, Tony's doing this, Tony's doing that. Well, I sent the engagement letter with these people 3 weeks before I even started talking to Tony.
Yeah, it's interesting the amount of shade. You know, we need to talk about this because as soon as Tony came onto the show last Friday or something of that sort, there was not last Friday, but the Friday before, I'm sorry, there was a lot of backlash. Tony got a lot of hate for just showing up and just trying to be a supportive, just be a support system and help relieve some of the heavy lifting that was weighing on your shoulders. And then, of course, there was a PI that stepped down around that time. There was an announcement.
To step down. I still have regular communication with her.
Okay.
I do too.
And that's great. But I think as soon as it was the timeline, I think Tony comes on, Heather steps down, then there's another PI now that's stepping down. And I think a lot of people were very, very quick to assume that Tony has something to do with, say, this other PI stepping down. And you guys are trying to they're assuming. So you're making it very clear.
Making an ass out of me and you. Assume.
Okay.
Tony had nothing to do with it. Tony wasn't even at the meeting that I brought everybody into so I could speak to him. And I laid it all out. And, you know, the responses and the answers I got were not concurrent with my goals.
Okay.
Somebody sits there and literally tells me that, you know, that I'll cut forward to what she posted today on her investigation. Well, last time I checked, this is my operation. All right. I'm the one looking for my son. And she wants to go her investigation. And then I have found out that not all information was shared with me. Some things were, you know, not shared with me. I don't appreciate that.
That's interesting, Seth. Can you expand on that a little bit? No. What information wasn't given to you? Was it crucial information or it was just like little bits here and there?
If you're not going to give me a lead or you're not going to check up on a lead, and then all of a sudden I've got to take time from what I was doing and turn around and, you know, check up on a lead or check on something else when, you know, that's taking time out from what I'm trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's still, I'm doing it. But you're going to have to play your part.
I see. So something got leaked. Let's move on. I mean, I hope everything gets ironed out between y'all, okay, and PIs. And actually, are you working with any other PIs or
no? I ain't telling.
Any updates? Okay, nothing. Okay, that's fine. We Gucci on that. So moving on. Let's talk about this here. The leaked audio. You know, Chris Proudfoot made a phone call, and that information or that phone call got leaked. Can we just tap on that for a quick second? Because this spawned the gloves are coming off from you, Tony, on your recent TikTok conversation. Can you expand a little bit on that and why suddenly the gloves are off now and not before? Go ahead, Seth. Go ahead.
I mean, in the conversation, he literally states that he's not going to be working with Tony. The whole point of me putting Chris and Katie in contact with Tony was for him to be our spokesperson. So that way we can all get on the same page and there'll be less drama, people trying to pit me versus Chris and Katie, you know. And I think somebody told me he dropped the F-bomb like 71 times in that thing.
Whoa.
Wow. No, I'll let you have your woe. We'll go back to, you know, the 90s. But it's just he made statements in that it's like, okay, well, obviously trying to work with him, olive branch that was being extended from both sides. It may have been a recorded telephone call, but it showed it showed the path that I'm looking for is not the path that he's on. My goal is to find my son. Okay. I'm not in for this drama stuff. People say I'm starting it. I don't really care what they say.
All right.
You know, my classic phrase.
So, Tony, do you have anything you want to add to what Seth just said?
Let me, I'm sorry, I just had my phone ring. Let me see if I can get this. There we go. Okay. So are we talking, Pascal, help me. Are you having me answer, you know, why the gloves are off? Is that what I'm answering?
Yes. I just want to hear from your own mouth why gloves are off. Yeah.
Can you keep this way where we can all three see each other?
It's fine.
Yeah. Cause yeah. So, the leak phone call we had for a while, 8-9 days before it was leaked. So it's that's one of the things. It's the fact that he called into a show and, pretended to be Billy Bob Thornton. And essentially what he was doing is he was making fun of an autistic child. And you know, it's the way he talks to people in general. It's all the talk shows he called in.
That pissed me off, just so everybody knows, because that was bullshit.
Pissed me off.
Okay, so the man's not allowed to be a human, and he's not allowed to live or have any kind of personality.
No,
just making sure I'm right. Okay, I just want to make sure.
And in my opinion, that's why they're angry, because that call humanized him, And they can't have that because it doesn't fit their narrative. That's my opinion.
When he told us that he was going to stay off social media if I helped control Seth and kept Seth from getting crazy, then he's out there getting crazy. You know, and at the end of the day, I mean, I hate to say it, the guy's just not a good guy. You know?
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fair enough. I mean, the leaked audio that.
Now, understand something. That call, they clearly stated they sat on that for a while, right or wrong.
Yep.
Okay, so that happened a while before.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're saying this, that he's not a good guy because he clearly did this and that. That call was from a while ago. That's the point. But whatever, guys, just understand that.
Phone calls not so great. Yeah, the phone calls that he's been doing as of late have not been optically good. At the end of the day, let's keep it real. But okay, now I get it. Gloves are off because of that. Okay, thank you so much for clarifying that. But of course, we need to get into this other part. Okay, we got to move on. Like I said, we're not here to dwell in the drama, but I do want to clarify a few of these things because these are the things that have been percolating out here in these internet streets for a little while. We got to talk about this Nancy Grace situation. Okay. Now there was a piece of audio, or there was a piece of show that was that aired.
What'd you say, bub?
I was asking you to pause that for a second because something just dawned on me.
Yes, sir.
The person that counted the number of times Chris said the F word,
fuck,
yeah, was Dolly. Dolly is also the one that's advocating for Tony to go away. So I find it really funny that Seth is sitting here talking about what Dolly is saying when he's sitting right beside Tony. Tony on one day will talk about how he doesn't want the drama. The next day he tells TikTok to go after the Proudfoots. Seth is sitting saying he don't want to focus. He wants everybody to focus on the right thing, but he's sitting and watching and paying attention to what Dolly Vision is saying and pointing out what Dolly Vision is saying. But it's supposed to be taken to the guidance of the PR person he brought in. Who's on first here? This is the craziest thing I have ever seen.
Amen. It is. It really is. And the biggest thing here, all of this is not coming. None of this is coming from the Proudfoots.
Nope.
None of this stuff has come from the Proudfoots. So remember that.
But they're the one catching all the. They're the one catching all of it.
It's all coming from this side of things, which I hate to say that, guys, because I'm still not picking sides. I'm just telling you, it's visually in front of our faces where all of this mess is coming from. Because they haven't
what
said
did he say? He even touched on that in this interview. He says, people say I'm starting it. Well, I don't care what people say.
I don't care what people say. Right. I mean,
yeah, you got more sides of your mouth than Tony does. I ain't picking sides in the situation, but I'm picking sides in this drama. He is all about it. They are not. And I will all day stand on that. I'll pick Chris and Katie's side of this drama situation over his any day of the week.
And I have to say, I've said this before, that call 10 days beforehand, people can only take so much shit coming down on them before they say enough is a damn enough and they blow up, period. How do you expect people to act when you go at them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Okay, I'll take it. I'll eat dirt. Give me some more. Come on, Bo. Yeah, I mean, what do they expect? I don't get it. It's insane to me.
I think
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I almost feel like they expect for Chris and Katie to get so over it and aggravated that they're like, sure, Seth, we'll work with you.
Yeah. Or say something stupid.
Yeah.
I agree. I do.
And I think a lot of people deleted from the podcast, deleted from the show, and a lot of people are asking, there's a lot of speculation roaming around this particular situation. So I wanted to play the audio really quick so that everyone knows what I'm referencing. Okay. And this is from Nancy Grace. And this was the piece that did not make it. Well, it made it to Final Cut, but then it got cut out. And I think, just like myself, I'm quite curious what happened here. Let's play that audio really quick.
Following are paraphrase questions and responses from Seth after the polygraph was conducted. What is your theory of what happened to your son, Sebastian? What did Seth say?
he explained to me that Sebastian was routinely taking a sleep aid, and he believes that Sebastian probably wouldn't go to sleep. So his mom, Katie, overdosed him and caused his death. That's what he told me.
Now, this piece of information, hopefully everybody heard that. You guys heard this? Fellas, you heard the audio clip? Yes? Okay. Now, this obviously was on live. It was on the show. It aired on TV. And then suddenly, the podcast version, it didn't have it in there. And of course, it's nowhere to be seen on her platform. And a lot of people are wondering, what the heck happened here? So I'll just throw this to you, Tony. What actually happened here?
So I had multiple agreements with Holden, her producer, that there was not going to be anything asked or anything stated that was going to make the Proudfits look bad. I had that agreement in writing. I had it text. I had it in email, and I had it on 2 different phone calls. So when that happened in the middle of the interview, I told Seth, I said, we don't have any control over Nancy. There's no control in her. So I said, if you get a text from me that says get off, you get off the interview, hang up. So when she played that recording, he sent me a text. At the same time I was sending him a text, I said, get off. And they're like, oh, what happened to him? It's bad weather and whatnot. And I said, no, it wasn't bad weather. I told him to get off the interview. I said, Nancy, you broke your word to us. And I said, your producer broke his word to us. And she said, I don't understand. What are you talking about? And I said, I talked to Holden twice. I got it in a text, an email, and multiple phone calls where he assured me that you were not going to say or do anything while we're trying to build this unity that was going to make this family look bad. Well, she jumped Holden's ass. And I guess Holden had sent her an email that she didn't see, supposedly, allegedly. So she asked me if I would bring Seth back on. She apologized to Seth. She told me she didn't want to put any more stress on Seth. And she told Seth and I, there together, 100%, she gave us our word that would be cut out and it would never be seen anywhere. Is that correct, Seth?
That is correct.
And then she did what she did.
Okay. That's unfortunate. To be really honest.
I wonder if she's going to come out and now stop covering for Seth.
I think that's a lie. I think that both of them men right there meant for that to be in there.
Well, what they're distracting from is the fact that Nancy's original clip said Seth passed his poly, but the full clip explains that Seth took multiples.
And I have a question. Aren't polygraph tests generally yes and no questions?
Yes.
Yes.
So why is he asking him questions that are like that?
It was after the test was completed, but I don't know what the reasoning for wanting to have those questions asked if you're not law enforcement presently.
Well, and that was another situation where they spoke out of both sides of their mouth because they said that happened after the poly, but they said that they build a dialogue with them to see what they will and won't be truthful about before the poly. So was that question before or after? Because you make it sound like you asked it as an example to get a baseline from him, but then you act like, or you say that it happened afterwards in this conversation. So it's all just silliness.
And both of them knew that wasn't going to be cut. That was intentionally left in there. They knew it. And Tony Mathis is lying. He didn't send no email. He wanted the Proudfits to look bad. He didn't send no email. He's lying.
Well, he has to be, with all due respect, he has to be telling the truth on that because it is actually what he's talking about is not in the online cut or the podcast cut. So they may have had an agreement for that, and Nancy may have effed up. But what I want to point out is what he said was Nancy jumped whoever his name is, his ass, right? But then we're not supposed to believe that Nancy was going crazy when the lie detector test came back that it was inconclusive or that he failed. So it's like when you start putting character reasonability together, I mean, it's not hard to stretch your mind to see what's really going on here. And I think the fact that they're making Nancy look bad, right? Nancy's not going to stand for that. The same way she didn't stand for the comment about the intern, she's going to talk about that.
I hope she does.
And everybody who swears Nancy Grace is the god, I wonder what they think about it now if you're Team Seth and you just heard Tony say that. Are you going to stop watching Nancy Grace?
She's going to come back with something, too. I know that for a fact, so.
He's going to learn real quick that Nancy's not the one. And she watches these YouTube channels. And
Yes,
there's an old saying my dad used to say, you'd rather sandpaper a wildcat's ass And I mean, that's Nancy.
Yeah. Yeah, she don't play. I guarantee you she'll say something.
But
She'll
then
say,
they went ahead and played the audio of what they didn't want played in this show. That's the
yeah,
thing that gets me, is that they just
yeah.
played it again.
I agree with that. That's crazy, folks. So I think go ahead.
I don't think Nancy is going to retort. I think Nancy's going to steer completely away from this thing. I think she did what she needed to do to tie up a loose end, and now she's going to walk from it completely. Because the only thing she could do right now would be to retort to this and basically come after the world's hero in this situation. And if she does that, she's going to catch an immense amount of backlash.
Didn't
And
Tony say?
I don't think she'll risk that, because it ain't, at the end of the day, she's collected the skin in the game she had.
But didn't Tony say that they were going back to Nancy? Isn't that what the end of this conversation is? That there was a new agreement, and Nancy gave promises, and so now they're going back.
So what Wanda just said, I think she felt pressure to address this, Polly. I agree with. It's also why I say she just might come out and say something about it. If enough people give her crap, she will come out and defend herself.
Yeah, because I mean, even on the podcast, I heard it because I've got iPhone or whatever, so I've listened to the Apple podcast version of it, which I'd heard about this clip. I was messaged about it. I'm not going to say from who or nothing, but I was messaged about this clip of what was said. And she read Twitter posts that I actually saw on Twitter on that podcast. So, it may not be her personally, but I'm sure she's got an assistant or somebody that watches what's said and watches what's said on here.
Yeah.
And I know on Twitter, I interact with her. I have interviewed Mac, her best friend, on my channel. I've met the woman in person,
Right.
So it's just because she's a big personality that's been around for years and years and years doesn't mean that she's no different than us.
Oh no, I agree with that.
Because a good investigator is going to watch and listen.
I love it when you say that. Investigator.
Did you say investigator?
She did. She even made
it.
one. She made one too.
And I now have cups and a shirt.
Yes. Awesome. All right. And by the way, I think we're getting close to this CPS thing, because that's what we all wanted to hear, but I figured you'd want to hear this too. So
YouTube, they grabbed that thing, and it's been out here. It was plastered all over the place as soon as that interview dropped. So I have to ask you, Seth, is that really your theory? Is that what you stand on now? As far as
that wasn't the only thing that gentleman asked me after the polygraph. He asked me several more questions.
Mm-hmm.
And he pulled out a notepad and a piece of paper. I thought he was going to offer me assistance. And so what I discussed him was, my top 3 theories for what may or may not have happened with my son.
Yeah.
And that's the only one that he brought up. And, what I was getting from him as a former FBI agent, I was hoping he was going to give me some advice, who I could reach out to. And I didn't get any of that. So while I'm sitting there sleep deprived, just got done taking, a polygraph. And, this is my first time doing this sort of stuff.
Of course.
I've never been in this before.
Right.
I don't want anybody to ever be in this.
Yeah.
It's a horrible feeling no matter what. There's a lot of people in your chat saying that I'm starting drama, and I egg it on. I see so much drama going on in these chats and stuff. There's time. You can go hand out flyers. You can sit there and get my son's name out instead of sitting here asking me to, speak about my mom or Chris's ex-wife, things like that. That's not directing the focus back to finding my son. That is you wanting to ask questions to start drama. So you can either like me or hate me. It doesn't matter. If you're willing to help me find my son, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
People over here talking about Chloe was the only sane one. Or for you to say that, you weren't there. You don't know what's going on. You don't know the fact that day one, I was out searching in my vehicle. Law enforcement did not want us with boots on the ground, walking through the woods and stuff, looking for our son, because the last thing they wanted is one of the parents to get hurt or injured and not be able to communicate to where they were at. If you don't think that I wasn't out there on day one, driving around, screaming with my window down, driving everywhere, I don't know the area. I'm not from there. I'm not from Clarksville.
I know a lot of the area now. I've been everywhere. For that first week, I was searching every day. I don't know what I've done. I don't tell you everything I do. My life is sitting here on blast for everybody, whether you're Team Sebastian or not. Sometimes some people in these chats just want to sit there and run their mouth. And that's fine. That's human nature, I guess. You know, there are podcasters out there, and I know I'm not supposed to mention names, but there's some out there that have literally told people that they need to come whoop my ass.
Oh, here we go.
I'm here.
For real, though?
Yeah. I'm here. I'm in the same address since I moved to Tennessee. Why? Because moving actually creates more issues with my son. Because every time you move, it creates a change that he has to deal with.
Yeah.
Oh, like
Do I
moving
want to move
into
to
a different
place?
school?
Yes. Has my rent gone up $500 since I moved here? Yes. Have they done anything to improve my house? No. But I stay here because it's easier for my son to stay here and for me to pay more for my rent, for him to be safe and comfortable at our house.
I know that your intentions are good. Okay, just like I know that Tony's intentions are good. The team that's been involved with everything, even all the way down to the people who have left the search, like the PIs of the past and all that stuff, they all have been here for the greater good to try to find your son.
They're all volunteers, and I appreciate every one of them.
But I think that needs to be made clear, right? So that people know
I
that.
appreciate
Right?
all of them, but at the same point in time, I need everybody to work together, and I needed people in my team to work together. If I bring in more people, it's because I need more people. I need people who have STAR training. I need people who have the resources that I don't have, that I can't afford. Lord knows I cannot afford to go drop $32,000 on a water drum.
Yeah.
Can't go buy a boat.
25
Can't do
grand to
things.
buy a big boat.
You know, people talk about
Right.
GoFundMe. That's now shut down because I'm just tired of it. I use that for stuff, for flyers, for making sure we can get things taken care of. And yet I get nothing but grief about it.
Oh,
You know, one thing I do want to just interject here really quick. I think one thing that people tend to forget, one, everyone's passionate about trying to find your son, right? We're all emotionally attached to this case. We all want to know what's going on. We all want to break or correct the case, right? And find your son and bring him home to safety and all that. But I think people forget that this is not like a startup company.
It's not a game.
This is not
My
a
son's
game.
life is in danger.
I think people forget that when you lose somebody, it's not like this is something that you just wake up and know how to do. It's not like you can just pull up, Google it and go, how to build a team to find a missing person. You are shooting from the hip a lot of the times. And I think a lot of people forget that. And we need to bring that reality back into the conversation real quick. Instead of everybody doing the backseat driving, realize that, hey, there's mistakes that are going to be made. There's going to be bumps on the road because this is not something that people do every day.
Every time I make a decision, I don't know if it's going to be the right one. Only time will tell. I'm learning at this just as like, the next person, which I hope the next person, if they're missing their kid and they reach out to me, I hope I can help give them something that I've learned from my experience besides welcome to hell. There is nothing in this world like losing your kid, but it's one step even worse to not even know if your kid's alive or dead.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand how people can just sit there and be like, it's life. Well, I refuse to accept that.
Pascal, I'll tell you something. One thing that I've been very, very adamant about is I'll defend Seth. I'll defend Randy Harris. I just don't get into defending myself. But I looked over and I got the comments turned off now, but you've even got people in your chat that are causing trouble. And you got people making little petty comments like, he's not paying attention. He's on his phone. Well, let me explain something. Since people want to make statements and they don't want to ask questions, which is what you're great at, is asking questions. I have literally a very demanding 24/7 job. I work essentially in the oil space. I have to be reachable by phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A normal day for me right now looks like this. I'll work 8 hours a day minimum, sometimes 10 hours. During that day, I'm also working for Seth.
Who cares, Tony?
In another 8 hours.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I don't care. If you're so busy, go back to that. Let Seth deal with his business. Quit bringing drama to Seth's situation. Jesus.
I'm not moving.
For Seth. Every single night, whether it be on TikTok, whether it be researching, whether it be gauging what the mood of the public is, whatever that is. And then I get all these videos I got to look through. We got people that are breaking down a video that somebody else did. And they're criticizing us and they're making money off of Seth's son and they're doing all this craziness. Look,
those are true vulture when they're sitting there and taking a conversation that Tony is having, which is an actual conversation. They're discussing it. It's not a podcast. And then they want to sit there and put it next to their little will of pay me money. Why they're sitting there in their nice little chair online with their little thing behind them, twirling her hair and pushing her glasses up while she's wanting everybody to buy a membership and consider to, that's not helping me find my son. So who gives you the right to sit there and criticize this man that's volunteering his time to help me find my son.
Well,
While you're sitting there making $1,000 off of a podcast and you haven't got out of your fucking chair.
Well, and Seth, what
Excuse my language.
You're good. You're right.
What I want to say is, I'm easy to get a hold of. Very, very easy to get a hold of. I'm open to having a conversation with anybody. In the world I live in, for Seth, for my job, I cannot get away from my phone. So if you see me looking down at my phone, it's because I've got messages coming in from Seth's team. It's because I've got customers that are texting me. And at the end of the day, the time that I spend on here with you, Pascal, and your platform, it's volunteer time. It doesn't pay my bills. So life for me doesn't stop, unfortunately. I have to keep working for Seth, working for my company. So, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to say, you've been working with me now for 3 months. Do you feel like I'm half focused, full focused? What do you feel like, Pascal?
I think you're in it 110%. I mean, you put your whole body into this whole thing. I commend you because you're not only doing this for Sebastian, you're also doing this for Caleb as well. And then also holding it down. You still are a dad. You still have other things that are going on in your life. You know what I mean? So, I've never had any thoughts in the negative for the contribution that you're doing for these two young men, period.
I appreciate it 100%, Tony. I know that you don't do anything unless you ask me first. You ask me what the game plan is. We communicate. And some of your people in chat, Pascal.
Yeah.
T-Rev's my brother. I'm not talking about T-Rev. I'm not talking
Lord.
about, I know you don't like me mentioning other creative
Special teams, special plays, special players.
Talking about somebody
Tuesday,
making money.
Tuesday.
It's been 2.5 months since we've seen anything resembling Sebastian Rogers. So tensions are going to be high. The nerves are going to be extremely sensitive. And raw.
If you have any goodness in your heart at all, either cover the case and help create awareness, get out from behind your computer, come help search, donate, do something like that. Or you know what, go to something else because it's hurting everybody other than me. It doesn't hurt me, whatever, but it's hurting Seth. It's hurting everybody involved for people to get involved in a negative way. And that's what we're saying is if you're making money off this man's child, then be grateful for that. I have no issue with people making money off covering a case. Pascal, I love it. That's what you do for a living, but you keep it real. You keep it factual. You're asking questions. You're not making unfounded comments. If you actually are going to have the goal to make money off of somebody's missing child, then do it with spreading the positive word. That's what we're asking. Because without him losing his child, you're not making money talking about his child. There's nothing to talk about.
Yeah, I get it. But I know that we can talk about this for a while, right? Because there's been a lot of tension building up for a while now. Okay. And I totally understand, right? Some people are in the chat saying, hey, Seth, I had it up, but the chat's been flying. So, but they basically said, hey, Seth, this is your son. You do what you need to do, what you see best to find your son. Forget the outside noise. Because at the end of the day, we're trying to find Sebastian, right? So,
my only issue with that, Pascal, is first of all, I don't have social media. I have YouTube. And since Tony came around, you stay off of YouTube. Okay. Do I have to? Yes, you have to stay off of YouTube.
Right.
So I stay off of YouTube.
I get
but that still doesn't mean that it doesn't get back to me. It doesn't get back to me. It gets back to me that, some lady going to sit on her fat little throne and talk about my weight. And it's like, you got a lot of room to talk. But you also want somebody to come put their hands on me. Just remember, you live in Tennessee, lady. If you're instigating assault on a law enforcement officer, that's time.
Right.
You're not a law enforcement officer, bub.
The drama that I totally understand how you feel. Like, I understand where you're coming from. I hear you.
I have too many volunteers out there that put their life in the line to go hand out flyers, walk through forests, walk through where there's snakes, ticks. One of my volunteers literally had spotted Rocky Mountain fever from a tick bite. People don't know what my volunteers are going through.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then you want to add more because you want to sit there and, have people follow people around.
Is there any way we can add violin music?
Get a life. You sure don't have a kid that's missing. Right. And if you're not a coward and you want to say something to my face, there's my door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard that invitation, right?
On the internet.
And that's not good. That's never good. And that's not how you do things out here, guys. That's not how you do things. But okay, I think we've gotten to you gotten a chance to get some things off your chest. Understandably, there's been a lot of tension as of late. But let's get back to what we're here for, right? Which is getting to the facts and figuring out where Sebastian is. And I understand your frustration, brother. I really do. And I can only imagine what you're going through. But let's get back into this, shall we? So the thing is okay, we had the Nancy Grace and conversation and all that. There was some information that was out there that obviously was supposed to be taken out, and it wasn't. Obviously, that has shook a lot of people. People have had a lot of opinions about that. But one of the things that I do want to talk about is let's get back to the basics. Now that we don't have now that they've confirmed that photo of Sebastian, or that alleged photo when they had that sighting that could have been
North
Sebastian,
Carolina.
In North Carolina, yes. Now that they
would like to just say something about that.
Go ahead.
if the parents are listening, thank you, because that was a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
And when I saw the actual pictures of him standing next to his mom in the Christmas tree, Sebastian's got just the way that he walked, the way that he held himself and stuff. Thanks for that little bit of hope. I needed it.
Yeah. Now that has been debunked, so that wasn't Sebastian, we're kind of back to square one in a way, right? And and I don't mean that to sound to give it some sort of negativity or anything like that. Sometimes taking a step backwards, right, going back to square one gives you a huge leap forward. So let's talk about some things really, really quick. Now, I know that there's been footage, right? There's a whole bunch of footage, ring camera footage, so on and so forth, showing the Sebastian taking the trash out to the front of the house, and then all of a sudden nothing. Now, I have a question for you, Seth. Have you seen all of the footage, everything revolving around the disappearance of Sebastian?
No.
You have not. What is it exactly that you're interested in seeing with your own two eyes right now?
Everything. And the reason I say everything is because when you have to start back at square one, you got to review everything. So a lot of mine is just reviewing what I already know in my mind, things that I've seen. Some of this stuff that gets pulled up, I don't know if it's real or not, and I don't have access to it like the police department does.
Okay. So is there? Okay. So I'm just going to ask these questions. Did you get a chance to see anything as far as footage from their cars, anything outside of the house? No.
No.
Okay. So is there dash cam footage from somebody's car?
I heard that there was.
From whose car?
Not from mine.
Okay.
I don't have a dash camera.
But somebody does.
Somebody does.
Okay. But you.
Okay. So was that an insinuation or is that a fact?
Katie's work van had a dash cam.
But she wasn't in it. She wasn't.
It's only activated if you walk in front of it.
Oh, it's one of those. Okay. I didn't know that. I'm glad and that's why I was trying to understand that earlier. Mr. Steve says in Georgia, jail staff can be post-certified LE officers. I'm unfamiliar with Tennessee peace officer standards and training. Post, he may be certified. And that's what we said at the beginning. But
he is post-certified. However, the way he is hired is not in a law enforcement capacity. So you can be post-certified and not LE. Does that make sense? Once again, I've said it before, but Davidson County Sheriff's Department is the only sheriff's department in the United States that is not a law enforcement arresting agency.
And I'm just going to point out for the cheap seats, no one threatened him or said people should go put hands on him. I'm just saying. Just want to clarify that.
You haven't seen that footage.
The police don't put it out. I don't see it.
Word. Tony, any thoughts on that?
What falls under my wheelhouse is not the investigation. So unfortunately, I don't know anything about the dash cam.
Interesting. Okay. So obviously there's footage that you've only seen, Seth, so far, since the last time we talked. The only footage that you've actually seen is proof of life walking out of a Texas roadhouse, correct?
Yeah.
But there's a slew of other footage that you still have not seen.
Correct.
Especially in people's cars and outside of around the house, per se.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting information. Now, when it comes to, okay, we have got to talk about this. This is not going to be an easy conversation, but I want to make sure that we address this because there's a lot of people that are reacting to some things that Seth, your mother, put out here recently, saying something along the lines of she knew about Sebastian's encounters, for lack of a better term, with Chris Proudfoot. And I know that there's been
okay, Mom, here comes the good stuff per se that doesn't actually come out, but here it is.
Okay.
a knee-jerk reaction over the past 24 hours of people feeling some type of way about why she hasn't reported or why she didn't report those things in the past if she had known. Can we expand on that? Can we talk about that a little bit?
We don't have those answers. We have not talked to her about what she knew, why she didn't report, whatever. What we know from the other case I'm involved in is that grandmas get emotional. We don't blame her for anything she said either day. She said one thing one day, she said something completely different the next day. We don't blame her for either one of those things. Look, in these situations, the grandmas feel helpless. They feel uninformed. They feel helpless. And clearly we know that the grandmas were not involved in these cases. So they sit around and they drive themselves crazy and they watch all these things on social media and YouTube and TikTok and Facebook and all these things. And it gets to the point where they get angry and they don't have any way to release. So what they do is they do a little drive-by, as I call it, and they drop a bomb, and then they feel better. And then maybe the next day they drive by and drop a different bomb, and they feel better. You know, we haven't had conversation with Robin about that, but the truth is we don't blame her for making either comment, as polar opposite as they were. Just like I didn't blame Caleb Harris's grandma for making the comment she made, because I can't imagine how a grandparent that has very little information to go off of is dealing with all this. You know, they've got to feel helpless. And we know that typically, you know, everybody can question whether a parent loves their child. Did you have a good upbringing or whatever? Grandparents always have love for the grandkids. Historically, that is the group of people that love the kids, is the grandparents.
What a lot of people don't understand, and I don't mean to cut you off, Tony.
You're good, brother.
In the situation that's going on, I know how helpless I feel. So you can't even understand what kind of helplessness she feels. And I'm here in the middle of it. Information that she does, and I still feel helpless about some of this stuff. And then, you know, I'm not on social media, but I got people sending stuff to my phone because, again, my phone number's out there, and they're sending stuff right off the internet, off of Facebook. I don't have that stuff.
What'd you say, bud?
It's probably best I don't repeat it.
Okay.
No, I encourage the shittery. Repeat it.
I said we sure see your face on this social media platform an awful lot for you to not have social media. Like, I'm sorry, I'm sick of hearing this guy's bullshit. And I agree with what Dry said a while ago. He needs a vetted advocate. I've been saying that for over a month. He needs a vetted advocate. And his biggest problem in this situation is him. The one time we all know he talked to Chris Proudfoot. What did he do? He turned around and talked with some sense. What did he do the next damn day? Went and undid it all. He needs somebody that can be a parent to him and keep his damn emotions in check for him and guide him through this. Not all these damn, as Tony wants to call them, vultures that he acts like are everybody else, but quite honestly, they flock and surround Seth because they see he's weak. And I'm not shaming the guy for that. I couldn't imagine, but they see he's weak and vulnerable, and they flock to him.
Yeah,
and he's getting used by every one of them.
I agree with that. And Draw, it's a 9-year difference.
I know why they don't ask them questions.
She was clarify exactly her age when they started dating.
I don't know when they started dating. All I know is what Duchess said, that when she was 14, he said something along the lines of, "One day we'll be together, you'll be mine," or something like that is what she said.
And there's a 9-year age gap, so he would have been 23 at that time.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, let's do math. We've got 19 years old minus 10 months, and then we have Seth saying that she terminated all of the pregnancies before that, so that insinuates at least 2 more, and it would take a time period between getting there and terminating and getting there and terminating. So we're pushing that age line real close, if not past it already, just by that math alone.
But it's okay. It's okay for him to do it because he'll come on social media and give everybody an opportunity to make money and boohoo a little bit on the screen.
I think that's why he's out here right now, if you want my honest opinion, because the heat was getting turned up on that, even in JLR's group, and JLR said something about it day before or yesterday. So
Yeah, and by the way, Duchess said that Katie told her that. That's how she got that information. So, right.
So, but it still gets to me, as in it's still being sent to me. It's still being sent to my mom. So everybody wants. She's feeling probably helpless because she doesn't know what to do. She's in another state.
Yeah. No, listen, I totally understand. I understand her frustration 110%. I know that this is something that a lot of people have been questioning. It has been something that's been kind of crazy out here in these streets as of late. Just that information. It was a bit shocking. And of course, at the end of the day, it's still, some insight into the possible dynamics that were going on inside that house before he disappeared, right?
Yes.
Now, speaking of the dynamics inside that home, I know that you said that there's some things that you were, I guess, some things were brought to your attention recently that really shocked you, Seth, that really kind of shook you. What is that?
Everybody already knows what you're talking about, Pascal. Other creators have been on it. Tony mentioned it last night in TikTok. Yeah, I have the DCS records for that house.
DCS records for that house. Okay, can you explain to me, because I know it's the Department of Children's Services, correct? So
Yes.
it's basically CPS, but Tennessee's version of CPS, correct?
Correct.
So what exactly did you learn? What was shed? What light was shed on you?
No, my eyes are open to a lot of things, and no, I can't share it with you. First of all, DCS reached out to my attorney, and because social media gets around, they reached out to my attorney. My attorney reached out to me, and I told them I had no plans of releasing any of this stuff at all. But I know it. I know what happened. I know the reports that were going on. I have a lot more understanding of what was happening in that house now.
Pause that, Dago.
So you are not.
I just want to point out a problem with what he just said. Okay.
Yep.
He has no team but Tony now, essentially. He said
Right.
Chloe and Heather are gone. So pretty much it's just him
And
and
an
Tony
attorney.
and an attorney. He said he doesn't have social media, but he says social media gets around. But yet he's the only one of the situation that should have known anything his attorney gave him about DCS. So if he doesn't have social media, how did it get out there?
That's a good point. That's interesting.
Well, you heard what old bald man said. What's part of his job? Gauging the mood of the public.
Yeah.
Like if
Yeah.
you had a missing child, why would you care about the mood of the public? I would love an answer to that question.
Because he's a PR. That's his job, to read the public and to then know how to readdress the public. I mean, essentially reading people and people's responses will then help with them figuring out their next step in the public's eye. I think that's why, the PIs are gone, because there was just too much drama around all those people and you had to eliminate the drama.
Yeah, I think they were the problem.
Right.
Going to release the information?
No.
Why not? The reason why I asked this, Seth, is because it could give more insight on why your son may have ran away, why your son may have disappeared. I mean, if it's not to the public, have you at least given it to law enforcement?
Oh, Sumner County has had it from the get-go.
Yeah, they've got it.
I've been in contact with TBI. TBI didn't have it, and I
Hey,
advised
Dago.
TBI to turn around and request the unredacted record.
So if in his own words, Sumner County has had it, then that means that the investigators have gone over it, and even they didn't find a reason to file charges. So that should tell you about something about what's in those papers.
A bunch of nothing.
Exactly. Yep. I said that before. There have been no charges filed, nobody arrested, and still.
Not only did it mean that there's nothing
more drama.
Not only does it mean there's nothing in there to file charges on them with, it also means that there's nothing in there that they've lied about.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they'd have brought them in for a hold.
100%.
And part of the question was incredibly misleading. If you listen to the question he asked, he says, so you mean that they were out there more than one time? And Seth says, yes. Well, they could have made multiple visits out there in collaboration with the investigation from the original complaint.
True. And here's the thing. If there was something, just based on what Seth has shown us already to date, if there was something real crazy in there or upsetting, law or no law, he'd have blurted it out. Okay. That's just how he is. So
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, maybe.
I mean, unless he was threatened, like hardcore threatened.
No,
maybe.
I think there's a plan. I think that he knows the plan. That's what the little grin on his face is about. Because he, when someone is new to, I don't even know the word to use. Even in business, let me give you a business example. If I've got a business meeting and my partner is going with me, I'm going to go over different, ways that I'm going to let him know if I get stuck or vice versa, or you know what I'm saying? Like there is a pre-planned situation and then there's an out. If you listen to Tony, he said before he went on with Nancy Grace, he told him, if you get a text from me, jump out. So Tony's not stupid when it comes to that. He's setting up the before, the after, and the what if.
Right. Gotcha.
At the end of the day, no matter if there is something there or there's not something there, it doesn't allude to what happened. Other than showing a possible indication of a motive for him to run away, which quite frankly, I've been able to see for a while. Just from the drama aspect of this, right? Like I mean, why is it so hard for this man to accept? His son could have just ran away. That's what I would really like to understand.
Maybe because of the reason why his son would have ran away. Think about that for a minute.
Well, and another thing I would like for Tony to quit saying, if he's going to remain in this, to quit saying people need to go help search. Well,
you're not posting searches.
Right.
You said you're not. No, their words verbatim on the last post I saw. We are not making our searches public, and we are not currently looking for any more volunteers. Verbatim.
What happened?
It might have did that shit where it cuts me off.
Sorry, guys.
I just think it's crazy that we're supposed to pretend like he was not going to actually release DCS paperwork. Like
And
that was his decision. He was going to do that until his lawyer stopped him. It wasn't because I want to protect my child. And if you listen to the wordage I think is very important, right? Because since Tony came around, Seth's been pretty careful with his words. So what Seth said was, he said, activity at that address. He did not say with Seth. He did not say with Sebastian. Listen to what he says specifically. If it was something that, someone did to Sebastian, he would have said, would have been out there for Sebastian, or they did. You know what I'm saying? It made it sound like it was an overreaching umbrella so that you could read into it any way you needed to.
Good point.
I got redacted ones, and I told him that they need to request the unredacted records and they need to look at it.
Okay, that's something I didn't know that they had. Tony, can you expand on that? Oh, go ahead, Seth.
Tony hasn't seen the records. I haven't shared them with anybody but my attorney.
Wow.
We have.
So is he saying that he believes that Sumner County doesn't have the unredacted records?
Well, he said maybe TBI didn't. He told somebody to go request the unredacted record.
Right. Was it Sumner or was it TBI?
I want to say TBI.
It was TBI, but just as if, because they're in a joint task force now, right?
Yeah.
They don't have to request it. They've seen everything Sumner County has. Now, whether or not Sumner County sees everything TBI has or not is a different story.
I would imagine that they have seen everything at this point. You know what I mean? Like both agencies. I can't see how they wouldn't.
Well, what I can't see is how him getting involved in trying to funnel information to a law enforcement agency that can get information on their own is doing anything except distracting law enforcement from doing their job.
Well, and Seth's about to admit to a felony here in just a second. Well, Seth's not going to. Seth tries to cover it, but Tony comes back and implicates Seth in a felony as soon as he says what he's about to say next.
Okay.
We have, for full transparency, we have discussed some of the things in those records.
Right there.
Very vaguely, but
there, right there. You shared those records.
With the public.
Okay, I get it. It's just
you shared those records You wrote, he signed that agreement that the only people that would have access is the parents and the attorney. So by saying that he shared anything with Tony is a felony, according to what Seth said in the beginning of this about what his attorney said. That's the second time that he has broken the contract that he wrote with DCS.
Well, you got the helmet for it.
What the hell happened? Is that before or after what was just said? Right here. Sorry.
That's what matters the most. Okay. But I do have. Go ahead.
I just got a text from a team member. She just wanted me to clarify that that there are two separate events. One of them is at 4 o'clock, and that is the ride. The other one is at 6 o'clock, and that's at Long Hollow Church.
Okay. So two separate events going on.
Correct.
On the 19th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And of course, if you guys have flyers or whatever, please send it my way so I can post it on my, post it online and all that. And of course, anybody who has that information, if you guys have flyers, please share them, send them my way. That'd be greatly appreciated. But let's get into some of these super chats because I know that there's been a gang of people asking a lot of questions. And so I want to get straight to this as quickly as possible. So Tipsy, thank you. Just a quick thank you. And thank you. I appreciate it. Misty, thank you so much.
Okay. So that's it for that stuff. The rest of this is just a bunch of, yeah, Draw. Of course you can.
What was your super chat question? I'm curious. There you go.
I didn't even see one. I'm sorry. Hold on.
No, the one that you posted in Pascal's.
Oh, all I said was, is anything being spoken about tonight gonna find Sebastian? Gonna help find Sebastian?
I got you.
That was it. And of course they didn't talk about it. So, the link is in chat. Draw.
Okay, so what this boiled down to was let's go on Pascal, well, first off, let's start out with tragedy pimps that are making money off of his missing son's case, but we're going to go on a panel that only reads comments out of the chat when you send a super chat.
And turn the chat to members only.
And turn it to members only.
And then he said he didn't know that happened. So, which I don't believe.
Okay, because you have to go into studio and do that. But
he turned it to members only earlier in the day too.
And then we're gonna talk about people making money and speculating off of your son's case. But one of the biggest tragedy pimps on this whole platform is your brother.
Right.
And we're going to release bits and pieces of information that will get you put in jail for a long time. Talk shit about other people and talk about how we don't have social media, but yet we're on at least 5 channels that I know of that are straight drama channels that have no business near missing cases. And yet one of us that are credible, that actually do missing cases, have training, have background, have worked with several, if not 100 families that know what the hell we're doing, don't go on those panels because we might ask the real questions and stay away from the drama.
Exactly.
And making money off of his son's case. But how many times has this man donated to a billboard? How many times has he taken $100 out of his pocket after a 10-hour day at work and drove all over Orlando to print flyers and mail flyers across the United States?
Well, and let's not skip the statement about using the GoFundMe to buy flyers, but also earlier has stated the TBI has given him flyers, and it's been put out there where you can get flyers printed for free.
And if anyone needs flyers, the TBI will give them to you.
And I've offered. I've mailed flyers myself to people, and several of us have.
That's why I threw a thank you, Duchess, for the billboards for Sebastian in the chat, because if I'm understanding it, she hasn't heard that from him. So that should be one of the first things that was said when it first happened, but it was never spoken. So it is what it is. So I thanked her again.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vern's got billboards up too. And know, I called into a show and got states where we should put the billboards up. Spoke with
Right.
Seth myself personally on a call-in show to get states to put billboards up.
Yep.
And when
Absolutely.
I messaged a member of the family, two of them actually, I had one of them reply with helpful information, and the other one still I'm on red to this day. But we're not helping with his son's case.
We're not the right people. That's why.
Oh, it's because we don't feed the trolls and bleed the drama.
Right.
Okay.
Welcome, Draw. Welcome back, dear. Thank you for joining us again. If you can hear me, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, hi, I'm just listening to what everybody's saying.
Oh, okay. Welcome back
No,
up.
thanks. No, I think as far as DCYF or CPS, whatever you call it, wherever anybody is, I'm gonna just say from my own experience, essentially, if they take a case, which believe me, sometimes it's really hard for them, or really hard for me, let's say, to get a case taken by up in the Northeast. I don't know if they're so swamped. I don't know what, but they have a very, very high threshold. Let's put it that way. So if they actually open a case, then they're interested. It's potentially serious. But I can tell you right now that law enforcement almost invariably is involved from the get-go once a case is opened up on a child. So, and especially now that this child has gone missing in this case, I mean, I'm sure TBI working with the local law enforcement already had these CPS case reports, and clearly the child was not pulled from that household.
There you
So
go.
then what that says to me is there is not, it didn't, whatever was going on there did not reach the, reach the threshold for yanking the child out. And I guess the other thing I want to say is that I will also tell you that in the same breath, because there are nuances in life, and there's no black or white in many of these situations here. But I'm going to say that in where I used to work in New York State for 15 years, I'm not kidding you, no word of a lie. You know how people do this doxing stuff on the YouTube?
Right.
My patients would literally come into my office and they're like, I can't give specifics, names, what obviously I don't even remember the names. But we'll just say Senora Fulana. Okay, Senora Fulana, she lives next door to me. She called the police and CPS saying I took a knife to my kid and was running around. And then, the CPS would get involved. I mean, it was almost like a game where people would, if they were mad at their neighbor, they would try to get a report opened up. And in the case of like somebody's running around with a knife on their child, which really didn't happen, it was just Senora Fulana was mad at her neighbor. Do you get what I'm saying? But then the
Yes.
CPS would have, this is what they were wasting their time with. A lot of, and so then the real cases often didn't even get taken because they were too busy. So
You still there? Hello, hello. Where'd you go, Draw? Are you there, Draw? You completely cut out. We don't hear anything. She dropped. Well, I took her down and put her back up there. Are you on your phone, Draw? Oh Lord, I don't know what happened. Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. There we go. Can you hear us? Hello? Hello? Can anybody else hear her? Or is it?
Nope.
I can't hear.
What happened, I wonder?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are you there, Draw? Hello, hello. Yeah, maybe go out and try to come all the way back in. Well, while we're waiting, anybody else with what you were saying? Mom, you were talking a little bit. Were you done or did you have more?
I'm absolutely just awed and amazed at the shit show.
Oh, it's
Just
insane.
absolutely awed and amazed.
Yeah. I put another link in chat, Draw. Try that one again if you want to. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it's just gotten worse and worse. As much as we feel like it can't get any worse, then we have this stuff.
You know, and he's trying to make it seem like there's like, you know, and I have not seen any CPS paperwork, just disclaimer to say cover my own hind end.
Yeah.
But if there was a case opened up, they have to follow up on that. So there's going to be several house visits until it can be closed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And in Tennessee, they're going to come in your house.
Yep.
You know, I've raised stepdaughters many, many years ago, and their mother, she's another one. She called CPS on me, and I opened my front door up, asked the girl to come in, asked her if she wanted a cup of coffee. You need to look in the refrigerator. What do you need, honey?
Yep.
She was there for about 15 minutes and left and never came back because there was no reason for her to be there.
Right.
But they're all different. Some of them will revisit and will come back if there is a reason where they have to show that they did X amount of house visits.
Yes, ma'am.
To make sure that everything's okay.
Same here. Exactly how we do it in Ohio.
You look at Harmony's case. How many times did they go and lie on paperwork? So each state's different on how, you know, and you got to think if they're understaffed, then if there's no reason, you know, law enforcement's going to be involved. If there's some sign of abuse or something that's seriously going on, they're going to pull the child from the home.
Absolutely.
They're not going to leave a child in a dangerous home, first of all.
Half the time here in Ohio, the referrals are made by law enforcement. So,
well, and I'm just going to say this too, right? I'm sick of the distraction, the sleight of hand game that gets played every time these two, mainly the one on the right, because he's been the one doing it the whole time, gets on these panels. He gets mad at anybody that asks a real question or that even sort of side eyes him and says anything about it, but then tells everybody when he gets mad at him, he says, well, you're not searching. But then everything he alludes to is he wants everybody to point their fingers and look hard and deeper into Chris and Katie. Yeah. Well, looking at Chris and Katie is not searching.
No.
No, it's not.
Tell people how you want them to help and quit telling people to quit promoting the going after Chris and Katie.
Well, the problem for me is, like I said when I got cut off, they literally made a public post in their Facebook group that they aren't making their searches public anymore, and they are not looking for any more volunteers.
Yeah.
How you supposed to help search? I'm just curious.
They need to stop saying that. I agree.
Or start coming on these platforms that they go on and give that answer. That's a very valid question.
Yes.
Hand out flyers. Okay, great. You have any suggestions as to where? Is there anywhere in particular you would like for that to occur? What are your thoughts on that? None of that's ever discussed.
Right.
It's all about, well, I got CPS reports and oh boy, and shit like that does nothing.
Yes, sir. Can you hear us again, Draw?
Yeah, I think I just got cut off because I was escalating into a rant or something. I don't know.
No, it just stopped talking.
I know.
You were
I'm just
still
kidding.
there, but...
I think my phone was shut me down.
Oh,
but
gotcha.
because I was on a rant. I'm sorry
No,
for
it's
that.
okay.
But
It's
I'll tell
okay.
you that the system is broken. That's the bottom line.
Yes.
And I want to say two more really quick things, and that is that I've been really pondering this since a few weeks ago. Clue alluded to, but now you guys have gotten tonight more given me more clarity. You've gotten more granular with the age difference and what sounds like, honestly, when Truth kind of gave the calculus on this, that Katie was below the age of consent, right?
Absolutely.
And you can't there's such a thing as, I don't know if you all know, but in every state has this, of what's called the Romeo and Juliet law,
Yes.
which is, let's say the girl is 15 or 14 or 13 even. Then if the boy is, well, the boy would have to be of age. So let's pretend the girl is 15 and the age of consent is 16, and the boy is 17, but they're really in love. It is allowable if they really are in love, blah blah blah. And it meets all the criteria for the Romeo and Juliet law. Then it's considered that it's not considered a statutory R. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But once Clue Minotti and Truth, whatever your last handle name is,
Not feelings.
Truth and Nut Feelings.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. When you guys both gave me or gave the chat, whatever, the calculus on this, obviously this was way beyond the Romeo and Juliet law. So then that brings me to my next thing, which I know is going to, I hate to say it this way, but this is what's happened to me in my practice. And that is, this happened many years ago, but I had let's say, I think it was maybe a 13-year-old girl who was pregnant by maybe a 30-year-old guy in the community.
Oh God.
And, of course, I called CPS, I called the police, the parents were up in arms. I mean, it was like a serious situation, right?
Right.
And because I've worked in many different states, I will not tell you what state this is so that I'm not giving too much away.
No, absolutely.
But I'm going to tell you that about 2 weeks after I was on the phone, I was like pissed.
I'll bet.
I had the DA call me in the middle of my office hours to tell me that they were not going to take this case on for this 13-year-old with a 30-year-old man because, check this out, guys. Well, in this particular minority community that I've spent my life working with and that I'm a part of, it's very common, like for these kind of people to have sex at an early age and with older men. So this is, I swear to God, man, he said to me, our cutoff for prosecution is of an adult male on a minor child is if the man is 38 years of age or older. I thought I was going to freaking pull my hair out.
Good
And
Jesus.
honest to God, what I realized, and this is going back many years ago now, is in a lot of ways I feel that the system it's just
Broken.
BS.
Yeah.
It's broken, but it's beyond broken. It's a farce. To have somebody call me that's a DA and to say to me that this child has not been, molested, whatever you want to call it, because
Right.
the guy isn't 38 years of age or older, because that's, the kind of community that.
Yeah.
And so that has been very, very discouraging to me, because I've realized, and I mean, I know it sounds like I don't back the blue and law, and I mean I do, but at the same time, I also realize that it's a losing battle.
Yeah.
When what am I going to do now? So every time I've gone to the police to say I've got this child with this thing, it's basically depending on the community. It depends on what their answer, like there are different standards for different people in the
Yep.
country, which makes me wonder now. This is total speculation now, but then I've been really, really thinking since Cluminati said a couple of weeks ago about this Seth, etc. age gap. I've been really racking my brains thinking, why? Why? And also the guy in South Carolina, that pastor that the wife, self-deleted a couple weeks ago, and
Yeah.
he started grooming her when they thought it was 14. Looks like it's starting at age 10.
They
And I'm
met at
thinking,
10. Yeah, right.
Why would somebody in these two cases that I just mentioned, why wouldn't somebody come to rescue these two young women?
Mm.
Girls. Why? And is it
Well, Dra,
because
can I just say, do you
yes.
know? Like, I hate to put that out there, but it's already out there in the internet world. Katie's mom is also a registered offender.
No, yeah.
So who
And
was going to come
so,
to her rescue? You know what I mean?
well, and guess what? I totally agree with you, Clue, but here's the thing. And I've heard that as well. My thinking, tell me if y'all disagree. I don't really care what you all. I mean, I want to hear it. I'm open to everybody's feedback. I'm not. It's not that I don't care. I don't care in the sense that I'm going to be offended or hurt my feelings, whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, is it because Katie was from a situation that had probably multi-generational SA maybe and whatever, that the local authorities just said, well, she's just one of those in that community, the same way that I've faced with so many of my patients
Yeah.
from a different community. So do you understand what I'm saying? Or
Yeah, absolutely. And Salty just said that Seth was probably her way out, unfortunately, of that situation per se. So that's sad, but it's agreeable. And I do absolutely hear what you're saying, Draw, because that's
but at
that's
the
just
same time, so let's say we can all justify that, you know, supposedly speculatively, that the authorities were just like, well, that happens in those communities or whatever. Or like Salty just said, it was her ticket out, which believe me, I've seen that a million times. Even in my family.
yeah, and it
To be
does. It
honest
happens
with
a
you,
lot.
I've had family members that's been their ticket out. But anyway, not an age gap, but you know what I'm saying.
I do know what you
The
mean.
wrong person they go grab because they want to get out, right?
You got to get away, right?
But the thing is that what bothers me about this case, and I've told you guys, I've wrestled back, forth with, who's suspect, and I think they all could be. But why is it that no light has been shown upon Seth, regardless of if he was her ticket out, regardless of whatever it was?
Because
I've been trying.
and I can answer
Because
that.
he's suffering.
Look what happened tonight. Look what happened tonight. The one person that I have heard that has went hard at him, he's now turning into his new target, like the Proudfoots.
That would be me.
And I mean, it is what it is, right? And he knows he can do that because he has a mob behind him. Because he has a mob of mindless lemmings that refuse to just look at the facts, but get on the emotional, just shit boat that he's driving.
But meanwhile, like, of course, I'm behind the scenes trying, emailing these people and talking with them on the phone and stuff. I'm talking about the creators, trying to like give my perception, which is really what your all's perception is, right?
Yeah.
I'm always like trying to like carry the torch for justice in silly ways, like trying to get, you know what I'm saying, like trying to talk to some of these folks
Yes, ma'am.
on down low and say, look, have you considered this? Have you considered that? And believe me, I'm working on some of them, guys. I can't say any more than that, but I'm really, really trying. Anyway, Cluminati and St. Cletus, I suspected when Seth was speaking a few minutes ago that he might have been inviting you to come a visiting to his home.
I'm glad you heard that. Y'all
I mean,
heard
I
that
think that was an
invitation.
invitation to come a visiting.
But it sounded like, sadly, yeah, very immaturely, in my opinion.
Oh, totally. I mean, yeah, very immaturely, but I'm being silly. But
Oh, I know.
yeah. But I don't know, guys. I'm almost ready to sign off on this entire case.
I get it.
You did?
No, I said I get it.
Oh,
I get it. No, I'm still here because I'm kind of obsessed with it, Draw. Because I feel I don't know. I feel like I can't let go of it because of who Sebastian is. It's
because I think you're married to the kind of to the cause because of your own child, probably, right?
exactly. Yes, ma'am.
And I mean, I get that too. That's why I got totally into this because my work is focused so much. And I also have a child that's neurodivergent, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's where one's passion comes in. But I also get very down about this. But I'll hush now and maybe you guys can therapize me.
No, I mean, everything you say is absolutely wonderful. So,
No, I mean, I know that there are people that disagree with my viewpoint, but it's okay.
I just,
Because we're all
I,
fighting somehow.
I've thought about stepping away from this because I feel like I take it too personally. But then when I'll go to bed at night and I'm like, okay, I can't do this and I need to back away. I wake up the next morning and that's the first thing I go check. First thing I go look for. It's the first thing I want to talk about. And I can't. I can't. I have to see this child again. I don't know. It hurts me. I'll be honest. It does.
I'll give you two things about that. Number one, he needs to be found, right? And I do think anybody that's got pure intent in getting that done should cover it, should follow it. The other side of it is it's just like the Idaho 4 for me. At the end of the day, whether Brian did it or didn't doesn't impact me one bit. The process that's followed getting to the end of the case absolutely does impact every one of us because it sets a precedent. The precedent that's getting set right here in this case is one that will impact every one of us in every case coming forward.
Sure.
And it's that to me it's motivation to show this is not how it should be. It's motivation for me to say anytime I can, Seth, get an advocate and shut up because you're doing nothing but hurting your son and his parents, including yourself.
I agree. And one thing I want to throw out there too is when Seth was talking about the fact that everybody thinks that I'm causing the drama and I don't care what they think and blah 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 blah. He has not one time defended Chris and Katie against anything that anybody has said. So
Nope, they will him.
They always do. They always have. Not one time he said, has he said, no, we're not going to say that. Nope, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. He plays into it instead.
He's a rebellious teenager mindset. Look at it and think.
It is. It's very immature. I agree with you.
The one time he did support them was after Chris went up to him at the truck. And he turned around and he said, we're going to work together. If you can't get on board, F off, right? And he was in support. Then the next morning, he lost his mind again, right? He needs an advocate that's an adult-minded, not some vulture like Tony or anybody else that he's associated with so far to come in and help him.
Yes, I agree. Sorry. So I there's something that Cletus just said that made me want to say something. Tell me, what was the last thing he needs? A vetted advocate. Oh, this is the thing I've said. I know I've said this multiple times on this panel that going back to the very beginning, I've sensed the word I use is coy. That I agree with Cletus. There is an immaturity there, but to me, the immaturity of Seth is that he's canny, he's coy, because he knows what the manipulations that he's doing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep, I agree.
And so it feels like he wants to present as naive and vulnerable. Cletus said he's vulnerable. Yes, he is vulnerable. There's a part of him that's lost his son, right? There is. But then there's another part of his personality that I think is very, um, uh, we say in Italian, furbo. It means kind of like slick.
Furbo, yes.
Yes.
Furbo, like slick. And he's a little bit conniving. And I don't understand why so many people have not been able to just, I mean, I'm putting my neck out here and I have before, but I put my neck out tonight by saying why I don't really care that he was the ticket out, because if there was that big an age gap, that's a problem. That does not go away.
Right.
You see, who knows if does he have a predilection towards, minors, even if the minor is 16. Now
Yeah.
the guy's 39 or whatever the hell he is. So to me, I don't think his feet have been held to the fire as
And I,
much as publicly. Katie has been quiet. She's held her. She's kept her powder dry, so to speak. Chris is, because of his mouth, has put himself out there, and he's been much more criticized. Even though I think he was freaking at work in Memphis, for God's sakes. You know what I
right.
mean?
Yes,
But the
ma'am.
thing is, nobody has. I'm saying nobody, i.e., Coffindoffer with her silly ass juvenile questions that she was asking. How did it feel when you first held him, or whatever? That whole interview was absurd.
It was a joke.
It
It
was a
was a joke.
joke.
Yes.
Mainstream media, Nancy Disgrace, everybody, nobody has held Seth's feet to the fire with respect to, I'd say, three things. Number one, the age difference piece. Number two, what Clue and you all were saying earlier this afternoon, which is gaining clarity
Mhm.
on why the hell would somebody want their child to be yanked, a child who is yearning to have friends, yank them out of a school and onto an online as a punitive measure for quote quote behavioral problems. I mean, I could go on. There's just, I have a lot of questions, but nobody, I mean, he's never come up on a panel where I could call in and ask these questions. I probably would be blocked. Anyway.
Because the people that he calls into are conniving. I mean, and
Yeah.
it's not an opinion; it's a fact. Go and look at it. I heard one today literally say out of her mouth, I entertained that dog handler because if I had questioned her about what she claimed about Chris and she had said Chris was nice to her, nobody would have given her the time of day. Everybody would have shamed me for entertaining her. These people are convicted to this narrative that Seth has pushed, and they will not change from it because it will end their payday.
And I did write on that. We're not naming names, but I did write, and I'm probably now blocked there too, even though I do donate. But who the hell cares? Because your donation is only as good as your goodwill towards their opinion. But I did write about that whole mess from the other night on that. Cletus, what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I wrote. I mean, that individual washed her hands of that debacle by saying, I didn't know. But meanwhile, people were giving super chats to say, please, this person is a fraud. We've reversed, photographed Google, whatever it's called. And she's got dogs from Chewy.com, or you know what I'm talking about, right? Not the
Yeah.
real one. But what was her
Yeah.
response in live time? I don't know if anybody of y'all saw that. In live time, she told them, stop doing this, and but she took their money, but then she blocked them
Yeah.
and said, you're ruining my live stream. What do you
Hmm.
mean? Our responsibility, even is to be able to, number one, it is incumbent, if you're going to be a creator, I think, to vet the people, unless you're doing what we're doing now. None of us is coming up and you're not announcing to the world, we have a guest and her name is Cluminati, and she loves pink boots and she's going to be discussing this as an expert, or what? Yeah, I mean, I'm just kidding, but you know what I'm saying. You're
Yes.
not. We're having a discussion, a dialogue. But when another creator puts out that they've got some real McCoy person, and then in the middle of their live stream, people are telling her, no, this person's a fraud. But instead of having the humility to say, oh, I think we've got a problem, and she could
Hmm.
have just simply said, right now I'm going to have to end the live stream. Thank you so much for coming on this evening, or whatever. But instead, she got more and more angry. And I did write in a comment on one of those statement things that you can write on the community page. I said, it is incumbent upon us to vet people if you're going to have them as your expert guest. And when we make a mistake, we have to own up to it. And I'm not saying I'm perfect at all. I don't want to sound self-righteous, but I know that I did make a mistake I actually did on Kylie Rodney, I didn't like the way I interpreted her talk screen, and I did make an error, and I had to get back on because the next day and make like a 10-minute thing saying I'd like to apologize. I didn't read this correctly, and this is it's X, Y, and Z, A, B, and C, and please excuse me. But of course, meanwhile, I had like 500 people saying you're a fraud. You don't know what you're talking about anyway. See, we always knew you're but so you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But going back to what Cletus was saying, and then I'll hush for a moment, is that I know, right? Is that you can't just grab the money. I don't think if you want to have gravitas and you want to be considered a person of integrity, then you have to own up to your mistake.
Well,
No?
I think
Yep.
that's the problem. There isn't much integrity on YouTube. Like and the accountability part of it is very frustrating. I remember when I first started, fiance had convinced me that Brian Koberger was at the grub truck, right? So here I go, I make a video and I
Oh, I
was like,
remember that.
I don't think that's him. Well, the news got a hold of it. And here I am like eating crow saying, y'all, I was wrong. That was not him. And it's like,
We still don't know that.
yes, we do. Jesus. But it's like there is no I can be wrong and admit that I'm wrong. I have to like hide behind some BS excuse like he was talking about, saying you guys wouldn't have even entertained her or whatever. And it's like, so if they don't entertain her, oh well.
It's okay to be wrong, guys. That's what it's all about. And I've never had qualms or issues with that at all.
No, and that's why it is in some ways frustrating to me that both you and Clue, and I don't frankly watch other folks that are on this panel right now, and I'm sorry, maybe I will one day, but your growth or your following has not really increased exponentially like some of these other people, and I do find that frustrating because you guys and Cletus and everybody that's on panel and in this chat here, to my mind, really try to dialogue and really try to share ideas and
Well,
yet,
you know,
the growth isn't there.
my conclusion on that, honestly, Draw, it's sad to say this, and I'm okay with it. I'll be okay with it. Whatever happens, it doesn't matter. It is frustrating. I agree, it's frustrating, but I think we have a bit of morality. I'm not going to come in here and put up this big old clickbaited thing that Sebastian Rogers cited and run it for 24 hours straight because I know it's not true. I'm not going to come out here purposely and drop misinformation because I know it's not true. I'm not going to come out here and purposely get people's hopes up because I know these things aren't true. But these other creators do it, and that's why they grow like they do. Because this is what people want, sickeningly and sadly, is the drama behind this. I'm not going to come out here and go, Chris screamed at somebody, because I don't care. I care about where this child on the screen is right now. That's why these people are growing like they are. Insanely.
Well, it almost makes you just think like how sad people really must be in their everyday lives. Because people like, if you ever listen to Dolly's show, all they do is go in there and all of them, it's like a dog piling
Yeah.
on Chris and Katie. I mean, it'll
That's all they do.
infuriate you to listen to.
Mhm.
Me personally, I mean,
No, I
it's
understand.
it makes
And I
you
just
so angry.
I won't do it. And that's what happened with me before, because I wouldn't come if I would have came out and said Brian Koberger's guilty. Holy shit, guess where I'd be right now. But I didn't. I'm the unpopular opinion, and people don't like that. And I don't promote the drama, and I don't run to the drama. So therefore, I'm boring. I'm not edgy. I'm boring. So therefore, I'm going to sit here at my little 8,300 and 2028, I might have 9,000 then, and then we can move on a little bit. That's all I'm saying. But that's who I'm going to stay at. That's all I care about. So
It's quality. It's quality,
tr-
not quantity.
I truly care deep in my heart where this child is right now, and it's brought me to tears multiple times. I want him to come home to
Okay,
his
so
period.
then my question, Dago, at all is segue into Sebastian. Let's segue that conversation right now. What more can we freaking do? I mean, what can you? Okay, we've the flyers like Clue and Cletus are handing out in Tennessee, and other folks all over the place, and billboards,
I've had
etc.
them put out all over the United States. So I have family in Alabama, in Ohio, in Michigan. We've done it everywhere, Draw. That's all we can do. I can just sit and
But
talk
what
about it.
else can we do? I'm just. Does anybody have any ideas? I guess that's what I'm
So
wondering.
I think, the best idea I've heard yet came from the most hated person in this situation by the masses, and that's Chris Proudfoot.
I agree.
His suggestion was for the creators to come together, and I know they go sort of had a forum about this one day. I think Arctic brought it up about the June 9th.
Yes.
Having a stream about all missing kids and creators coming together, promoting that and making a big deal out of it, right? Even Chris was even referring to getting music acts, do it locally as well as online, and making a big thing of it. And I think that's absolutely something that creators could do to help.
We just sit here all day long, showing faces and saying names all day. I mean, it's an amazing idea because I just don't know. You're right, Draw. What else can we do? We can't really, even people that are boots on the ground can't really go search because they really don't want that. We've plastered flyers everywhere. So many people have. Duchess has put up billboards. Mom, who's right up here on the panel with us, has called and gotten billboards put up all over different areas. I mean, a whole bunch of people have done so much stuff that we're just kind of sitting here now like, okay, now
Right.
what?
And then when the dad comes on, he doesn't talk about stuff that you could do. Like what do you need help with? Why don't Pascal or Jennifer Coffin, whatever, ask him things like that? Like what can people do?
I
That's
mean,
it.
they do. They ultimately, the other creators do ask that question, but invariably it comes down to donate to their
Yeah.
GoFundMe or, pray, which I am a praying person and I think that's worthwhile.
Yes.
But I think that in terms of reaching the masses, I agree. Who was it that just said, was it Cletus? Was it you? I don't have my glasses on. Jago saying that June 9th thing, was that Cletus? I think he said that to start, and then you added.
He brought that up.
What creators would be coming together?
It's gonna be my channel, Cluminati, Mind of Monsters. She's up here now.
Yes.
Duchess for the Missing, Arctic Fox. Who else did we have? I think there was Duchess. I said Duchess. Was there anybody else? Do you remember, Mom?
Southern Girl 2 Crime said she would be down to be a part of it too.
That's right, that one. So there's like 5 of us total, I think. Maybe
I've already
6.
got a slide ready.
Did we ask Nonsense?
No, but Becky,
don't
she'd
remember.
probably do it too. She'd probably do it too. I don't think we did ask her, but she would probably be on board for it too.
So how do you guys do that? And is it Duchess?
Duchess for the Missing, yes.
Yes, I mean I've listened to so much of what you've done, and I really want to acknowledge gratitude for all the work that you do, and a lot of, I think, from what I can understand, is it goes completely unsung because it's not, quote, sexy in the sense of being clickbaity.
Yes, ma'am.
So I really wanted to acknowledge the work that the folks that those 3 other people that you just mentioned are doing. So I just wanted to say that, but also, what do you mean you guys are going to come together? I'm very.
The way it's talked about is we're all going to go live, and we can, if you use StreamYards, we can all, like if I go live if I'm live right now, if I put it up, Cluminati, because she's on my panel, she can click share this with your audience through StreamYard, and she can go live. Then in turn, she'll bring somebody on, say she'll bring Mom on her panel. Then Mom, if she's on StreamYard, can click share this to your audience, and then so on and so forth. And all of us together can do that. And when we do, we will all stay live excuse me, and talk about these things for the whole, like, I think it was 12 hours or something like that. But it's
24.
24. Okay, 24 hours then. Running these pictures, these photos, these names. We have multiple. I have a couple producers in here with me. Doodlebug, she's been making these slide videos that are running the missing nonstop, so on and so forth. And that's just the whole thing, nonstop for 24 hours. I believe it. Yeah, I think that was right. And we're just talking about it all day. And we'll go through Sebastian and come back to him again, and go through it and come back again and talk about all these other cases too. And it gets it out there to the point where people will have this embedded in their mind. Okay. And I believe it's because, isn't that day the 9th, like Missing Children Day or something like that?
I think, yes.
Which is why we're doing it that day.
So that's a really, really constructive, God willing, worthwhile. But even if you reach, but together you guys will reach many more numbers, I think, right?
Hopefully, yes. Hopefully. Because everybody that's in each one of our communities, which we do share a lot of communities, but everybody else that's in here, it's going to spread and spread. And those people can share it and share it and share it. And I would love to see what I saw in one show today. First biggest show I've ever seen in my life. Since I've been on YouTube, is that Pascal show had 10,000 people in there watching that tonight. That would be amazing to me. Okay. I'm sure there's shows that are bigger. I'm just saying that would be amazing to get 10,000 people watching this. Okay. That's a lot of people that can pass the word on to somebody else, is all I'm saying. So that's the whole point behind it. National Missing Children's Day is May 25th. Okay, so I don't know why we're doing it June 9th. There was something that had to do with
It was
June.
something Arctic Fox said the reason for that day.
Yes, absolutely.
So I have a pretty big
yes.
Twitter following. So what
You
I
do?
did was I posted on my Twitter that we were going to do this, and I mentioned the creators that were going to do this together. And I actually had a lot of my followers on Twitter that commented on my post of people and cases that are important to them that they wanted included in this. And it had phenomenal feedback on it. What we can do as subs, creators, followers, supporters, however you want to label yourself, is one thing that happens every Monday is very simple. It's hashtag missing poster Monday. If you use social media, put that hashtag on there and share a case, share 10 cases, share however many flyers that mean something to you. And if you do it on Twitter, what we do is we grab your post and we retweet your post. And that keeps that hashtag missing poster Monday out there. And then what I was trying to do over the summer is Not Forgotten Friday. And doing kind of the same thing is hashtag Not Forgotten Friday.
That's a good idea.
That's really good. That's really good.
Keeping those faces out there. That way you're seeing them at the beginning of the week, you're seeing them at the end of the week. And a lot of us that are here in chat, I know Salty does it too. She's part of it, and I'm probably missing a bunch of people because I'm ADHD, so I have trouble watching the chat and paying attention too. But that's a really big thing that we do, lighting the way. They're a huge advocacy group that does amazing work. And, they do great work with the Missing Poster Mondays, and Gabby's family is a part of it, and myself and Vern Gilbert and Steve, and I've seen Salty and so many. I couldn't even think of all the names. PJ Lighting Their Way Home, who's a creator here on YouTube. A lot of us share that that hashtag, and it gets those faces out there. But as a community, what we can do is share their faces, share their names, and share their stories without the drama, without all the white noise in the background. Because yes, those of us that are here, I've been here since 2017, and I'm just now at 3,500 subs because I refuse to do drama. I refuse to do clickbait. I refuse to do lying because I have to have my credibility there. and I have to be able to help families, and I have to be able to be that safe place for a family to reach out to that needs their story told.
Mm-hmm.
And that
we can,
happens on a daily basis. I open my Facebook because a lot of people don't have Twitter. It's if you've never been on there, it's hard to get used to using. I'll be totally honest. I am
yeah,
completely
it's
addicted to Twitter.
and see,
But
we can also stream on multiple platforms too. Draw like I can stream, and Clue's done it too. We can both stream here on YouTube and on Twitter Live at the same time, or multiple other stream platforms at the same time, and it's just streaming across all of these platforms at one time, which I think would be a good idea.
Okay, but can I ask a question? So,
Yes.
like, I'm very tech illiterate. So, I haven't been invited to participate, so I'm not, groveling for an invitation.
Well, if you have your channel that you would have the time to do it, you're
I
absolutely
know,
invited.
like on a Sunday the 9th. I think it's Sunday the 9th. I'm still on my at the tail end of my vacation. I would have
Yeah,
time. But
you
I
would have.
don't know. And I have StreamYard. I mean, I have gone live, but then I dropped out of the scene, you know why? And
Yeah.
for a while because of and trolls. But I wouldn't even freaking know like how do you get the faces up there? I mean, you see what I'm
Like we
saying?
can, yeah, we can show you how to do it all. It's really not that hard. You just have like what I have up right now on the screen.
Right.
Files that you would either download or we could send to each other and throw these things up and just let it roll, and we can talk about them separately. Wait a minute. We can talk about them the stories one at a time, or each creator can talk about a different story as we're streaming through it and things like that. It's not real hard. It takes a little bit of know-how. It took me a little bit of time, but it's easy to teach somebody to do. It's not that hard at all. So
Okay.
but yeah, you're absolutely welcome to do it as well. There's never a doubt in, ever. So
I
100%.
think that I'd have to have one of my kids maybe would have to be at my side to start it off because it's very mysterious to me, all this connect here, connect there thing that you're
It,
talking about.
it can be a little bit overwhelming at first, but once you get rolling with it, it's not a big thing. It really isn't.
I taught Sarge in a day, so
Yeah, if Sarge can pick it up, and I'm not trying to say nothing bad about him, but he was like technically no. So he got it and he's good with it now. So
Okay. Whatever happened to Sarge, by the way, guys? He was on all the time with you guys.
he's still around.
he has a channel.
Yeah, he is
because he's got his own channel. Okay.
Him and Cletus.
Yes, they do a thing every night at 9 p.m.
Yeah. Every night at
Where?
9:00.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's on
Your Ass Hurts News Network.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that really what it's called?
Yes.
It's the YH News Network.
We can drop his link in here if we can,
Yes.
guys. Please.
Well, I'm not going to be able to pick it. Oh, maybe drop it in the and I'll take a screenshot in the private chat also, so I can take a little screenshot.
Yeah, that's fine.
They're very punctual. They're very punctual. It is every
They're
night
on
at 9:00.
9 p.m. to 10 p.m. and they're gone. That's it. They talk about a whole bunch of crazy stuff and he's gone. That's it. But it's entertaining. I think you'd love it, to be honest with you.
No, I would definitely look forward to it. So yes, but are you able to write it in this little chat studio thing?
I'm trying to see if I can copy it from the chat here and put it in the back. Doodle. Shoot. Hold on a minute.
Well, you can just give me the name. I can jot it down.
It's just actually if you type in Sarge SGT Friday, it'll pop right up.
Okay, good.
That'll pop right up. So
okay, good. Thank you.
Because it's the only one he's got, and he's the only one like that. So that's how I found it the first time. But it is a good it's a good outlet for some of the frustrations that you see out here. I'll just put it that way. It's interesting to say the very least, and it's comical, it's entertaining. So if you know anything, if you heard Sarge how he is, and then you add Cletus to the mix, it's really actually kind of funny. I love it.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I've heard both of them, and I not only are they especially St. Cletus has got a riotous sense of humor, and then
Yes.
And Sergeant has Sarge or whatever has what I would call a dry sense of humor. But I
Very,
think
very dry.
but they're also both very, very knowledgeable and very intellectual. So with that combo, I could imagine that they would be hilarious and
Oh,
it
it
would
is.
be a robust conversation.
Yes, it is very. I get lucky every now and again. They bring me up there with them. We just sit and play along. It's funny. It is, and it's a nice release. Like I said, it's for an hour a night. You get the release, say what you want, pretty much, and move on.
You should check out tonight's episode. He introduced the tech department.
Oh Lord.
Okay, so wait, it's already been done. Y'all finished it because it comes on at 9 to 10 or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
9 Eastern every night, Monday through
Okay.
Friday.
I
All
put
right, I'm
the
gonna.
link. I put the link.
Oh, you did?
In the private chat.
Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna screenshot it. And then
Yep.
I didn't realize that it's beyond the midnight hour, and I have to actually be up at 7 for work. So I'm gonna
Yeah,
go.
I just looked up
Yeah,
and
we gotta
realized I've
go
been
too.
live for 7.5, almost 8 hours. So it's probably time to shut down too. So thank you very much, Draw, for joining us. Mom, I always appreciate it. It's always an honor to have you both here. Clue, of course, you know how that goes.
Yeah.
But I know here it comes. So guys, it was an interesting show, I'll say that much. I appreciate everybody's input, everybody's feelings about this, and everybody's support in trying to bring home Sebastian Rogers, because that's
The
what it's really
interview.
about.
I'm just gonna say this before I depart.
Bye,
The
Clue.
interview, in my opinion, what?
Oh, really? I thought you were just gonna and be gone. So it's
No.
okay. I know she's gonna do it though.
The interview, in my opinion, was not all bad. Honestly, from
Which
Seth
one?
and Tony, from Seth on Pascal. My favorite
Oh,
part was
there it is. See, I knew she was gonna do it. She's such an asshat, I swear to God. Anyway, thank you, Clue.
I can't
That was-
believe she did that. Did she really do that?
we do it to each other all day long, Draw. I did it to her earlier today. Sarge does it. Everybody's Truth does it. Truth has been gone. I didn't even realize he was gone, but it's just one of them things. It's just for a little
Funny.
bit. Yeah, it's a little bit of fun. So
All right. Well, listen. Thank you so much for having me,
always,
allowing me to come up and share my opinion.
you're
And
always welcome.
and I'm going to say good night to everybody in chat and the mods and the panel.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so
Okay.
very much.
Okay.
We'll
Good
see you.
night.
Good night. And Mom, always an honor. I appreciate you very much.
Hey, thank you, Doggo, for letting me come up. I'm sorry I missed so much of the live, like I said, with having to
No,
be in and out of the hospital. And
no,
I
that's
was lurking in chat on the way and then got tied up there. And I'm kind of a pit bull when it comes to the hospital. So I was dragging nurses in the room and getting updates. But
yeah,
I appreciate you
absolutely.
letting me be here. And good night, everybody in chat. Love you all. Remember, make good choices. It takes a village to raise a child. If you see something, say something. And the face on your screen's what matters. Not all the drama, the white noise, and all the ugliness, guys. He's what matters. Share his face, share his name, share his story. If you see him, say his name. He will answer you. Those are his mother's words.
Absolutely.
And good night.
Absolutely. Have a great night, Mom. We'll see you soon, and I appreciate you very, very much. All right, guys. Again, thank you guys, everybody that was here for all of this time, because I've held most of you guys here most of the night. So that means a lot to me. The support alone means the world. So, guys, thank you so much for that. Once again, you guys are amazing, guys. Please don't forget to love yourselves, to love each other, and never, ever, ever change a thing about yourselves, because you guys absolutely are the beautiful people, and I would not be here if it weren't for you. So once again, thank you all so very much, and have a wonderful night. Good night, and God bless everybody. Thank you. I got I saw that in there, Molly. Thank you, hon, very much.